Thank you. Just a little bit of housekeeping. If you haven't been here before, I want to make sure everybody knows the exits. The sanctuary door, the social hall door, and the sliding doors. Those sliding doors go nowhere. Please don't go that way. But we're not going to have any emergencies. We are safe. We are secure. Once services start, I'm going to close the sanctuary doors so it's not disruptive for people to come in. So if you need to go out and you want to go out, please feel free, but come back in through the social hall so it doesn't disrupt what's going on up here. Everybody silence your phones. If anybody has any questions about security or something going on the premises, please bring it to my attention. But just remember, security is everyone's responsibility. So please be on the lookout. If there's anything you feel uncomfortable about, please let me know. Thank you so much.
We stand this day, all of us, in the presence of our God. Youth and elders, women and men, those of us close to tradition, and those of us who have been estranged. All are welcome in this community of prayer. Around the world, all of Israel greets this holy day, and we stand with them, a people united by our history and fate, linked in mind and heart to generations past, who stood before God to be cleansed of their sins in Russia, Poland, Germany, and Spain, in Morocco, Egypt, Brazil, and India. Our great-grandparents are here with us today, and all of our great-great-grandchildren as well. All are present in memory and hope. We stand this sacred morning, all of us, as one. We begin our Shacharit service on page 137 for Anim Zemirat.
139.
139 for Anim Zemirat.
Anim Zemirat v'shiri merog ki elecha nafshi tarog nafshi chamda b'tzel yadecha ladat kor hasodecha Anim Zemirat v'shiri merog ki elecha nafshi tarog nafshi chamda b'tzel yadecha ladat kol hasodecha Anim Zemirot O
Turning to page 157, we reflect on the intricacies of our physical body. I can look at my body as an old friend who needs my help, or an enemy who frustrates me in every way with its frailty and inability to cope. Old friend, I shall try to be comfort to you to the end. Baruch atah Adonai, rofei kol basar, umafli la'asot.
Amen.
Turning from the physicalities of our bodies to the spark of infinity that we have inside of us, we turn to page 158 for Elohai Nishama.
Elohai Neshama shenatata bi Deorai Elohai Neshama shenatata bi מודה אני לפניך בזמן שהנשמה בקרבי מודה אני לפניך אדוני אלוהי ואלוהי אבותיי אדוני אלוהי ואלוהי אמותיי ריבון כל המעשים אדון כל הנשמות ריבון כל המעשים אדון כל הנשמות אלוהי נשמה שנתת בי טהורה היא ברוך אתה אדוני אשר בידו נפש כל חי ורוח כל בשר איש.
Amen. Focusing and meditating on being thankful for all of the little things in life that we go through the day, we go through our lives taking for granted. We turn to page 160 for the daily miracles.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, who has given the mind the ability to distinguish day from night.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, who opens eyes that cannot see.
Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, who brings freedom to the captive.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, who lifts up the fallen.
Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, who spreads the land upon the waters.
Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, who has made all I need.
Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, who gives firmness to our steps.
Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, who clothes the naked.
Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, who gives strength to the weary.
Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, who removes sleep from my eyes, slumber from my eyelids.
Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, who has made all beings equal.
Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, who endows us with human freedom.
Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, who has made me Israel.
Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, who gives strength to Israel.
Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, who crowns Israel with glory.
Amen. Focusing on the power of our words to create worlds, we turn to Baruch She'amar v'haya olam. Blessed is the one who spoke the world into being.
Baruch She'amar v'haya haolam, Baruch Hu, Baruch Shemo, Baruch Chaseh v'Reshit, Baruch Omer ve'oseh, Baruch Kozeh u'mekayem, Baruch merachem al haaretz, Baruch merachem al habriot, Baruch meshalem sachar tov lireyav, Baruch ela'ad v'kayam lanetzach, Baruch podeh u'matzil, Baruch Hu Baruch Shemo, ay, ay, alai, alai, ay, alai, alai, ay, lai, lai, alai, ay, lai, alai, alai, ay, alai, alai, ay, alai, alai, ay, lai, lai, alai, ay, lai, lai, alai. Baruch atah Adonai Melech meulal batishbachot.
How fortunate we are and how praiseworthy to be able to be in such a beautiful community. We turn to page 168 for Ashrei.
Ashrei,
Ashrei,
Yoshvei,
Yoshvei,
Betecha. Od Hallelujah. Od Hallelujah. Ashrei,
Ashrei,
Yoshvei,
Yoshvei,
Betecha. Od Hallelujah. Od Hallelujah. Happy are we to dwell in your house. Oh, happy are we that praise. Oh, happy are we that praise. Ashrei, Yoshvei, Betecha. Od Hallelujah. Od Hallelujah.
Tehillah לדבר עמך, לחי המלך ורב שמך לעולם ועד.
בכל יום אברכך והללה שמך לעולם ועד.
גדול אדוני ומעולם מאוד, גיליתי לתו אין חקר.
דור לדור ישבח מעשיך וגבורותיך יגידו.
הדר כבוד הודך, ועדיב לנפותיך עשיך.
ועזוז נורותיך יאמרו וגדולתך אספרנה.
זכר רב טובך יביעו, וצדקך ירננו.
חנון ורחום אדוני, ערך אפיים וגדול חסד.
טוב אדוני לעכו, ורחמיו על כל מעשיו.
יודוך אדוני כל מעשיך, וחסידיך יברכוך.
כבוד מלכותך יאמרו, וגבורתך ידברו.
להודיע לבני האדם גבורותיו, וכבוד האדם מלכותו.
מלכותך מלכות כל העולמים, ומשלתך בכל דור ודור.
סומך אדוני לכל הנופלים, וזוקף לכל הכפופים.
הנה כה אליך יסברו, ואתה נותן להם את אכלם בעיתו.
פותח את ידיך, ומשביע לכל חי רצון.
צדיק אדוני בכל דרכיו, וחסיד בכל מעשיו.
קרוב אדוני לכל קוראיו, לכל אשר יקראוהו באמת.
רצון יראיו יעשה, ואת שבתם ישמע ויושיעם.
שומר אדוני את כל אוהביו, ואת כל רשעים ישמיד.
תהילת אדוני ידבר פיו, ויברך כל בשר שם קדשו לעולם ועד.
ואנחנו נברך יה, מעתה ועד עולם,
Hallelujah. We are on the top of page 170 for Hallelujah.
Kol haneshama tehalelia, hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah,
There's a famous story back in the old country in Europe. Yom Kippur morning, a man forgets that it's Yom Kippur and he's walking through, he's a shepherd, and he realizes at the last moment, oh my goodness, they're starting without me. Completely ignorant of all things going on, he had none of the traditional garb, he had no machzor, and he only came in with his whistle that he used to gather the cattle. And he's sitting in the back of the room, and hours pass as the service goes on, and he has no idea what's going on. He doesn't understand the words, the melodies are foreign to him. But as he starts to get a little bit more into it, he gets so excited that he takes his whistle and just starts blowing these wild sounds used in the mountaintops to gather in cattle. And all the congregants are looking at him, shocked. How are you ruining these beautiful melodies with these loud whistle sounds? And he continues for a couple minutes. And the rabbi at the front, the Baal Shem Tov, the master of the holy name, the founder of Chassidus, pauses everybody. And he says, I've been in communication all day with the gates of heaven, with the angels that are guarding there. And the angels at the gates of heaven, for whatever reason, weren't accepting our prayer. Every time we said words, every time we sung a melody, they would keep the door shut. But finally, I realized that when they heard the sounds of this whistle, they swung the gates wide open, and all of our other prayers were able to come in. Now, I don't recommend anyone take out any loud whistles here, but I think the point of the story is that prayer is not unidimensional. That even if we don't understand the words, even if some of the melodies are foreign to us, humming along, clapping along, any other way to get involved into prayer, there's no one right way to do it. We turn to page 173 for Hamelech Shechinad.
ישרים תדרומם ובדברי צדיקים תתברך שכנת מהרם וקדוש שמה שכנת מהרם וקדוש שמה ובלשון חסידים תתקדש ובקרב קדושים תתעלה שכנת מהרם וקדוש שמה שכנת מהרם וקדוש We continue with Chatzi Kaddish on page 176. יתגדל ויתקדש מרבה בעלמא יברך חירותי וימליך מלכותי בחייכון וביומכון ובחיי דכל בית ישראל בגלה ובזמן קריב ויאמרו אמן יהי שמי רבה מבורך לעולם ולעלמיה יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי דקודשה בריחו לעילה ולעילה מכל ברכתה ושירתה תושבחתה בנחמתה תמירה בעלמא ואמרו אמן.
We rise for the Baruch Hu on page 178.
ברכו את אדוני המבורך ברוך אדוני המבורך לעולם ועד.
You may be seated. We continue on page 178. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam hapoteach lanu sha'arei rachamim ume'ir einei hamechakim l'slichataho yotzer or u'varei choshech oseh shalom u'varei atakoho or olam be'otzer chayim orot me'ofel amar vayehi. We are on the top of page 180 for Hameir.
המאיר לרצון לדעת עליה ברחמים. אמן. לארץ ולעדרים, עליה ברחמים. ובטובה מחדש בכל יום תמיד, מעשה בראשית. מה רבו מעשיך אדוני כולם, בחוכמה עשית.
Top of page 183. You love us by helping us grow. You give us Torah, a ladder for the soul. Words that draw us upward. Every mitzvah an invitation to climb. Forge and kiln and crucible to purify our hearts. You give us Torah. You love us by helping us grow.
We continue on the bottom of page 184 in English. Bring us in peace from the four corners of the earth. Lead us with upright pride to the land that is ours. For you are a God of miracles and wonders. From all the peoples of the earth, you sought us out and brought us near to your great enduring truth. So with love, we acknowledge and proclaim that you are one. Baruch atah Adonai, habocher be'amo Yisrael, be'ahava.
Amen.
Amen. We are on page 186 for Shema.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai. We continue on page 188. ואהבת את אדוני אלוהיך בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך ובכל מאודך, והיו הדברים האלה אשר אנוכי מצווך היום על לבבך, ושיננתם לבניך ודיברת בם בשבתך בביתך ובלכתך בדרך ובשוכבך ובקומך, וקשרתם נרות על ידיך והיו לטוטפות בין עיניך, וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך ובשעריך. We continue in English on the bottom of page 190. Adonai said to Moses, Speak to the people of Israel and instruct them to make for themselves tzitzit, fringes, on the corners of their clothing throughout their generations. And let them place upon the corner fringe a thread of violet blue. The fringes will be yours to see, and remember all the mitzvot, the sacred obligations of Adonai. Do them, and do not be misled by the lustful urges of your heart and your eyes. למען תזכרו ועשיתם את כל מצוותיי, והייתם קדושים לאלוהיכם. אני אדוני אלוהיכם, אשר הוצאתי אתכם מארץ מצרים, להיות לכם לאלוהים. אני אדוני אלוהיכם.
Adonai Elohechem. We continue on the top of page 192. V'yatzi v'ahuv v'chaviv v'nora v'adir v'tov v'yafeh hadabar hazeh aleinu le'olam va'ed. Emet Elohei olam malkeinu tzor Yaakov magen yishenu. Ledor v'dor hu kayam u'shmo kayam u'kiso nachon u'malkuto v'emunato li'ad kayemet. Udvrav chayim v'kayamim ne'emadim v'nechmadim la'ad u'lamei olamim. From Egypt you redeemed us, Adonai our God, and from the slave house you set us free. For this the people who felt your love exalted you, and the ones you found precious sang hymns of praise, blessings and thanks to the living God who reigns forever. High and exalted, inspiring wonder. God who humbles the proud, raises the lowly, who frees the captive, redeems the oppressed, and sustains the poor. God responds to the cry of our people, their prayer in time of need. Sing praise to God most high, most blessed source of blessing, as Moses, Miriam, and all of Israel sang this joyous song to you. We are on the top of page 196.
מי כמוך באלים אדוני, מי כמוך נדר בקודש, מי כמוך באלים אדוני, מי כמוך נדר בקודש, נורא תהילות עושה פלא, נורא תהילות עושה פלא, שירה חדשה שיבחו גאולים לשמך על שפת הים, שירה חדשה שיבחו גאולים לשמך על שפת הים, יחד כולם הודו והמליכו ואמרו אדוני גיבור לעולם ועד. צבאות ישראל קומה בעזרת ישראל, תכינו ממך יהודה וישראל. גואלנו אדוני צבאות שמו, קדוש ישראל. יין לנאי, יין לנאי, ברוך אתה אדוני God Israel.
We rise for the Amidah on page 198.
Adonai שפתי תפתח ופי יגיד תהילתך. Adonai, open up my lips, that my mouth may declare your praise. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu, Elohei Avotenu ve'imotenu, Elohei Avraham לכבודנו בספר החיים אלוהים חיים יאללה לילה לילה מגן אברהם בעזרת שרה. אמן. אתה גיבור לעולם אדוני, מחיי מתים אתה, רב להושיע, מוריד אתה, מחכה החיים בחסד, מחיי מתים ברחמים רבים, סומך נופים ורופא חולים, ומתיר אסורים, ומקיים אמונתו משני עבר, מי כמוך בעל גבורות ומי דומה לך, מלך ממית ומחיה ומצליח ישועה, מי כמוך אל הרחמים, זוכר יצוריו לחיים ברחמים, ונאמן אתה לחיות מתים, ברוך אתה אדוני מחיי המתים.
Page 206. On Rosh Hashanah it is written, on the fast of Yom Kippur it is sealed. Who will live and who will die? Who will reach the ripeness of age? Who will be taken before their time? Who by fire and who by water? Who by earthquake and who by plague? Who will rest and who will wander? Who will be tranquil and who will be troubled? I sat in shul for years reading these words before I realized the answer. The answer to each of these questions is me. Who will live and who will die? I will. Who at their end and who not at their end? Me. Like every human being, when I die, it will be the right time, and it will also be too soon. Fire, water, earthquake, plague. In my lifetime, I've been scorched and drowned, shaken and burdened, wandering and at rest, tranquil and troubled. That has been my life's journey. Of course, I prefer to deflect the truth. I would much prefer to let the prayers talk about someone else, perhaps the fellow in the next row. It has taken a lifetime to reveal that defense is a lie. The prayer is not about someone else. It's about me. It is a frightfully succinct summary of my existence. So now I read it again, but in the first person, and it makes me shiver. I will live, and I will die at the right time and before my time. I will wander, but I might yet find rest. I will be troubled, but I may achieve tranquility. This is the central truth of the high holy days. This is what makes them Yamim Narim, days of terror. We are vulnerable. Now we declare the sacred power of this day, which is the most awesome and solemn of days, when your rule is established over all and your throne set in place by the power of love, and you come forth to govern in truth.
ונתנה תוקף קדושת היום, כי הוא נורא והיום, ובוא תינשא מלכותך, וייכון בחסד כיסאך, ותשב עליו באמת, ותשב עליו באמת. True it is that you are judge, you alone can reprove, you alone can know. It is you who shall write, who shall seal, who shall read, who shall number all souls. You alone can remember what we have forgotten, and the book of remembrance you shall open, but its contents shall speak for themselves, which our deeds and our lives have inscribed. Uveshofar gadol yitaka, bekol dmama daka yishama, umalachim yechavezu, v'chil ure'ada yochezu, umalachim yechavezu, v'chil ure'ada yochezu, v'shofar gadol yitaka, b'kol dmama daka yishama, umalachim yechavezu, v'chil ure'ada yochezu, umalachim yechavezu, v'chil ure'ada yochezu.
And when the great shofar is sounded, a small, quiet voice can be heard, and the heavenly beings are thrown into fright, and seized by a terrible dread, they declare,
Behold, the day of judgment has arrived, when even those in heaven's court are judged. For none can be exempt from justice's eyes. V'chol bayei olam ya'avru nefanecha kivnei maron, kevakarat ra'edo, ma'avir tzono tachat shito. V'chol bayei olam ya'avru nefanecha kivnei maron, kevakarat ra'edo, ma'avir tzono tachat shito.
who come into the world pass before you like sheep for the shepherd. For just as a shepherd numbers the flock, passing the herd by the staff, so do you make us pass before you and remember the count and determine the life, one by one, of all who have life breath within. You decide for each creature its cycles of life and write down its destined decree.
Berosh Hashanah yikatevon, yikatevon, ubeyom tzom kippur yechatevon, yechatevon. Berosh Hashanah yikatevon, Tzom Kippur yechatevon, yechatevon. By fire, who by water, who in the sunshine, who in the nighttime, who by common trial, who in your merry, merry month of May, who by very slow decay, and who shall I say, is slip, who by barbiturate, who in these realms of love, who by something blunt, and who by avalanche, who by powder, who for his greed, for his hunger, and who shall I say is calling, who by brave ascent, who by accident, who in solitude, who in this mirror, who by his lady's command, who by his own hand, who in mortal chains, who in power und tefila und tzedaka ma'avirin et roha נקדש את שמך בעולם כשם שמקדישים אותו בשני מרום ככתוב על יד נביאך וכרז אל הזה ואמר קדוש 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 אדוני צבאות מלוך על הארץ כבודו אדיר אדירנו אדוני אדוננו מאדיר שמך בכל הארץ ברוך כבוד אדוני ממכוחנו אלוהינו הוא אבינו מלכנו הוא מושיענו והוא ישמיענו ברחמיו לעיני כל חי אני אדוני אלוהיכם יבטח אדוני לעולם אלוהי ציון לדור ודור הללויה 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 We will teach your greatness, Lador Vador, from generation to generation. And to the end of time we will affirm your holiness. Our God, your praise shall ever be on our lips. For your power is boundless, sovereign, and holy. We continue silently.
We are on page 246.
בספר חיים ברכה ושלום ופרנסה טובה ניזכר וניכתב לפניך אנחנו מכל עמך בית ישראל לחיים טובים ולשלום בספר חיים ברכה ושלום ופרנסה טובה ניזכר וניכתב לפניך אנחנו בכל עמך בית ישראל לחיים טובים ולשלום ברוך אתה אדוני עושה השלום.
Amen.
We turn to page 292 for the beginning of the Vudoy portion. We stand in humility, conscious of our failings. Shema Kolenu, Adonai, hear our call. True sacrifice to God is a penitent spirit. You treasure a crushed and repentant heart. For you are close to the brokenhearted, and you give strength to a suffering soul. You are the healer of shattered hearts. You are the one who binds up their wounds. For thus says the high and exalted one who lives forever, whose name is holy, I dwell in a high and holy place, but also with the downcast and the lowly, to bring new life to despondent souls, to restore and revive repentant hearts. Return now, Israel, to Adonai your God, for you have fallen because of your sin. Take words with you and return to God. Ask the Eternal, forgive what is wrong, accept what is good. We stand in humility, conscious of our failings. We set before you all the wrongs we have done. We trust in your compassion, for you know who we really are. Shema Kolenu, Adonai, hear our call. We are on page 296.
Eloheinu ve'Elohei avotenu v'imotenu tavo lefanecha tefilatenu ve'al titalam מתחינתנו שהנה אנחנו עזפנים וכשי עורף לומר לפניך אדוני אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו צדיקים Ha'avinu, V'hishanu, Zadnu, Chamasnu, Tofanu sheker, ay, 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 ay,
The secrets of the universe and the secrets of the human heart. You know and understand us, for you examine our inner lives. Nothing is concealed from you, nothing hidden from your sight. Eternal One, our God and God of our ancestors, we pray that this will be your will. Forgive all of our wrongs. Pardon us for every act of injustice. Help us atone for all of our moral failures. We are on the top of page 300 for confessions.
האחד שחטאנו לפניך באונס וברצון, והאחד שחטאנו לפניך ביודעים ובלא יודעים.
The ways we have wronged you under duress and by choice, and harm we have caused in your world consciously and unconsciously.
האחד שחטאנו לפניך בבלי דעת, והאחד שחטאנו לפניך בריצת רגליים להרע.
The ways we have wronged you through our thoughtlessness, and harm we have caused in your world through impulsive acts of malice.
האחד שחטאנו לפניך בחוזק יד, והאחד שחטאנו לפניך בזלזול הורים ומורים.
The ways we have wronged you by abusing our power, and harm we have caused in your world through disrespect to parents and teachers.
We continue on page 302 on silence for personal al-chet. page 306.
האחד שחתון לפניך בכפת שוחד, והאחד שחתון לפניך בחילול השם.
The ways we have wronged you by offering or accepting bribes, and harm we have caused in your world by profaning your name in public.
והכולם אלו סליחות, סלח לנו וחלנו, קבל לנו. והכולם אלו סליחות, סלח לנו וחלנו, סלח לנו וחלנו, קבל לנו.
We are on the top of page 310 for Ki Anu Amecha.
כי אנו עמך ואתה אלוהינו, אנו בניך ואתה אבינו, אנו עבדיך ואתה אדוננו, אנו קהלך ואתה חלקנו, אנו נחלתך ואתה גורלנו, אנו צאנך ואתה רוענו, אנו חמך ואתה נודרנו, אנו פעולתך ואתה יוצאנו, אנו ראייתך ואתה גודלנו, אנו סגולתך ואתה קרובנו, אנו עמך ואתה מלכנו, אנו מאמירך ואתה מאמירנו, לי לי
God, open unto me light for my darkness. Open unto me courage for my fear. Open unto me hope for my despair. Open unto me peace for my turmoil. Open unto me joy for my sorrow. Open unto me strength for my weakness. Open unto me wisdom for my confusion. Open unto me forgiveness for my sins. Open unto me tenderness for my toughness. Open unto me love for my hates. Open up to me yourself for myself. God, open up to me. We are on page 316 for Shema Kolenu.
Shema Kolenu Adonai Eloheinu Chos v'rachem aleinu v'kabel berachamim ורצון את תפילתנו. השיבנו אדוני אליך ונשובה. חדש עמנו כקדם.
Shema Kolenu וקבל ברחמים וברצון את תפילתנו. השיבנו אדוני אליך ונשובה. חדש ימינו כקדם.
And now as one voice, all of us together. Shema Kodeinu Adonai Eloheinu Kos verachem aleinu vekabel berachamim וברצון את תפילתנו. השיבנו אדוני אליך ונשובה. חדש ימינו כקדם. תשליכנו מלפניך, איי איי איי, ברוח קודשך, אל תיקח ממנו, איי איי איי, אל תשליכנו מלפניך, איי איי איי, ברוח קודשך, אל תיקח ממנו, איי איי איי, אל תשליכנו לעת זקנה, איי איי איי, ככלות כוחנו, אל תעזבנו, איי איי איי, אל תשליכנו לעת זקנה, איי איי איי, ככלות כוחנו, אל תעזבנו, איי איי איי, אל תעזבנו, איי איי איי, אדוני אלוהינו, אל תרחק ממנו, איי איי איי, אל תעזבנו, איי איי איי, אדוני אלוהינו, אל תרחק ממנו.
My hope is that you hear. I know that it holds very little, so they told me. Even so, I want to hope again for this, that you hear how I hope. My hope is like a hind waiting. Be careful not to embrace it. Break one dry shoot of a tree and it goes. And would we have the strength for another beginning? I hope, and I am that hope. We turn off Mausoleum to page 252, and we rise for the opening of the ark before Avinu Malkeinu.
Avinu Malkeinu, Avinu Malkeinu, Avinu Malkeinu, Avinu Malkeinu, Chanenu v'hanenu, ki en banu Avinu Malkeinu, Avinu Malkeinu, Chanenu B'Aneinu, Ki En Banu Ma'asim, Aseh Imanu, Tzedaka v'chesed, Aseh Imanu, Tzedaka v'chesed, Ve'hoshienu. Avinu Malkeinu.
We remain standing and we turn to page 255 for our Ein Kamocha, for the reopening of the Ark and the taking out of the Torahs.
Ein Kamacha v'Elohim, it's the second on the right. Adonai, it's the one you're touching. Vein kemasecha, malchutecha, malchut kol olamim, umemshaltecha bechol dor v'dor. Adonai melech, Adonai malach, Adonai yimloch le'olam v'aled, Adonai oslamo yitein, Adonai yevarech et amo v'shalom. Ki mitzion תצא תורה, כי מציון תצא תורה, ודבר אדוני מירושלים. ברוך שנתן תורה, תורה, ברוך שנתן תורה, תורה, לעמו ישראל, לקדושתו. אדוני, אדוני, אל רחום וחנון, ערך אפיים ורב חסד ואמת, נוצר חסד לאלפים, נושא עוון בפשע, וחטאה ונקה.
Adonai, Adonai, El Rahum v'Chanun, Erech Apayim, Ugdal Chesed ve'emet, Notzer Chesed la'alafim, Nosei avon v'pesha, v'chatzah v'nakeh.
Adonai, Adonai, El Rachum v'Chanun, Erech Apayim v'Rav Chesed ve'emet, Notzer Chesed la'alafim, Nosei avon b'pesha, v'chatzah v'nakeh. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai You may be seated.
Gemar Chatima Tova, please be seated. Grab the microphone. Okay. Today's Torah portion starts on page 266. Yamod, Raphael Shmuel ben Moshe Yosef HaKohen, Yaakov Aryeh ben Shmuel via Shoshana, Tova bat Raphael via Gertrude, Bob Cohn, Jake Sapiro, and Kathy Sapiro. And reading will be Mark Filowitz.
Baruch et Adonai Havarach.
Baruch Adonai Hamrach Le'olam Voed.
Baruch Adonai Havarach Le'olam Voed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher b'chabanu mikol ha'amin, v'natan lanu et torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Atem nifti neviim hayom kulchem lifnei Adonai Elohechem rashechem shivtechem ziknechem v'shitirechem kol ish Yisrael tavchem neshachem v'gardcha asher b'kerev machanecha machotev Asafcha Atraev Meimecha Lavrocha Bivarit Adonai Elohecha Uvlato Asher Adonai Elohecha Koret Imcha Hayom.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher natan lanu Torat emet, v'chayei olam nata b'tochenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Yamdu, Herschel ben Abraham HaKohen, Esther bat Yocheved Rachel, Mendel Leza ben Yaakov Moshe, Alizah Simcha bat Moshe via Yafa, Henry Cohn, Eileen Cohn, Mitch Shapiro, and Ira Shapiro. Reading is Mark Filowitz.
Adonai Havarach. Baruch Adonai Baruch Le'olam Voed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher b'chabanu mikol ha'amim, v'natan lanu et torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Leman Chakim Otcha Chayom Lo La'am V'hu Yeh L'chol Elohim Kasher Diber Lacha Kasher Nishba Labotecha LeAbraham LeYitzhak LeYaakov Lo Itchem Levadchem Anochi Koret et habrit hazot v'et hala hazot I et asher yishno v'r'im donu I omed hayom lifnei Adonai Eloheinu v'et asher anefu po imanu hayom.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher natan lanu Torat emet, v'chayei olam nata b'tochenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Yamdu, Levi ben Sion, Yehuda Leah bat Hersh Vesedi, Moshe ben Nachman, Les Sussman, Louise Sussman, and Marv Goodman. Reading will be Nitza Hennig.
I'm reading from here.
Baruch Adonai Havarach,
Baruch Adonai Havarach Le'olam Va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Havarach Le'olam Va'ed, Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim, v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
אתם ניצבים היום. ניצבים. This one? This is what it's hard. This is the only thing I have.
It's hard.
אתם ניצבים. Where does it start? What is it? Where? It's not yours. It's yours. $30, yeah. והיה? אוקיי. והיה כי יבואו עליך כל הדברים האלה, הברכה והקללה אשר נתתי לפניך, והשיבות אל לבביך בכל הגויים אשר הדיחך אדוני אלוהיך שמה. ושבת עד אדוני אלוהיך, ושמעת בקולו, ככל אשר אנוכי מצווך היום, אתה ובניך, בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך, ושב אדוני אלוהיך את שבותך ורחמך, ושב וקבצך מכל העמים אשר הפיצך אדוני אלוהיך שמה. אם יהיה נידחך בקצה השמיים משם.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher natan lanu Toras emes, v'chayei olam notah b'tochenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Yamdu, Shimon Shlomo ben Yisrael Tzvi bid the Malka, Miriam Chana bat Ephraim Rivka, Jeff Oslick, and Stephanie Oslick. And reading will be Pam Fiber Ostro.
Baruch Hu et Adonai Hamvarach. Baruch Adonai Hamvarach le'olam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol hamim v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. In yichei nidachacha bikse hashamayim misham yikavetzcha Adonai Elohecha umisham yikachecha veheviacha Adonai Elohecha el haaretz Asher yarshu avotecha verishta v'hitvecha v'hervecha me'avotecha Umo Adonai Elohecha et levavcha ve'et levav zarecha le'ahava et Adonai Elohecha b'chol levavcha ובכל נפשך למען חייך ונתן אדוני אלוהיך את כל הרוד על אביך
She has to go to the Pasuk. That she started.
You already did it.
Okay. And she ended up.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torat emet v'chayei olam nata b'tochenu Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Yamdu, Binyamina, Tema, Zedra, Bat, Michal, Avraham, Vimalka, Leah, Ephraim, Ben, Aaron, Befagel, Ravi, Yoni, Melissa Goldman, and John Goldman.
Melissa's on Zoom.
Melissa's on Zoom. And is John in class? John is teaching
John may be doing the children's service.
for the kids.
Let's have a congregation.
Okay, Melissa is on Zoom and John is doing the children's service, so I'm going to pinch hit for him. Baruch Hu et Adonai Hamvarach. Baruch Adonai Hamvarach le'olam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bacha banu mikol ha'amim v'notan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah. Amen. V'notan Adonai Elohecha et kol ha'elot ha'ele al hayavecha v'al shonecha asher dirarpucha v'ata tashuv shamata v'kol Adonai v'asita et kol mitzvotav asher anochi mitzavcha chayom v'hochircha Adonai Elohecha v'chol ma'aseh yodecha v'firi v'tivcha uvivri v'chemtecha uviri asher amadecha l'tova ki yeshuv Adonai lashuv elecha l'tov kasher shash al avotecha ki hashmiya v'kol Adonai Elohecha lishmor mitzvotav והוא כתב, יכתובה בספר התורה, הזה כי השוב אל אדוני אלוהיך בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר נתן לנו תורת אמת וחיי עולם נטע בתוכנו. ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה.
Yamdu, Minda bat Yechiel v'Rachel, Esther Bossa bat Ruvain, Mindy Gladstein, and Sherry Weissman, and reading is Chuck Gladstein.
Baruch hu et Adonai hamvarach. Baruch Adonai hamvarach leolam vayed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher baruch banu mikol hamim v'telanu et tortov. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Ki hamatzvah hazot asher anoki mitzvah hayom ulefnoti mikah v'lo rakakai uvishamayim hi v'mor v'yalanu hashemayma v'yikalanu v'ishminu tavana sana lo me'avar layam hi v'mor Ki Yavar Lanu Elavar Hayam Vayikil Lanu Vishminu Tavana Sana Ki Karov Eleha Adaver Mayod Bafi Uvilka Lo Soto.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chayein olam nata b'tokenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Yamdu, Esther Chaya bat Moshe Nusen Vipanina, Avraham ben Avraham, Esther Amsterdam, Tony Cipriano, and reading is Sarah Deland.
Barku et Adonai HaMavarach. Baruch Adonai HaMavarach le'olam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher b'qurbanu mikol ha'amin v'natan lanu et torto. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Re'eh נתתי לפניך היום את החיים ואת הטוב, את המוות ואת הרע, אשר אנוכי מצווך היום. Elohecha, lelechet b'drachav, ולשמור מצוותיו וחוקותיו ומשפטיו, וחיית ורבית, וברכך אדוני אלוהיך הארץ אשר אתה בשמה לרשתה. ואם יפנה לבבך ולא תשמע, ונידחת והשתחווית לאלוהים אחרים ועבדתם. הגדתי לכם היום כבוד טוב ודון, לא תאריכון ימים על האדמה, אשר אתה עובר את הירדן, לבוא שמה לרשתה. העידותי בכם היום את השמיים ואת הארץ, החיים והמוות נתתי לפניך, הברכה והקללה, ובחרת בחיים למען תחיה אתה וזרעך. לאהבה את אדוני אלוהיך, לשמוע בקולו טוב כבוד, כי הוא חייך ואורך ימיך, לשבת על האדמה, אשר נשבע אדוני לאבותיך, לאברהם, ליצחק וליעקב לתת לכם.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'kayin alein
Olam nata b'tocheinu.
Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Rabbi Levine will now lead us in a Mishaberach.
So we do the first Mishuberach on page 262 for everybody who took any part in helping put all this together, everybody who read the Torah, everybody who organized who read the Torah, everybody who came up for an Aliyah, and of course everybody working behind the scenes to make this service wonderful and meaningful. Mishuberach avotenu v'imotenu, Avraham, Yitzchak v'Yaakov, Sarah, Rivka, Rachel v'Leah, hu yivarech et kol ha'olim ve'kol ha'korim asher alu hayom lechvod ha'makom u'lechvod ha'torah u'lechvod yom hazikaron ha'kadosh baruch hu yishmerehu v'yatzilenu mikol tzara u'tzuka u'mikol naga u'machla v'yishlach bracha v'atzlacha b'chol masei yedehem v'yechtavehem v'yechtamehem l'chayim tovim b'yom hazikaron hazeh im kol Yisrael v'nal mahar. Amen. Before we recite the Mishuberach for Refuah, for healing, on page 271, we wanted to take a moment and reflect on those in our community that are in need in any type of healing, not just this Yom Kippur, but for the year ahead. Anyone in our community that's dealing with any type of physical sickness, any type of mental sickness, any type of addiction, or any other way in which people need to find healing. Please turn to page 271. For the Mishuberach for healing. Mishuberach avotenu v'imotenu, Avraham, Yitzchak v'Yaakov, Sarah, Rivka, Rachel v'Leah, hu yivarech v'yiraphem et kol ha'cholim, hakadosh baruch hu yimalei rachamim aleihem, lahachmilamam u'lerefuatam, u'lahachzikam u'lehachayotam, v'yishlach lehem meira refuah shlema, b'toch sha'ar ha'cholim, refuat ha'nefesh v'refuat ha'guf, hashta b'agala u'zankari, v'no mahar. Amen. May the one who brought blessings to our fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and to our mothers, Sarah, Rebekah, Rachel, and Leah, bring the blessings of health to all those in our community who are ill. May the Holy One, blessed source of life and healing, sustain and strengthen them with compassion. and restore them to full health without delay. For all those who struggle against illness, let renewal of spirit and renewal of body come soon. And together we say, Amen. We now like to call Mitch to share a couple of words.
On February 20th, 2020, just some 3 weeks before the nasty word, COVID, came to change our lives, 10 of us, many who are here today, joined with Rabbi Nico in what became a most memorable trip to Israel. In the 10 days we were there, yes, we saw sights, but it was mostly about going to different places to break bread with a variety of people who make up the faces of Israel, and to get their thoughts, their feelings about their country, about political issues, religious issues, cultural issues, and all perspectives of this unique land when we were there was 72 years old. It was mind-boggling to compare this small country and how it has grown in its democratic and capitalistic and religious development to even ours, the United States, which is also a fairly young country, but we were only 246 years old then. I'd like to repeat to you, both as a Jew who loves having a homeland and as my safety net, but also as an investor, to buy bonds. I'm not asking you to give money. I'm asking you to invest. And if Warren Buffett can appear in the Wall Street Journal investing bonds with Israel, it was an easy choice for me and can be an easy choice for you as well. I was 3 years old when Israel became a nation. As I became bar mitzvah, I talked about war and peace in Israel because in 1956, the Suez Canal had been closed, and all of the issues of another war in Israel were on everyone's mind. Today, as I visit this country, I know it is not a perfect country in all my ways of thinking, just like the United States is not a perfect country in all my ways of thinking. But like Yaakov Smirnoff would say if you ever went to Branson, Missouri, about the United States, what a country. I am not asking you for donations, but to consider an investment, large or small. Do you have little ones who you want to celebrate, birthdays with, bar bat mitzvahs, special occasions? Why not consider as one of the gifts something that will teach them the art of investment and at the same time give you the pleasure of knowing you are investing in Israel? The new Mazel Tov bonds which are out, which you see with your blue cards with you, are really quite amazing. I looked up yesterday on what the yield is now. If you buy a $100 mitzvah bond now, you will earn 5.65% interest over the 5 years to its maturity. Wow, that's not even happening, I think, in the United States right now for the most part. You can buy any kind of bonds. You can invest through your investment portfolio. You can buy them as a personal investment. You can do them through your IRA. If you look on the blue card, it is really so simple. All you need to do is fill in your email, a phone number, and they will get a hold of you, and then you can do the rest online. It is that simple. It is the most wonderful investment because it gives you both the nachas of knowing the idea that I, as a Jew, am supporting the country that will guarantee my safe haven in the future. And I'm getting a good return for my investment as well. I hope you will take your pencils and sign the forms. I hope there are some people from the men's club that will come around to pick them up. I will be here during the break, so if you want to hand them in, that will be wonderful. We want to collect bonds as much as we can because it tells the world, I support the economy of Israel. Gamar Chatima Tova.
Please rise for the lifting of the Torah scroll.
V'zot HaTorah asher שם משה לפני בני ישראל על פי אדוני ביד משה. על שלושה דברים, על שלושה דברים, על שלושה דברים העולם עומד. על שלושה דברים, על שלושה דברים, על שלושה דברים העולם עומד. על התורה ועל העבודה ועל גמילות חסדים. על התורה ועל העבודה ועל גמילות חסדים.
You may be seated. Welcome to everybody this morning. It's so nice to see all of you, those of you joining us in person, those of you joining us on Zoom, on YouTube, and Facebook. Gemar Chatima Tova. So we start out with a bird's eye view above the Middle Eastern desert. We look around, and there's a seemingly endless, vast expanse of sand and outcrops. Perhaps we see animals running across the desert floor. They seemingly always know where they're supposed to be and when. We look right and left, we look forward, we look back, and every new direction comes the expectation of something different. A mirage, perhaps, able to trick even the most seasoned of desert travelers into thinking that they found it. They found an oasis. We zoom in closer and closer. We go towards the desert floor until we happen upon the memory of an older man in his own wanderings throughout the desert. He's walking on, and we can tell that this man has clearly been here before. He knows this landscape. He knows the desert all too well. And he understands that he shouldn't be given any false hope by the mirage. But at the same time, he's keenly aware that real hope, real meaning might not lie in any of the specific features that he comes across, but rather in the totality of the experience. We zoom out again, up and up from the desert floor, this time seemingly leaving the Middle East, leaving the desert altogether. And instead we enter into a multi-thousand-year conversation about our desert friend. The most important section of our Torah, the most important parsha, the portion in the Torah where we finally make it to Sinai. This is the climax. We're about to receive the Torah. We're about to receive the Ten Commandments. Isn't named for any of these things. It's not called Parsha, the portion of Sinai. It's not called the portion Aseret Dibrot, the portion of the Ten Commandments. It's not called Parshat HaTorah, the portion of the Torah, or any other title that we might think would make sense for such a magnificent portion of Torah. Rather, what's forever known as the central portion of Torah in our tradition is named after our desert traveler, an enigmatic man named Yitro, about whom very little is said in the text of the Torah. But who really was this man? Who was this desert traveler that would eventually become the father-in-law of Moses? A man that would eventually come to join the Israelites as they traveled and wandered throughout the desert. A man that will forever go down in Jewish history as the first convert to our tradition. A person so seemingly important as to have this entire parsha, the most important parsha in the Torah, named after him. Every single year as we go through our calendar, we always have a Parsha Yitro. A shepherd by trade, Yitro, otherwise known as Jethro, had been a nomad for the early years of his life, traveling all throughout the arid and unforgiving landscape of the ancient Middle East. Storms, famine, the ubiquity of droughts that we know all too well from the pages of our Hebrew Bible, Yitro had seen it all before eventually settling in Midian. Suddenly a flashback. We zoom in on Yitro as a young boy sitting in class with a dream to become a shepherd. In those days, at the dawn of the early Iron Age, to be a shepherd was an implicit rebellion against the normal way of life. Oh, are you still running around in those hilltops after all those sheep? Yitro can still remember the jeering and the bullying of his young classmates when he dared to express his longing for the hills. Why don't you just become a farmer like everyone else? I don't get it. The echoes of teachers' concerns ring in his mind. In those days in the early and Iron Age, to be a shepherd was to be a seeker. It was to care about others beyond oneself. It was to want more out of life than the mundanities of a society becoming increasingly obsessed with material growth. To be a shepherd was to value ancient wisdom and tradition in a quickly changing and evolving world. It was a philosophic disposition that highlighted the fact that the shepherd was open to the discovery of deep truths and fundamental secrets wherever they may lead them. The shepherd, they say, will go wherever they are taken on the journey. But as Yitro grew up, he would soon come to realize that truth, that happiness, and most importantly, meaning is elusive. It's not always easily found. You know, it's a funny thing when it comes to finding meaning. It's something that we all inherently crave, something that we all long for as we go about the journey of our lives. Finding meaning is often the first and the last standard as we evaluate our relationships to the people around us, the things we do, the activities we participate in, and the communities we identify with. Is it meaningful? Is this meaningful? Will this be meaningful? We find ourselves asking these questions over and over in the internal conversation going on in our mind. And we have such little patience when the answer is anything other than an immediate and resounding yes. How quick are we to discard anything, be it another person, be it living in a certain place, a job, a thing that doesn't bring us instant gratification? The rabbis paint more of the background to Yitro. And they tell us that by the time we meet Yitro, Jethro, in the early pages of the book of Exodus, he had spent years out on his own search. Born into the polytheistic society of the ancient world, Yitro had spent years becoming an expert in the diverse religious traditions of the world around him. He worshipped idol after idol. He adopted religious creed after religious creed. But the aha moment never came. Yitro never felt at home. Other later rabbinic legends place Yitro as an early advisor to Pharaoh. He had slowly but surely climbed the upper echelons of political power after his graduate studies at the University of Moab, eventually making it into the inner boardrooms of the Egyptian political elite. He was in the room, the rabbis tell us, when Pharaoh was sitting there on that fateful day thinking about the decision about whether or not to throw all of the Israelite boys into the Nile. But the rabbis tell us that Yitro was so disgusted by this policy that he hung up his political hat, and he knew that Pharaoh's Egypt wasn't a home for him either. We often go around in life searching for meaning, as if it's an object that we've lost, as if meaning is simply an object that's hiding in some far off and elusive place. We search and we search. Where can it be hiding? Where will I find meaning? Perhaps it's going to be in that next hobby I pursue. Perhaps that next job. Maybe my next relationship. That next hilltop over there in the horizon always seemingly looks seemingly higher than our own vantage point. Surely I'll find meaning way over there. After storming out, after fleeing Egypt, Yitro was back wandering the seemingly infinite landscape of the rugged desert. But what happens when finding meaning, when the search for meaning is so seemingly elusive that we become even more desperate in our search? When we experience dead end after dead end, resulting in our patience for finding new experiences that might bring meaning growing even thinner? A couple years ago, at a Harvard Law graduation speech, one of the law graduates, a man named Pete Davis, captivated and shocked the audience when he spoke out against the idea of keeping our options open. Speaking to a room of Harvard Law graduates, people who quite literally, by any measure, had the ability to pursue a near infinite number of options in life, Davis began his extremely counterintuitive message. We're walking down a long hallway with endless doors branching off, Davis describes. And we go through life afraid to enter any of the doors, because we're afraid that any time we enter a door, it will inherently close off a countless number of others. So instead, we spend our lives stuck in a hallway, what Davis coined the infinite browsing mode, where we're always on the search for something better. Yitro too browsed and he browsed. He wandered and wandered through this endless landscape of the desert. Another religious temple, another job, another hilltop, but nothing was able to quench his thirst. There must be more to all of this, Yitro thought. All of us here are familiar with the story of the Exodus from Egypt and the story of how God took us out with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm. But do we know that at the same time this was happening, on a parallel screen, Yitro was in the middle of his own memorable journey, on his own Exodus. He walked and he walked parallel to where the Israelite encampment was, until eventually finding his way and climbing up a harsh crag surrounded by rocky outcrops. And he looked down and he saw something that seemed to have a slightly different aura than what he had been used to. Gazing from on the mountaintops, he looked down and he saw the Israelites at the foot of Sinai, about to commit to a way of life and a covenant that would still be talked about millennia later. But what was different about these people? He just couldn't put his finger on it. And moreover, at this point, we can understand that Yitro was extremely skeptical. He had seen too many mirages in his wandering throughout the desert. Their rituals, well, they seemed just as random as their ancient contemporaries. And sure, some of the ideas that they were talking about seemed revolutionary and ethically novel, but it was still too dressed in the ancient dogmas that Yitro had grown to have less and less patience for. The antidote to this infinite browsing mode, Davis concluded at his Harvard commencement speech, is our ability to commit to something. We're all stuck in a culture that provides infinite options, constantly tricking us into thinking that there's always something better, always something deeper, something that will make us happier, always something more meaningful further down the road. So we spend our life and we continuously swipe through options. We walk down the hallway of life, constantly looking into all the rooms on the right and the left of us. And moreover, we feel bad for those poor and sorry people that are stuck in one of the rooms. Don't they know, aren't they aware that outside of the room that they're in lies a myriad of unexplored options that potentially awaits them? What are they still doing in one of the rooms? Yet it is us who are endlessly stuck in the hallway of life, either afraid of or feeling perhaps that we're too wise, too knowledgeable to actually enter. So we continue further and further down the hallway. As Yitro began to spend more and more time amongst the ancient Israelites, he started to notice something that began to move him. No, it wasn't any of these specific beliefs. There wasn't one particular ritual that he caught on to. He stayed for services. There wasn't one prayer during the service that inspired an aha moment. And it certainly, Yitro thought to himself, wasn't any of the sermons that went on and on about some seemingly random people from the past. But Yitro couldn't help but notice that when it came to this new tradition at the foot of Sinai, the whole began to emerge to be greater than the sum of its parts. He began to see an age-old secret that had been fostering in the Jewish community for thousands of years. The idea so foundational to our tradition, that meaning, that happiness, isn't to be found in an end, but rather in a means. That value and meaning isn't something that we happen upon, but rather something that we create, that we have the ability to create through our process of commitment. As scary as it is to commit in life, having no commitments is much scarier. Yom Kippur is an invitation to take notice and stock as to how we live our lives, to part with a pervasive myth that meaning is something we'll one day arrive at or discover, that it's only on another hilltop out there that we just need to keep walking towards. No. We create and we unearth meaning through our commitments and through our obligation to something beyond ourselves. There's a famous story about Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel on Yom Kippur morning, where he looked into the pews and he noticed that one of his students was sitting in the back during davening, during services, staring blankly down at his machzor. Every couple of minutes, the student would look down, start to mutter something, and shake his head and continue to stare blankly. And this went on for hours and hours. And finally, at the end of the service, Rabbi Heschel walked to him, and in the most loving way, he said, "My student, is everything okay? What seems to be the matter this morning?" "Oh, it's nothing," the student replied. "I just didn't have it in me to pray today. The Spirit just didn't happen to move me." "My son," Heschel concluded, "sometimes in life, the Spirit moves you, but much more often, it is us, it is you, that must move the Spirit." I like to think of Yitro newly arriving into the Israelite camp, setting up his tent with a large protective aura of skepticism around him. He hears the 10 Commandments, he hears the myriad of ritualistic mitzvot, he hears the laws of interpersonal relations, but he still isn't convinced. Perhaps Yitro was about to leave the camp. His bags already packed, they were over his shoulder. He was about to continue on his journey throughout the desert, another stop, another temporary stop throughout the infinite landscape. But suddenly he heard something. It started off as a small voice, but eventually got louder and louder. A phrase that would become so foundational to our tradition. A phrase that highlights not a conclusion, but a process. Kedoshim tihiyu, you shall be holy. One of the most foundational imperatives of our Jewish tradition. Kedoshim tihiyu, you shall be holy. Not you are already holy. Not we are all already holy, but that we can become holy. That holiness in Judaism is not an act of being, it's an act of becoming. That holiness and meaning and value is something that can be acquired only if we put in the time and are committed. That meaning and value isn't something we're one day going to arrive at or discover. Rather, it's something constantly working towards. When we reflect on the Jewish calendar, we immediately notice that all the different holidays in our tradition have their symbolism. Last week on Rosh Hashanah, we have the shofar. Next week on Sukkot, the lulav and etrog. Passover, the matzah. We can, of course, go on. It's only today, it's only Yom Kippur, that comes to us symbolists. We have no specific ritualistic tools to aid us in our journey. We, of course, will have no festive foods to evoke the nostalgia of the day. We have no religious crutch with which we can lean on. No possibility of mistaking the ritual for the real work of deep personal introspection. No, on Yom Kippur, today, the only symbol of the day is ourselves. It's a screaming reminder that each of us are always standing at the precipice of this infinite landscape, with only ourselves and our internal ability to create holiness through our commitments to loved ones, our commitments to ideas, commitments to things we value, and of course, commitments to a sacred tradition passed down across oceans and throughout centuries. On Yom Kippur, on this awesome, fearful day that the Torah refers to as Shabbat Shabbaton, the ultimate time of reflection, in this wonderful, joyous moment that the Talmud refers to as the happiest day on our calendar, on this auspicious day that same Abraham Joshua Heschel deemed the great cathedral of Jewish time, we truly have the chance to reimagine our commitments, our obligations, and where and how we want to create holiness in our world. Gemar Chetima Tova. What page is that? We now turn to page 286, and we will ask Jerry to come up and give the blessing for the United States.
Working? On page 286, we have a prayer for our country. And I hope we may all say this one with true sincerity as we are enjoined to pray. God of holiness, we hear your message. Justice shall you pursue. God of freedom, we hear your charge. Proclaim liberty throughout the land. Inspire us through your teachings and commandments to love and uphold our precious democracy. Let every citizen take responsibility for the rights and freedom we cherish. Let each of us be an advocate for justice, an activist for liberty, a defender of dignity. And let us champion the values that make our nation a haven for the persecuted, a beacon of hope among the nations. May our actions reflect compassion for all people, within our borders and abroad. May our leaders and officials embody the vision of our founders to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. We pray for courage and conscience as we aim to support our country's highest values and aspirations, the hard-won rights that define us as a people, the responsibilities that they entail. We pray for all who serve our country with selfless devotion, in peace and in war, from fields of battle to clinics and classrooms, from government to grassroots, all those whose noble deeds and sacrifice benefit our nation and our world. We are grateful for the rights of liberty, we are grateful for the rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness that our founders ascribed to you, our Creator. We pray for their wisdom and moral strength, that we may be guardians of these rights for ourselves and for the sake of all people, now and forever. Amen.
Amen. We turn to page 288, and we'd like to call up Ronnie Henderson for the prayer for the state of Israel.
Avinu, you who are high above all nation states and peoples, Rock of Israel, the one who has saved us and preserved us in life. Bless the state of Israel, first flowering of our redemption. Be her loving shield, a shelter of lasting peace. Guide her leaders and advisors by your light of truth. Instruct them with your good counsel. Strengthen the hands of those who build and protect our holy land. Deliver them from danger, crown their efforts with success. Grant peace to the land, lasting joy to all of her people. And together we say, Amen. We turn to page 291 and we rise for the returning of the Torah to the ark.
Etz chaim hi lemachazikim ba v'tamer me'oshav derecheya dachenoam v'chon עלינו לשבח לאדון הכל, לתת גדולה ליוסף בראשית, שלא עשנו כגויי הארצות, ולא שמנו כמשפחות האדמה, שלא שם חלקנו כהם, וגול עלינו ככל עמונם, ואנחנו קוראים ומשתחווים ומודים לפני מלך מלכי המלכים הקדוש ברוך הוא ונאמר והיה אדוני
be seated. Before we recite the Mourner's Kaddish on page 606, we wanted to take time to highlight those in our community that are in the unique and distinct stages of mourning. If this Yom Kippur, if today is a part of the Shiva period, the week after the passing of a loved one, please rise. If this is part of the first 30 days, the Shloshim period, please rise. If this is the first year of mourning after the passing,
My mom, Joy Kaiser.
and of course, if you are on
And I'm
Zoom,
remembering Jonathan Kaysen.
of course, if you're on Zoom, Facebook, and YouTube, please feel free to type your loved one's names in the chats. If you have a yahrzeit of a loved one on Yom Kippur, please rise. Everybody else, please rise and join our community for the Mourner's Kaddish on page 606.
יתגדל ויתקדש שמי רבה, בעלמא תברך חירותי, וימליך מלכותי, בחייכם וביומכם, ובחיי דכל בית ישראל, בעגלה ובזמן קריב, ואמרו אמן. יהי שמי רבה מברך לעולם ולעולמי עלמיה. יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא, ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי דקודשה בריחו. לעילה ולעילה מכל ברכתה ושירתה, תושבחתה ונחמתה, תאמירן בעלמא ואמרו אמן. יהי שלמה רבה מן שמיה, וחיים עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו אמן. עושה שלום במרומיו, הוא יעשה שלום. עלינו ועל כל ישראל ועל כל יושבי תבל, ואמרו אמן.
You may be seated. We could see how many of the announcements I remember after not having caffeine for 12 hours. Gemar Chatima Tova, everybody. TBT will be open all day for people who do want to spend the entirety of the day with us. I believe starting, how soon after this?
Whenever.
Starting whenever. Mitch will be doing some learning here in the main sanctuary. Then at 3 p.m., we have a family program happening outdoors in the courtyard. At 4 p.m., we will be back in here for Yizkor that will be in person and also streamed. Then at 4:30, we have the afternoon service, Mincha, with Ne'ilah following at 5:30 before the end of Yom Kippur and the end of our fast. We do have a lot of other events happening in the next couple of weeks. I do think it'd be a little cruel to talk about different dinners and breakfasts here, but if you are interested, all of the information can be found in the packets at the front or on the website. And we finished services this morning with Adir Menorah.
Miel kamocha adir v'naor, borenom v'chelet. Miel kamocha miel kamocha
Tova, everybody. We'll see you in a couple hours this afternoon.
Good job, everybody.
can to see you, and to be able to do some sharing. To give you a little heads up, we will be starting with a very short lecture on how we perceive information and receive it, and we'll go from there. So we'll start maybe in about 10 minutes so we can get the noise quieted down and get people settled, and I can take a little break too. 10 minutes.
I'll pass this one around to.
Okay. If it's live. All right, if we're live and we got anyone on Zoom, are we live on Zoom? Is Zoom alive? If we can open up Zoom, I'd like to hear a Gamar Hatima from anyone out there.
Well, I think you're the only one on that screen who's like live.
Well, behind me, there's some faces, so they may or may not be live. They may have been hanging around. Is there anyone out there in Zoom land who could say hello? Because we've unmuted you, and if you unmute, you can say Gamar Chatima Tovan. I'll know you're there. Ah, there is somebody. See, there's some movement.
Elaine. Hi, Elaine.
Elaine Sokol. Hello, Elaine Sokol. Nice to see you. You're live. I see someone else to the right. I can't. Marv Goodman. He's there. Wonderful. Okay, thank you very much. All right, so I know you're there, and some people are hanging around. So maybe it'll be time for me to try and get started to have a conversation. I was hoping I would be able to read a little bit of Daniel's sermon. I got a couple of the essence of it, and we'll see if we tie into it or not later on. So maybe all right. Shana Tova, at least I wish you a happy year, and Gamar Chatima, may we all be sealed for a year I'm going to structure today's discussion and sharing by asking the few people who remained in the audience here, or here at Shul, to get a little closer to me, one, so we can hand out a mic, but more important, so I can hear you. I made, in my rush of trying to write a sermon this afternoon, because neither rabbi wanted to do a sermon again this afternoon, so they told me on Saturday that I get to do a sermon this afternoon. I left my hearing aids at home, so I'm not hearing as well as I would like to, and so I need you to be closer in order for me to hear you. I'm sure you'll be able to hear me. So I want to start off by sharing a concept with you. This concept was first came to me in a form while I was a sitting judge in the mid-90s, when I read a couple articles about how people process information and why many times attorneys are not communicating with their own clients and judges aren't communicating with the parties because we tend to answer questions differently or frame them differently. I learned about strange words like avoidance powers, goal-oriented powers versus avoidance powers, so that if you ask someone what their goal is and they really frame their talk in avoidance, what they don't want, you're not going to communicate very well. Same thing whether or not you're an internal or external reasoning person. I'm going to go into that a little bit because I finally, after I retired and was asked to teach, since I'd never taken a course on mediation before, they wanted me to teach the advanced mediation program at Pepperdine. He lied to me when he said all I'd have to do is tell stories, which I'm very good at. But when I got the letter saying what are the books you're going to use and what's your syllabus going to look like, and I learned what you have to do to teach a class toward a master's degree, in my panic that summer I took a huge series of programs and read a lot of stuff. And in 2008, I read an article by a graduate student getting her doctorate in alternative dispute resolution. And she discussed a concept, when I read it, called NLP, Neuro-Linguistic Programming. And she raised it as a concept on why are some people really communicative? Why do people get everyone's attention and others don't? So she was trying to explore not only what made the best mediators the best, but she was using psychology to ask, why were some basketball coaches so great and some not so great? Why are some teachers really great, but they're not the smartest people in the field? The people do a lot of research and do a lot of analytics and who know everything somehow don't know how to get it across. What is it that makes a difference? And she used the concept of neuro-linguistic programming, described it, went through some of the exercises. Trust me, I don't know anything much about that stuff. But when she described the NLP, I wanted to share that with you at the beginning, because one of the great fears I have when I do this is everyone's listening to me and we're not getting any sharing. You feel intimidated by my background, and I don't want you to be intimidated, because if you understand NLP, what I do in my mediation work is to make sure people have a voice. So I want you to not be afraid to have a voice on what we're discussing. I don't want you to feel, I'm hoping you won't feel, I can't make you not feel, but I'm hoping you won't feel intimidated by saying, you know, I am who I am, okay? The Hineni concept that Miriam brought up is, in a sense, a part of really what NLP is all about. So let me just take a few minutes to describe it to you. NLP stands for 3 words, 3 concepts: neuro-linguistic programming. Came about in the late 1970s as a concept. It's been studied like crazy. I went online a few weeks ago, and you could find pages. You can take classes and pay money for NLP now. Where I was at on it is just understanding it and how it affected me. So I want to go back to 2008 when I first read it. I read this article about neuro-linguistic program. Neuro, our 5 senses. Linguistic, the words we hear and we learn, and programming, how our behavior is modified and enhanced by the way we live. So I am using NLP right now. And by the way, all of you are using NLP almost every moment in your life. You just don't know it. While I was reading this article, I was also a volunteer kindergarten teacher's aide. You know, grandparents get to be aides for their grandkids. And my young grandson was in kindergarten, and this lady was outstanding. She was just a phenomenal kindergarten mentor teacher. And I saw her doing something one day, and I went up to her right afterwards, and I said, "Do you know what neuro-linguistic programming is?" And here this lady had been teaching all her life, and she looked at me like they were 3 foreign words. And she was practicing it in her kindergarten class every moment. The example that rang out for me was that one of my jobs was when she was doing IEP work, trying to help a young child work on maybe their writing skills, they're bringing one part of their brain together, or kids drawing in the line, the other part of their brain together. She would ask me to do storytelling while she would work with some of the kids, and because I'm a storyteller, I could keep 25 kids' attention for a while. She brought one student back during the storytelling time, and she said, "Kids, so-and-so has learned to master spelling her name," because she could not get the letters of the alphabet together right. That was the struggle she had. What do we say? And all of a sudden, the whole class yells out, "Kiss your brain." Bing. And they kiss their lips and kiss their brain. That is NLP. Okay? Think about it. The kids were reinforcing behavior with this other student by doing their senses, by using words. So they kissed, they touched, they smacked themselves on the head, they yelled out, "Kiss your brain," and they told that student she was important. Okay? So how have you used NLP? There's a magical word that I think that is used in NLP so often that we don't really realize and take it for granted. It's almost like magic, like abracadabra. It's a single word. It's a word you all know of. It's a word you've all probably used, and you're using NLP to do it without even knowing you were doing it. So let's see, what is that word? No. How many of you as parents didn't say, "Honey, don't touch that"? You yelled out no when you saw your child in danger. You see your kid reaching for the doggy poop, you're going to yell no. You see your child reaching to put their head in the oven, you're going to say no, and you're not going to say it quietly. When I was a little kid, I know I learned no because I kept using it as a little kid. Little kids, probably their most important piece of language to get across their point is no. Then a temper tantrum follows after no. So if you think about it, no is a perfect example of how we, in all societies, doesn't matter our language, where we live, what our country is a perfect example of how one person is communicating to another person, neuro-linguistic programming. They're yelling so the ears hear the no. They're saying a word over and over. No, that's linguistic. And the way it is said and the inflection is said is, "Don't do that." That's the programming. That is your behavior. Teachers, we every day do that. In life's cycles, we are influenced by everything that is around us. When I'm doing mediations, I meet people from all over the world at times, people from different cultures, people from different backgrounds, and it is very important for me to listen, hopefully, by some osmosis, understanding where they're coming from, so that I know what their path is. Because I think of NLP as a path that you are on that is the correct path. There's nothing wrong with your path. You may be taking an issue and heading in a direction you maybe don't want to head in if you realize it, but it is your path. Your path. My path is my path. My influences have been my influence. Now, you have something you want to say about NLP? Oh, I thought you were going to raise your hand. Okay. So that, in a real simple nutshell, and I mean really simple nutshell, is what I want you to be thinking about. so that when you think of yourself, you think of yourself as a map, and that your map is not wrong. So I'm going to give you a little exercise. You are going to use the microphone, okay? The word I want you to describe in your first response, so the microphone can be handed out, and those of you on Zoom land can just yell it out when you want to. Ah, a rose. What does the word rose mean to you? Why don't you pass around the microphone? Let's see. Simple word. Rose. What's a rose? I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said smooth. Just velvety.
She said smooth.
She said smooth and velvety.
Ah, the smoothness of a rose. Thank you. All right.
I say beautiful and scented.
Scented. Scented. All right. And pass it around. Just give me an idea what the word rose means to you.
Colorful.
Oh, you don't want to even describe which one you're thinking of? Be a little more specific. You think roses are just a bunch of colors, or do you have one in mind? First response.
Various colors. I saw a beautiful picture of one that was white with
a bed of
red edges.
Good. Perfect.
My aunt.
What?
My aunt.
Your aunt Rose. His Aunt Rose. Yeah, that's an alternative. Absolutely.
Well, you didn't specify what kind of rose.
Yeah. I agree.
The rose is a sturdy flower.
Sturdy.
Sturdy, yes.
Sturdy flower.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Favorite?
I'm sorry?
Favorite. Favorite flower.
Ah, okay. Al.
I said allergies because some people are allergic to roses.
There you go. Allergies. There you go.
Just a flower.
Okay, just a flower. Well, I've heard things like thorns. Maybe someone was watching a movie, or maybe they pricked themselves. I've heard yellow in the past, red, different colors, multicolors, the name. So one, sturdy. What a phenomenal answer, not because it's right or wrong, but it leads to the question. Probably the individual who said sturdy, maybe has dealt with roses. Someone who says, my aunt, maybe doesn't do so much with roses. Things that come to our mind instantaneously are usually the things that pop up as a strong memory in us in terms of how our life cycles have gone about. So, are any of them wrong? Every interpretation is correct. There are no wrongs. In life and in conversation, in trying to understand who you are, and everything we've done for these high holidays, I bring this conversation to you to begin with because I want you to share with me. Because I will be sharing with you, because I have to do that as the leader of the group. All right? So let's have a little bit of discussion on some of the things.
Everybody, we're just about to begin. I would invite you to please find the places where you're going to be sitting for the service so that we can begin on time.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, I didn't hear that.
I think since my hearing aids are gone, what was he saying?
Something about be on time for services.
Ah, we will definitely be done with our discussion before 4 o'clock. And maybe we'll even watch the little kids outside at 3:30 if we want to. So, what should we start discussing?
You get the same thing we use. You got it first setting, which of course I think is nothing. But we're glad you have this here.
I think that's coming from your phone, Elaine.
Yeah.
Okay. So the first thing I want to have a conversation on is
74, we will begin our worship this afternoon with the Seder Hotah Torah, page 274.
Elaine, it's coming through your speaker.
you got something going.
It's going to Elaine's phone.
Whoa, someone has music now.
You can tell her to mute. You can tell her to mute and unmute when she wants to answer.
Elaine, if you see me, Elaine Sokol, somehow you're not muted and your back speaker is bringing in some music in the background.
Oh, okay. My grandson is going to read from the Torah at his synagogue today. And I've got him tuned in so that I can but I don't have their audio on, so I don't understand how that's interfering.
You need to mute your screen. You don't have to go off, but just mute so we can't hear you if you're talking.
I'm sorry, say that once again?
If you mute your screen so we can't hear you or him, then we'll be
I muted it.
No, you're live now. I'm hearing you.
Yeah, that's very strange. Okay, I'll figure out what to do. My apologies for interfering.
All right, thank you.
Yeah,
we
can
need
you
to
mute her,
remove-
Aiden?
All right. You're good. You're muted. Don't say anything. Okay. So the first thing I want to share is a little bit about what I interpreted, and I want to get your interpretation, if you remember, about what was discussed during the high holidays, because each of them have the potential, at least for me, to resonate. I want to see if they also resonated with you. Miriam's topic was Hineni. Here I am. If you'll remember, she shared beautifully the story of how Chaim Asa helped encourage her to study her Judaism, her path, her travels, her education, and ultimately becoming a rabbi, and how so emotional she was about this being her really first high holiday sermon as a rabbi and what it meant to her. And she talked about the idea of, I am here. Who am I? Hineni. Here I am. Okay. 2 minutes of Hineni. Here I am. I'm an identical twin, born in Denver, Colorado, number 2, so I get to be the Jacob in the family versus the Esau. In a lower middle class income family who got help from their grandparents, was very small as a twin during World War II, and was bullied a bit. That bullying led to probably creating one aspect of my life to help me feel meaningful that I've carried all my life, and that is called volunteerism. I was volunteering from the time I was 11 years old. My mother encouraged it because she did a lot of volunteer work, which meant we also had to do housework while she was gone. So I don't appreciate all that much, but it's a memory. But my Hineni, here I am, is since I was a young child, I felt good volunteering. Hineni, here I am. Okay, let's go around and see who you are. What makes you feel good?
Well, thank you, Genevieve. I was the only girl out of 4 kids. My father was a career Air Force officer, so we traveled a lot. I wasn't treated any differently than my brothers. There was no, oh, you're the girl. You're the princess. No, there was no princess when it came to being the only girl. We traveled a lot, so I went to 13 schools in 12 years, so I didn't really have friends. I grew up an introvert. My closest friends were my pets, my dogs and cats. I did a lot of babysitting. And that always made me feel good, because I liked little kids.
Hineni.
Hineni. And as I got older and figured out what I wanted to do, I decided to go into nursing. And I did that for 48 years. I helped birth babies. And
You became a nurse? For babies?
I helped birth babies.
Okay, to birth babies. Wow.
Yeah.
So children around you have been very, very important in your life? Okay.
Children and animals.
Yeah. And animals.
Yeah.
Yes. Animals are her best friends.
You got it, especially horses.
Ineni.
Nanny.
I was an only child, and my parents were very encouraging, and I think they also helped me understand the way other people felt too. I always had a feeling of caring about other people. I think my parents were people that cared about other people as well. And I was encouraged by them to do whatever I chose to do with the idea that I was going to be going to college. I never thought of not going to school beyond high school. And I wound up a kindergarten teacher for a number of years until I felt that after I had children, I had 4, I guess because being an only child, I wanted to have a larger family for myself as well as my children. And I also now have 8 grandchildren as a result. But I also felt that I wanted to be more than just a teacher. I wanted to be able to communicate more closely, more individually with people. And so I went back to school and became a social worker. And I really feel that it's very gratifying, and I feel that helping people, and I hope that I do, has made me feel better about myself and makes me feel that I have a purpose and that I represent somebody that can do something to hopefully help other people with their lives as well.
Ineni. We have social work description.
Hi. Possibly I should be a social worker, but we even didn't hear about that back in my country. When I came here, I just found that social worker, it's everywhere. And I'm like, wow, I never heard about this kind of, occupation. Possibly in former Soviet Union, nobody was helping other people. It's like,
What about
it's
when you were a
interesting.
child growing up? What was it like for you in
but
Russia?
back to my childhood. So I was the youngest in my family and possibly easygoing than comparing with my other siblings, because other siblings got a lot of no, and I got a lot of love. They love me because I was just youngest. And I think this has helped me later be more easygoing. But the main things I remember, it's my Jewishness. And I remember when I was 5 years old, in my kindergarten, kids were saying, oh, you're kind of Jewish, but the bad word. And I even didn't know what this meant. And then I came home and trying to understand, so my mom trying to help me with that. And then in the 1st or 2nd grade, I was sitting next to one, my classmate, and he told me again the same word. And I remember that I told him enough so he will never say this again, because I knew that his grandfather was sort of Nazis. And I think this defined my future, because my mom always told me stories about family, about people around, and I'm like, we'll take everything and always know what to say. And this was example of when I was 1st grade, I was next to this guy. So, and this is made me grow up not knowing much about Judaism, but be kind of proud, which is very, difficult back in Soviet Union. So I think, I just learn about family constantly from my mom and become like a family uniter or family, we have family tree, and Felix, the main who helps with that, but I'm bringing people, he's bringing all technical parts. And I think this all started from my mom's storytelling. And I believe this is very important.
Thank you. Hineni.
Well, Hineni, I happen to be Catholic.
Get close to your mouth. It's going to
I happen to be Catholic. So I grew up as the firstborn child in the family. My father was a pilot in World War II. And so he didn't know what he was doing in life, but we moved around a lot. And I didn't have a lot of friends because we went from one place to another. And we ended up there were 5 of us in the family. But I went to Catholic school for several years, and I was interested in religion. And I was kind of my parents just let me do whatever I wanted in that regard. And I ended up going to, in the diocese here in Orange, I happen to have a Master Catechist certificate. Now, I met Rabbi Asa at a panel at the Lutheran Church near my house here in Fullerton. And I heard him, and there was a Catholic priest, and then there was a Lutheran minister. And I was very interested in what Rabbi Asa had to say. So I talked to him after the panel discussion was over with, and he invited me to come here. And so I did. Now this is kind of an abbreviation of the things here, but
I know your first day here because you came to Torah study. So
well, I came to Torah study after I came to services on a Friday evening. And so I came to Torah study after that. And my first husband was still alive then. He died 10 years ago, but anyway, I came regularly to Torah study. And I love being here. The people are very gracious and accepting. And I'm used as a resource sometimes because I do know quite a bit. And not just the New Testament, but I know the Tanakh really well because for 35 years I read it from front to back. And I enjoy still coming. I mean, the pandemic kind of took that away from me. The other people.
Well, Hineni, here you are, and you've
here.
been coming with us as a good Catholic person for probably almost
30
years
years.
or
Yeah,
so.
30 years.
Yeah, I can remember way back when, in the 80s, when you first came.
Yeah, well, anyway. So.
Hineni.
Hineni.
Okay. Anyone out there in Zoom land who wants to unmute and share their little reason about Hineni, here I am, from their perspective? Okay, you're on, Elaine. I got you. You got to unmute now. You're talking, but you're muted, so we need you to unmute.
Should be okay now. I'm going to speak from a different perspective because I'm someone that volunteered all my life after being a elementary school teacher, and enjoyed volunteering and felt I was there for other people. And then the pandemic hit, was affiliated with tampered down. They weren't meeting. It took a while for things to get on Zoom, and some organizations didn't get on Zoom at all. And Harvey went into memory care after a fall. Before the fall, he was doing well. He was doing very well. And as you know, we went everywhere together. So I guess you could say I was there for him. And even when he went into memory care, it was only 10 minutes away. So I would have dinner with him every evening. And when the pandemic hit, he could have been in Timbuktu because in the year before he passed away, we got to see each other very little. If we did, he was outside on a patio, and occasionally we'd be able to touch hands. But other than that, maybe we saw each other 4 or 5 times in 1 year. So he passed away, and I ended up staying at home, basically, with COVID. I had COVID, I had after effects from COVID. I had a fall, and I injured an arm, and so on and so forth. And I'm no longer here for anybody. I mean, my kids are here. I do have grandkids, but one of them, my son, one son is away in Florida. Thank goodness was able out of he was in Sarasota. Had no big problems. They evacuated, but they got back okay. And the other ones here are busy. So I try and be there as often as I can. They try and be here for me as often as they can. But basically, I'm home.
Okay, but I want to get your original Hineni. You came into your Jewishness from your family, so tell me a moment about how you grew up, because your Hineni for both you and Harvey were very strong. So share with me for a moment what environment you grew up under, while you were a kid, even before you met Harvey.
I like to think positively, and so yes, but there's a big difference, and I think about it a lot. My volunteer work has gone, basically, and I do a lot of thinking about what I'm going to do with the rest of my life. I'm not that young. I don't have that much time. Pandemic took a lot of time away from me. Anyway, I'll cut it shorter, but I just wanted you to know there's a different perspective. What I'm coming from is I was there, and I'm feeling like I'm not there anymore. And that's basically what I'm trying to say.
Okay, Hineni. All right, I think everyone shared a little bit about their Hineni, sort of what brings them to where they're at. I will share that the one part of my Hineni is the volunteerism. The other part of my Hineni, particularly my spiritual Hineni, I always had a bit of a spiritual Hineni because I was raised in a modern Orthodox family. I studied, went to Hebrew school and studied all the way through high school. When I was a young teenager, I was thinking about becoming a rabbi. But my real awakening to my spirituality really occurred here at TBT in 1979 when I first joined. Here I'd gone from being a liberal Orthodox to a bit of a conservative, belonged to Temple Beth Emet, a lot of volunteerism there too. When I came to TBT, within months, maybe the first year, Chaim and I had a little chat, and I kept wondering, why isn't anyone staying here when they drop their kids off to Hebrew school? And so in 1980, Chaim and I said, let's start Torah study. He encouraged it. He said, I'm busy, so you're going to have to run it. Volunteer me. I said, I'll run it. I didn't know what the heck I was doing because I never studied Torah at any depth. But in 1980, we started with 4 people. 3 of them are still here. Bob Cohn, Elaine Asa, myself. Lenny Mel, of blessed memory, has passed. But in the 40-plus years we've been doing this Torah study, we have probably one of the most dynamic, for a Reformed synagogue, Torah study programs that are lay-led, not run where you get a drosh every week by the rabbi and you go home, but lay-led is a part of a program that is extremely well recognized throughout the United States as being very unique. And I bless Chaim for giving me the tools to find my spiritual roots, which started from a very unique situation. The Rosh Hashanah before that, when I went to Denver, because my grandparents had gotten old and were moved from their house into the Jewish Retirement Center, and my Zaidi needed help to start a Jewish service at the Jewish Center for high holidays. So I went there with my mom, and my mom was there to help him. And I watched all these old people praying, and I was 35 years old, and I was like the baby in the group. And it so moved me that I wrote my first sermon then. And Chaim, bless him, encouraged me to continue doing that. And so sermons and things have been a part of my life, and that is one big part of what I call the spiritual side of my Hineni. Okay, part 1. Let's see how much time I've killed. If I can get to part 2. Because they repeat itself in some ways. All right, we've at least gone 35 minutes. We're going to have a long break this afternoon. That's okay with me. I want to get as many people here as I can, at least keep the conversation going. Then you can lay across any row you want and take a nap. Part 2. On Rosh Hashanah day, Rabbi Daniel read something I never, ever, ever even thought about. He read the 150th Psalm. In our prayer books, every single prayer book, when we're doing the blessings before we get into the service, we read the 150th Psalm, the Hallelujah Psalm. The 150th Psalm read in the morning is, let me get to it. Find the page here because I didn't mark it down. Here we go. We're near there. Here we go. Psalm 150 is found on page 170 of this Machzor. You go in our prayer book on Shabbat, it's in the front of that Machzor. Psalm 150 you heard today where Cantor chanted Hallelujah. Kol Hanshama Tahaleya. All that prayer comes from Psalm 150. I have sung or read this psalm for my entire life. And I never, ever connected the concept that Daniel brought to us, which I thought was genius, where it says, praise God with the blast of the shofar, give praise with the harp and the lyre. Praise God with drumbeat and dancing. All these concepts of things that flow well together and are not consistent. Rabbi Daniel focused on the shrill of the shofar for Rosh Hashanah and compared it to the softness and harmony that the strings of a harp can bring against the clash of the cymbals and other items and the smoothness of even the flute. I never looked at Hallelujah as a discourse on life, as looking at ourselves and asking ourselves the question that he did, which I found fascinating. How do we see our lives? where are we in our lives? We have a disadvantage because all of us here, I think, are over 65. Is there anyone under 65? No, she's out there. Emma's out there and she's not participating. Oh, he's out. But you're not coming in the room. You want to come in and talk? I'll let you come in and talk. We're all over 65. So in many ways, this discourse of the shofar versus the harp, the calmness, exists in us. And it does still to some extent every day. As I look back at my life, I could say the shofar time of my life was very strong years ago. Back in the 70s and 80s, when I first settled in Orange County after getting out of Vietnam, it was all work. I did some volunteerism. There's no question my volunteerism just never let me say no. I was involved in Jewish Family Service, the United Way of Orange County through that. I was always involved in my temple, whether it was at Beth Tikvah or here. That was a piece of me. That was my Jewish. But I didn't take a lot of vacations. I didn't spend the time with my kids. I worked. I was in a chauffeur model for the most part. I had wonderful moments where the harp would play, but like Daniel and Miriam brought up last night, and Daniel today, was I doing it just like, oh, here's the high holidays, I'm going to do it. The harp's going to play for me for today, and the rest of the year is a shofar.
Mitch, I'm losing you. Your mic. Need to have it closer, please.
I'll put the mic closer to me. I'm sorry. Okay. So the question I have was, in my youth, in my childhood, it was not an overly happy childhood. Okay, so it was more shofar if I think about it. I had a twin brother, and we're the harps to each other. We basically did everything to compete with each other that twins do, but we were very loving to one another. But the world around me was not so loving. Probably that's one of the reasons why I got into volunteerism at such a young age. As a small kid, both my brother and I were bullied. We were not athletic, that's for sure. We're small and skinny as a weed. And so there was discord. Even through high school, I did not feel a harp, which I'll bring up during my sermon, until I was, interesting enough, in the latter part of my junior year in high school when my father died. He wasn't the cause of my discord. That was even added discord. But I was touched by a stranger, which is what I'm going to talk about during my sermon, right around that same period and shortly thereafter, and really for the rest of my life, that brought me calm and peace, and many times when discord seemed to exist. A very unusual individual. I'm going to share him with you here because I won't have time at the Mincha service, but he is one of my stories that I will not spend a lot of time on. How to get a harp out of God knows what. On the last day of Pesach, 1960, I was at home because things were going on. My father disappeared, and my mother was worried, and I stayed at home. My twin brother went to my cousin's. All the little kids were with him at my aunt's house, and my mom and her sister were out searching for my dad. Around 2 o'clock that afternoon, I got a phone call, make sure the house was straightened up because Bubby and Zadie and my other grandma were coming over, and you didn't want the house looking like a mess. I'd been in my pajamas all day as a 17-year-old off of school. What was I going to do besides relax? So I quickly got dressed, quickly made sure I cleaned up my mess. The house was halfway presentable, and in walked my Bubby and Zadie and my mom's with an aunt. And the next thing I saw, all of them were on the floor crying. My aunt advised them that a state trooper had come to their synagogue late in the morning to let them know they found my father. He had committed suicide. That was my great discord. How do I turn that shofar into a harp? When I turned 16, my brother and I got a beat up old jalopy, but my dad said we had to take care of it, including paying for the repair and the gas. So I got my first job. And I went to work for a guy by the name of Ivan, total stranger, Ivanhoe Pierce. I began working for him in the fall of 1959. Yeah, at the end, just as I started my junior year, and was working for him in April, part-time, couple days a week in the after school, when my father died. On the fourth day of Shiva, his harp entered my home. Ivan, we lived on the east side. We were sitting Shiva on the west side, which in Denver, by today's standards, is pretty close. But in the old days of the late 50s, early 60s, a 20-minute drive was like forever. You don't go there every day. But Ivan showed up on the doorstep unannounced. Wasn't particularly dressed like he was coming to Shiva. Came over before he had to go to work. And he brought two things. He brought flowers to my mom and to my grandparents, telling them how sorry he was, and he brought me a book. The flowers were very unique. He made them by hand, all by paper. The book he gave me was a thin little book that I've cherished all my life and used forever, called The Prophet by Kahil Gibran. A Lebanese Christian, well, Ivan was a nice Christian guy, a Lebanese Christian who wrote the most beautiful prophetic philosophy on life, every aspect of life. You smiled, so maybe you've read it. If you don't have The Prophet in your library, put it in your library. They're all sayings by this gentleman written in the 1930s about every aspect of life, from birth to marriage to death. He has a comment, a spiritual comment, that anyone of any religion can identify with, in my humble opinion. The words Ivan wrote, they stand in my mind to this day. I didn't realize then, but over the years and with what Daniel was saying, his words were the lyre, the harp that would help me deal with my troubled life at that moment in time. He wrote in 4 different styles, from capitals to small to italic, all different styles, 4 little sentences. Top line. To my friend. I didn't know I was his friend. I worked for him. In italics, Mitchell Goldberg. In another style of writing, a solemn moment in your life. Another style of writing. When a friend wishes he could be more than silent. When a friend wishes he could be more than silent. From that moment on, Ivan was my Santa Claus. I worked for him for the rest of my school semester. I went on to do some other things, retained a friendship with him year in and year out through college. He wrote me many letters when I was in Vietnam to help encourage me when I had my depression, being there with a brand new baby. And I had the privilege of going to Denver to get a special ceremony to be sworn in as a judge in 1988, because I knew my Zadie could not travel, and I knew Ivan was getting old. And they were both there to see what their little boy had done. What was so unique about Ivan? Ivan was a janitor. He cleaned the school, and I was a sweeper boy to help him clean the school. A harp in life. All of us, as I described NLP earlier, have an option to be influenced by strangers, by a moment, by something that can take the shrill of the shofar and the discord and turn it into a harp. I didn't know just how much Ivan would touch my life in 1961. Other than that book has been the most precious thing I have besides my wife and kids, of course. But as I read Psalm 170, or 150, I'm sorry, on page 170, I realized that in life, all of us, if we are lucky to be blessed, will find a harp that takes the discords of our life and turns it into smoothness. So, like Hineni, if, please, I beg of you, remember NLP. Your life is your life. There is no comparison. I have a chance to be prepared. I had a chance to think about it. I had the chance, in thinking about what Daniel said, to remember my beloved friend Ivan, who I only saw very infrequently after I got out of working with him, but who was like another father to me. He was a friend, a stranger who befriended me. So maybe you have a Hineni story, and I would like, if we have a mic, if you'll raise your hand, if you got, not a Hineni, a shofar and a lyre, and it could be just the reverse. You could be shaped by tragedy. You could be shaped by a shofar that caused you or helped you to make a new move. I think when I say that, of all the people from the Holocaust and from slavery and from other environments who moved from the sharpness into a harp, I was blessed to have a harp come into my life. But maybe it was the shofar that helped shape you. Whatever, it is your life. And if you feel comfortable, please share how the shofar of life and the harp of life may have had influence on your life. Anyone? No one? You're all afraid. No one's had an incident in their life that can say, oh my gosh. I know you did, Tony, but you don't know what to share. I know you did. Okay, I hear Elaine coming on. Do you have a deep moment in your life that brought peace and comfort to you from a discord or something that just stands out? Oh, I thought I heard you get online, Elaine. No? No.
I'm sorry.
Okay. It's not on. He'll get it on. Get up close. He turned it on. You can take mine. Speak deep into it with that deep voice that you have. We'll trade.
Okay. This is a combination of before, the last question, and this question.
Okay. Put it together. That's okay. Get close. Put it close to you so everyone can hear you.
Let's see. My father was Catholic. My mother was a Yemenite Jew. Was born in the bowels of New York on the Lower East Side. We were poor. and I went to Catholic school because my mother decided that parochial school was a better education than the public schools. We were shunned from her family because she married out of the religion, because they're Orthodox. And on my father's side, we were pushed the other way because he married outside the Catholic faith. So here I am, not knowing where I belong, and so, you know, being brought up, we followed, you know, the Christian side. We went to church. I went to Catholic school and all of that. And I've always had a longing to belong. You don't always know that you don't belong. But you always know when, no matter where you go, somebody's always ridiculing you. And you don't fit in. And you know, after a while, after being bullied, you become the bully. And so that didn't help me either. And so we would spend the Christian holidays at some my father's family's place, and then we would do like Passover. Well, I would go, and my mother over to my Ima's house, and but I never understood. You know, it was never like a part of either one. It was always a holiday, and I was celebrating them, no matter which ones, in a secular way. And so I bounced from here to there and went to different churches. I was going to do all different temples to see where I would like it the most. My mother taught me early on, excuse me, to be sincere when you talk to God. She said, God didn't live in a box. He didn't live in any building. He lived in here. And so I try to bring that into my life. But on the outside, I was always in such turmoil. And so I wrestled for a long time between what I felt should be and what I actually felt what is. You know, from everything around. It's hard. It's hard to like love thy neighbor when your neighbor wants to kill you. It didn't work for me, and so it took many, many years, and I was confused, especially the doctrines of the religions. And I remember, you know, being in class one time, and the nun was spouting some stuff, and I asked her, and I said, but wasn't Jesus Christ a Jew? I got suspended. My mother came up to Mother Superior, wanted to know, what is she teaching these kids? Christ was a Jew. He was born a Jew, died a Jew. He taught the Torah. And so then I had this, like, you know, this wise guy attitude. Well, you know, I would go around, you know, later on, and I would say, well, let's see, you're a Catholic, right? And you believe in Christ. And Christ is Jewish, and you believe Christ is God. So God is Jewish. So how come you're not? I didn't make many friends. And so through the years, my father I went to go visit him, and he had a stroke. And so I took early retirement, and I took care of him for a year. And then I found the temple in New York. I went there. They were open. They were friendly. It was really nice. I was like, maybe this is where I belong. And so after a while, I knew I was going to come back home. And I called a whole bunch of temples out here. And the only one that called me back was Nettie from here. And she said, you should come. If you like it, you stay. If you don't, you could leave. I'm like, okay. I came. And I stayed. And then I came all the time. And I tried to get involved. And everybody made me feel welcome. Then I made my B'nai Mitzvah here. That was my turning point. And from then on, I try to do whatever I can to be in the now. But I drive through a lot of traffic, and it's really hard to stay in the now. But and to revert back one piece a long, long time ago, when I was a kid, I was in the choir. I sang for the bishop, actually, in New York. And so when I heard that young lady right there ask me if I wanted to be in the choir here, I jumped at the chance. So those are two things that have really made an impact in my life. And Hineni, here I am.
Hineni and shofars and lyres, very good. Harps, not lyre.
Yeah.
Well, welcome. I'm glad you came by. Don't know if you heard any of this stuff beforehand, because you just wandered in. Yeah. Well, no, what you just heard the last moment ago was to our sharing thoughts, where I'm opening up to have conversation about how this year's sermons can reflect in our lives in terms of how we look at our makeup.
Talking about commitment?
Huh?
Are we talking about commitment?
Not in terms of money.
I know that, but the rabbi who gave the sermon said that we spend all our time in a hallway without going into any doors because we don't want to make a commitment. Is that what you're talking about?
We haven't gotten to Daniel's Yom Kippur sermon. We started first with Rabbi Miriam's Rosh Hashanah sermon, Hineni,
about hunger.
What brought us here. Hineni, here I am. Who am I? The second thing we talked about was Daniel's Rosh Hashanah sermon about Psalm 150 and how our lives are like a shofar and a harp. The discord in our lives through the shofar, the smoothness in a harp. And what you were hearing at the tail end was Tony sharing a combination of his life's path that sort of brought him Hineni, not only to here, but to his identified Jewishly. And number two, the sharp blasts that are beginning to get more calm as he now absorbs himself in our religion, in our temple, that help make up the totality of his life. Both his Hineni and his shofar and harp movements have come later in life. He was always in a shofar life for the most part from what he described, and his Hineni was dominated in many ways by his more recent experiences. Is that a fair way to summarize it? My Hineni and my shofar I dealt with when I was a child. So other people in their Hinenis dealt with where they saw, why am I here? What brought me here? How was I raised? Why did it influence me? What keeps me going to be an involved Jew versus a less involved Jew? So if you want to share on that, we're welcome to open the floor to you.
Okay, I guess. Well, the truth is...
For 5 minutes, so you got a limit.
Okay. Well, the truth is, I'm not a very involved Jew. With the COVID, the temple was closed except for Zoom, which I don't use. Okay. And so I wasn't involved. Normally, I wouldn't be very involved. I would come to services maybe once or twice a month, and I would come for the high holidays. But I guess my Judaism has been because I was raised as a Jew, and it was inculcated into me to be Jewish, and I had a bar mitzvah a long time ago. It was about 10 years ago, but no, it wasn't. It was longer. But anyway, so I'm Jewish, but I'm committed, but I guess I'm not as observant as some people.
Okay. Well, one of the things we'll be discussing when we get into Miriam's last night's service is what does it mean to be a Jew? You've opened up a door for me, my friend, about, I see myself sort of, well, I was born Jewish. I guess I'm going to stay Jewish. I had a bar mitzvah. I feel connected to it, but I'm not deeply connected to it. But your Hineni moment that brings you here is culture and history. Have you had any major, I shared a discord in my life when my father died. Tony shared the discord in his life of having a Yemenite Jewish mother and a Catholic father and the tug of war he had to face. I don't know if you had any major discords in your life, not in terms of spirituality, just who you are. Whoever you are, you are.
Well, I have had discords in my life. One, for example, I didn't get into medical school when I wanted to be a doctor and go to medical school, so I didn't do that, and that was a disappointment, a severe disappointment. Did my religion help in any way in that? No, not really. When I had breakups with women, when I was in a relationship and relationship broke up, that was discord, that was uncomfortable, it was painful. Did my religion help? A little bit.
But what maybe helped to take that great discord of disappointment in your young life when you wanted to go to med school and sort of calm it down? Did you either meet somebody, did you go in a field that you loved, or has your life been a struggle all along?
Well, I realized I wasn't going to get into medical school, so I was advised that by my academic advisor, so I went to graduate school in business and got an MBA, and proceeded to earn a good living and have jobs and like that. And was just a fact that I wasn't going to get in.
Did it bring you satisfaction and comfort over time to be a businessman?
Yeah, okay. It did.
So the sharp shrill of rejection turned into a calmness in your ultimate life's goals. Is that a fair statement or not? Or do you still struggle with it?
Yes, that is a fair statement.
Okay, thank you. No, that's what I'm trying to learn about, because we spent about 20 minutes talking about neuro-linguistic programming, that all of us as human beings are programmed by the events around us. And the path we take is not locked. It's always an open path. We can turn a little bit on the trail, as I like to call it, and we do that every day of our life. Some days we don't even take 2 steps. Some days we're running to take. We have the opportunity to do with our life as we want. And I'll share a little later on a way to imagine it and see it when I do my sermon this afternoon. But my purpose of having this conversation today is to grab meaning, personal meaning, if we can, out of what the rabbis have shared with us during these sermons, because the theme every year, whether it's similar or different, we have grown a year, and we get to look at it. My body has aged this year. I have to look at it differently. Okay, Carolyn, your body's aged a bit this year too. We've all, Elaine being stuck at home with COVID, our body processes change as we get older. I would love to have some of this conversation with my kids, kids. I think 35 is a kid, you see. So someone who doesn't have grandchildren yet, someone who's still working, someone who's fighting their way through life to see where can they find both harmony and see whatever exists in their life. They don't have to change it. They maybe just have to look at it a little differently. You know, I can look outside at the trees, and you and I can see them a little different. That's why we did the exercise. What is meant by the word rose? We all see a rose differently, whether it be sturdy, whether it be colorful, or whether it be as ant. Rose. None of them are wrong. They're the way we are. So that's, I brought you up to date in 30 seconds. All right, I'm going to take your mic. Does anyone else have anything they wish to share about some of the issues in their life that make a story? Do you have something you want to share? No. Oh, okay. I was praying. You'll move the mic around. All right.
Mitch?
Yes,
Mitch?
Elaine. Go ahead.
Yeah, just one very short story. And that is that having gone through depression in these past couple of years,
She's on Zoom.
and sounding a little bit like I was very negative before. But I want you to know that you were talking about the heart. You were talking about making things better, and that someone can touch your life and it could come as a surprise. Well, I have to tell you that Elaine Ossa told me about the Jewish broadcasting station, and I'm fortunate in that I can get it. And it has literally saved my life. I have found many times where I've been down, and I'll turn the station on to see what's on, and I hear Rabbi Goldberg doing an interview, a fantastic interview, or doing a program of whatever, and the services from Central Synagogue in New York, just amazing. And what I was going to say to you was that Rabbi Goldberg, he's made a difference in millions of lives. He had a dream. He followed that dream. He started the station. He's the director and president and does almost all the programs, and an amazing man. And I'm so touched during every show that I see, almost every show that I see, every show that he conducts or someone else conducts on that station. And so that's my heart.
Uh-huh.
And as I say, it saved my life.
Well, if that is what helps bring you the calmness and the peacefulness, particularly now in your life, particularly now where you're at, I'm sorry, I was looking at you on the big screen and not on the camera. If that's what brings you the comfort and peacefulness, that is a piece of life. It is a piece of your harp that says, at my age, with my issues, with the struggles I'm facing, certain things can bring me great calmness. What I also got out of it is that you have a dear friend. You both of us have a dear friend. This whole congregation has a dear friend, and her name is Elaine Ossa. The fact that she has helped open new doors and create this friendship, all this cycle of what makes it work is what I believe Daniel was trying to get at in looking at your life. Take the things that bring you a moment of understanding, wisdom, calmness, and recognize our lives do not have to always be a shofar. They can be calm and comfortable. The older we get, I would think, I'm hoping, the more calm and comfortable we can get. But boy, I'll tell you, I got enough shofars blowing in the back of my brains right now that I need to work on that. Probably one of my great struggles as I will soon enter my 80th year of life, is when are you going to stop? I'm still working. Don't have to, but I love it. But it creates discord. It creates, why are you so busy? Why are you working so hard? My wife wants me to take it easier. We got these little struggles, and so there's harmony and disharmony. And at the same time, when something goes right and it gets resolved, it feels really good. And leading up to it is a shofar. And at the end, when people say, wow, we got it settled, we made it work, I'm feeling the strings of the harp. I had a contribution to someone's life. So yeah, I'm not afraid to face constant bombardment by shofars along with having moments of the harp when I can truly relax. And it is true. If there's one thing I can say over the last 3 years, 4 years maybe now, when I sit and I'm in prayer, whether it be Shabbat or high holidays, and dear Gabrielle opens her voice, I'm in heaven. I'm in heaven with her, and I'll tell her that every day I see her. She touches me in a way spiritually with her voice and the way she brings it about. She makes me have kavanah, even if I don't know what it means. It's just that moment, that calmness that these high holidays bring, as busy as we are up there on the bima being in the choir. Okay, topic 3. Then I'm going to run out of steam. But if I go to topic 4, sitting back there without hearing aids, I did not get all of Daniel's sermon, so I may have to take a 5-minute break and glance at it. I did get about Yitro and about commitment. I got that much, but I don't know if I'm missing something because I couldn't hear it all. Yitro is one of my most favorite stories, so I was really glad he brought it up for his sermon. Again, basically a stranger impacting our whole society. But the third story is Miriam's last night's story. She gave a very broad-based story. And I think we need to think about it a bit. She talked about starvation. The 3 starvations we as human beings tend to see. The first starvation she talked about was hunger. She shared that story of this Daniel and how he was hungry and how we as Jews have an obligation under the law to take care of the poor. So yes, I got to make a plea to you. Whether it be Mazon or Pathways of Hope, you can help feed that starvation. As simple as going to the store, 99-cent store, buying $10 worth of canned goods and turning it in. That will feed $50 worth of food to people who don't have it. It just has this unusual yield to it. Filling a bag is physical. I write the checks all the time. Okay? I pledge to Pathways of Hope every year. But filling the bag is even more meaningful with its $10 worth of groceries than the $500 I may give them. Because they do with the $500. I do by going in that store and saying, oh, these beans would probably be good, or this would be good. I'm saying, I'm trying to help influence someone's life with things I buy. Whether it be toiletries and soaps that we can put in that we've collected from hotels, anything we do. Miriam's first part of the presentation was, you don't have to be a religious Jew, but you have to be a doing Jew. To be Jewish is to do. You need to feed the hunger of third parties. But her message was also to feed your own hunger. Take care of yourself. Guilty. I'm guilty. Okay? Bless my lovely Miriam. When I came back from Israel, which I shared with you during the bond appeal, I'd gone there very overweight, and I truly huffed and puffed my way with everyone, almost always being the last to get to the place we had to go to, taking up the rear, as we call it. COVID hit a week later, and I told my wife, let's go on a diet. So we joined WW. Miriam is a coach for WW, and she became my coach on Zoom since 2020. Well, I started just before I left, so I saw her live once. But I said, I got to take care of this. And those of you who know me and seen me, from 2020 to 2021, I lost 60 pounds. And I felt top of the world. And last fall of 2021, as my dear mother-in-law was aging out in our home and getting to the point where we knew what was going to happen, which did in January of this year, both Janice and I started to become food-wise reckless. We kept not watching it. We savored our sweets. We did what we did, and I gained 30 pounds. You could say, well, you lost half. I also gained a clogged heart valve that had to be replaced in July. Maybe it's time I think about the hunger in my body and ask myself, how many sweets do I really need? How do I start taking care of myself? Miriam's first part of her sermon in my NLP, my world of life. Your world of life is where your world's at. In my world of life, hurt. It hurt me because of me, not because of her. She's doing everything she can to make me go the right way. But it hurt because I have been lazy in my own physical hunger for momentary satisfaction. And it's something I need to think about. Now, I'm starving myself today. The question will be when I go home and for the next month to come, will I have opened the Machzor and read it for one day, or will I do something about it? So I tell you, my challenge for me is to see, hey, Mitch, you got on a path, you cooked more, you ate less, you ate more healthy. What the heck is going on that you need all that sugar and all that starch? What are you going to do about it? And I can choose. I can say, well, I'll wait till January 1st. I can say, nope, I want it to start tomorrow. The message that she was giving is just like Daniel's message today. We can choose commitment in anything we want to do. We always are either putting off commitments, or we're bypassing commitments, or we're ignoring things that are good for us individually and good for our other parts of our body. The other two hungers. Intellectual hunger. The thirst for knowledge. There I get to beat my breast. A little bit. I love learning about Torah. I'm a week behind in the daily newspaper. The only time I read a book was when I went to Canada. I am not thirsting to get on CSP and to grow the knowledge that I see Elaine on whenever I'm at, and others who thirst and grow knowledge for the sake of knowledge. We have an opportunity, whether Jewishly or humanly, to really gain knowledge. We got an election coming up in a month. Lots of things to read about, things to think about. Well, do we just say, oh, they're a Democrat or Republican, ticket drawn? Or do we really look at it carefully? Do we examine any propositions or measures carefully? Do we think about what we want to say and exercise knowledge, whether it be as a citizen of the United States or as a Jew trying to understand my Jewish history? I'm lucky that I love my Jewish history. and I love Torah. I read a lot of comics in the comics page. I read the sports section. And I definitely look at the news, even if it's a week old. And I yearn for the knowledge, but I don't strive for the knowledge like I should. Something for you to think about. What are you doing about your knowledge hunger? Okay? If you're saying, I want to know my Jewishness, come to Torah study. You don't even have to show up. Elaine's on Zoom. I'm on Zoom half the time. I come here once in a while. I don't come all the time. But I don't care. I've done this 40 years, and I get more knowledge every time I go there. I will plug Torah study till the day I can't talk anymore. Because that form of eclectic study can potentially, at times, sink in to feed the other hungers. That knowledge can feed your spiritual hunger knowledge. Elaine talked about the third hunger, spiritual hunger. You show up at holidays and you don't, who am I talking to? The wrong people here about this. You're here. But how many people showed up last night and today, and we don't see them in the synagogue maybe 4 times more in the year? Where do they learn if they don't seek either the intellectual, the knowledge of Torah, or the spirituality of what it means to really mean when we read this afternoon? Do not take from the corners of your fields. Do not put a stumbling block before the blind. Justice, justice you shall pursue, as we read earlier. What does that really mean? If we don't study it, we don't get to not only not know it, we don't get to impart it. My great sadness when people just get in their own little world and don't want to expand out, and it's a sadness for me because I have conversations with my twin brother who's all over the place knowledge-wise, and I feel inadequate, and so I don't say much on some of the conversations politically. On other things, he won't say much because he made a choice. He chose to say religion's bad. I'm an atheist. 2 seeds split off and one becomes an atheist and the other one stays deeply involved in his religion. That's a whole other story, okay? But the reality is his thirst for knowledge in his world, he satisfies. If I could say something when we argue back and forth, you have a thirst that I am just seem to be too lazy or too committed to work or too committed to something else to not pursue the way you or an Elaine Sokol pursues it. I've seen you on CSP, Elaine, the few times I've been there. Those are all things that we need to think about. And the last is finding what is our spirituality all about. She talked about garnering spiritual knowledge. What does that mean? I don't think it means you have to know how to read Hebrew. I agree with Nico, who said, people will learn the songs and the melodies by heart. Am I correct? Okay? You don't have to be proficient in Hebrew. I'm lucky. I can't sing for beans. You think I can, but I can't. I can't read music. I know they said if the note is open, it's longer, and if it's dark, it's shorter. That's about all I know. And if it's up high, it's higher, and if it's down low, it's lower. But I can read Hebrew. I can read Hebrew. I can't speak Hebrew. Being involved, listening with your eyes closed to feel the meaning of the prayer, and every once in a while, when we're reading Torah or we're davening or we're in a silent tefillah, maybe we read some of the stuff that's underneath in English so we know what we're saying. The poetry of Jewish spirituality, the whole methodology from the musicality of it to the underlying words of the great Psalms, to the prayers that we make, are to embolden us to grow. You can put it off. I can put it off watching my weight. I'm going to try harder to do better at that. I'll retain my spirituality because it's ingrained in me for all 80 years of my life. I'm lucky that way because I was not raised in the discord of Tony's life. I was raised in the harmony of my Bubby and Zadie and the joy that their Shabbat always brought, and just watching them pray with the sincerity even in their old age moved me to want to write sermons to say, they got it by osmosis. I'm going to get it by smarts. My Bubby couldn't read a word of Hebrew. If she opened up her prayer book, she had a 4th grade education. They never taught girls Hebrew. But she could pray with sincerity, her lips moving, and I don't know what she was saying, or I didn't care what she was saying. I know she felt whatever she felt. And boy, if I used the wrong knife or fork for the milchiks and the fleishiks, I was in so much trouble. I was kicked out of the house to bury it in the yard myself and say, you're going to take care and make that thing kosher. So what in your world are your hungers? I think as human beings, if we're not hungry for something, we die. We die emotionally. We die physically. Yearning for something, yearning to be curious, I think is the crux for living. My mother-in-law, blessed memory, who died last January, she was a crackerjack. She knew nothing from Jewishness. She wouldn't know a prayer. She never learned anything Hebrew. She would show up, and her Jewishness was, did the cantor sound good? She loved coming here the few times she came because the cantor sounded good. But even at 96, she looked at the newspaper no matter what was dimming in her eyes. She wanted to watch the news. She would get upset politically. And she was curious, particularly if you had a joke, so that she could learn it. And then she could laugh in the middle of retelling it and never get out the punchline. But she had curiosity. And the one thing I know she taught her children, and she taught me without realizing she added it to my life, was don't hold a grudge. Don't hold a grudge. We're going to read that sentence this afternoon. Don't hold a grudge. She was my teacher. All right, sharing time. I'm exhausted, by the way. I've been standing all this time. Now some sharing time. I'm sorry I didn't have the mic too close to me, Elaine. Hopefully you heard it a little pretty good. We were talking about last night's sermon on physical and hunger and taking care of ourselves physically, doing both. Reaching out to the poor is commanded everywhere in the Torah, but taking also care of ourselves. Intellectual hunger, about being curious, whether it be about your Jewishness, whether it be about anything in the world that affects your neighbors. Be curious what's going on around you. And that could include being curious about your strangers. Think about that for a moment. We live in such walled cities. Do we know our neighbors? Do you know your neighbors? Interesting question. And last, spiritual hunger. Learning to understand your own spirituality. And again, it's spirituality. It's not reading Hebrew, knowing everything, being able, but to feel the prayer book, I can close this machzor and listen to Cantor and be spiritual. Okay? I don't need to be open reading the words. For me, reading the words is natural. For many people, it's not natural. That does not take away from spirituality, nor does it make you hungry unless you're curious and want to learn more. You can identify spiritually without saying, I could, like me, if I had to learn to read Hebrew now, I'd flunk, just like I flunked Latin in high school. If it wasn't ingrained in me, I'm very tough on learning languages. All right, I've talked long enough. Anyone wish to share? Anyway, thank you. I got a mic coming to you.
Okay, so if I'm too long, so you stop me. So when we came to this country, we came as a refugee. And practically, we needed to prove our Jewishness, not Jewishness, but that we are Jews who were persecuted. So it's a long story, but on the way here, we learn about holidays just before going to interview in Italy with American Consul. And this is only what we knew about practically Jewish holidays even. So back when we grew up, we didn't learn about Jewish holidays or culture, very little. So then when we came here, I don't know, maybe a year or two, I read an article in Fullerton Observer by Rabbi Aza. And I already knew Rabbi Aza. He invited us to first Passover, Seder, and it's like he became, oh, is it Rabbi? Where's his beer? But then I realized that rabbis could be like Rabbi Aza, very welcoming and warm and all that. And I really, really respect him. And then when I read an article, I'm like, and again, I don't know if I really understood everything, each word, what he said there, because my English was not maybe good enough. But I remember a few words. One word was, or maybe 4 words, Russian Jews are illiterate and not spiritual. And I'm like, the word non-spiritual, it's like triggering something in me. I'm like, what does it mean this? What does it mean spiritual? Because I thought we're all spiritual. We went to music school, we learned, you read a lot of books. This is considered like a good, and I thought this is spirituality. But the way how he explained there, it's just somehow sit in my head. And then a few years later, we were going to Israel, and first time. And I was in the old town, and suddenly I started to kind of feel some vibration or whatever. And suddenly I felt like I was there already, and even the dress I wear, and kind of I spoke some language I don't know, but I feel like I know the language, but I cannot say one word. And after that, I came back, and driving to work, I hear, oh, you have a Hebrew classes, and some like, on the radio. And I immediately came to work and started to look, started online looking for what is this? What's this? Because I wrote the number or remember the number. And then I realized, started to look, and I found, wait, but Temple Beth Tikvah also offered some classes, like Hebrew classes, it was B'nai Mitzvah class. So I came, it was high holidays, maybe next week or whatever, and I came to Rabbi Milhander, and I said, oh, I want to take class. And he said, no, we already started. We started in June, so now it's kind of fall. So you will kind of not fit in the class maybe next year. And I'm like, I really want to start. He said, yeah, you can try if you can, but okay. So I started the class, and oh my gosh, I got so much from this class, and I finally understood what Rabbi Aza means, what is spirituality. It doesn't mean I become very, very spiritual, but I learned so much, and it's kind of, during Bar Mitzvah, B'nai Mitzvah, we needed to do the speech. And I remember I was talking about have an empty vessel and suddenly start to put something inside. And it could be very little, could be more, but the feeling when you start grow in this spiritual world, it's bigger than anything else. So then poor Felix took this class, and my sister and my brother. It's like everybody in my family started seeing me so excited, started, oh, maybe we should do it. So it's kind of, it came to, something much bigger and more satisfactory than, we even didn't know what this all about. So I'm really proud to be part of something much bigger. It's community and.
Well, thank you very much. Your story is a really fascinating story because, again, you came from Russia where practicing religion was not quite the smart thing to do. You had to keep it very quiet and very, at most, cultural. Finding open synagogues in Russia was not the easiest thing to do. We have the refuseniks of the 70s. We had the Russian movement in the late 70s and 80s. I don't know for sure when you came over, but you had curiosity. Okay? You didn't have the language. You didn't have the history. It was denied you as a child. But you had curiosity, and for whatever reason, if you compare it, I hate the word comparing, to so many Russian Jews who just said, well, I'm here, I'm fine, I'm free. You said, I got to dig deeper. And you decided to do something that I encourage me and others to do, adult education. Miriam was talking a little bit yesterday about when you meet other people in adult education class, what happens in that class, whether it's 4 people or 40 people, is the class creates a dynamic that makes what you learn almost seem tenfold. Because you create friendships, you create something in common, you grow in learning about people, and you get the knowledge you were coming for at the level, whatever level you were looking at it. The advantage, particularly of small class adult education, and I know, what's it called, Osher? I don't know what they call it up in Fullerton. Is it still called Ollie or Osher Learning or whatever? What's up there at Fullerton, I talked to some friends, and their classes, they share with me, I should quit working and go to those classes. They have classes on literature, on anything you're interested in that grows who you are. You love painting? Paint. Paint a picture. Grow. You love writing? My good friend Fred wrote a book. He wrote a book based on all the short stories he's taken in his short stories class, and it's a piece of comedy. It's fascinating how he could turn his life all into vignettes of comedy. He grew. We can all grow intellectually. We can all contribute intellectually because our life's history is a story. And our story has, to many people, as much, if not more, relevance than the story of Albert Einstein or Jackie Robinson or some rap artist I can't even think of. Their stories can be interesting, but they may not resonate with me as much as the human story of someone who struggled to just live life. And I don't think there's anyone in this room who hasn't done that. Struggled to live life. And that's a story in itself. Okay. Anyone else have anything they want to share? Because I need to take a 10-minute recess. I need to sit down. I want to glance at Daniel's comments for a moment. And then I'm going to wrap up a little bit because I'm going to share with those of you who've been committed enough to be here all day, at least a summary, not of my sermon per se, but of what the Torah portion is all about. So you will get the little sort of Devar Torah near the end that I guess no one else is going to get. All right? So give me 10 minutes, and then I will share with you maybe a little bit about what Daniel said about commitment.
How
and
are you
Yitro.
doing?
Oh, hello?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, got a phone call. All right. We'll see you in 10.
Are you ready? Yep. Oh, okay. Are you able to come here? Oh, you need pickup? Yeah. I can do it, but
Someone just joined Zoom and they need a mute.
fine. Is it easier?
I just muted them.
I see the ceiling or the wall, but you need a mute.
Okay, just call and let me know, okay? Oh, thank you very, very much. Bye.
Shirley on Zoom, please mute.
10-minute break, please.
And for those on Facebook, YouTube, and Zoom, we're just taking a short 10-minute break before continuing.
a bit tired, but we've now gone almost 2 hours, so, or an hour and a half or so. I don't know. We're going to have a good break later on because I just can't do this for 4 hours. It's impossible. I don't know what they were thinking. But I see we've got a number of people back in, and later on we'll maybe come back a half hour or so before. But for now, I want to finish up on what my topics have been. And because I see some new faces, I won't say faces, but screens, they may be there, listening at least. I want to at least share for those who've come in recently what we've been trying to do this afternoon. I began this afternoon by sharing a concept called neuro-linguistic programming, something I learned about, not that I'm an expert on it at all, but that I learned about when I was trying to get ready to become a teacher for mediation programs at Pepperdine. And I read it through an article, and I realized that some stuff I'd read in the 90s in legal journals, this is not legalese, this is psychology. We're trying to explain how psychology and how people think and process information is the way we communicate. And if you can figure out how a variety of people are processing information, you will be a better communicator. And so I wanted to share with everyone that the reality is not how good we communicate, because that's just something for each individual in developing their own skills. That's called modeling. The reality is understanding your own life. And that neuro-linguistic programming acknowledges that the makeup of our intellectual being is based on how our senses, the language, the words we hear, and how we behave, our behavior patterns, on interpreting things that are important to us. During that session, I also mentioned, I'm going to just sort of add something new to the people who are here, that some of the things that we do and habits, we can call them pretty hard-grained habits we develop, are dealing with problem-solving issues. So in my presentation, I shared, let me find my notes, in my presentation, I shared for a moment, here it is, that most people are either what we call goal-oriented or problem avoidance. In my legal world, what does that mean? And in your world, I'll give you some examples of what it can mean. If you're a goal-oriented person, you more likely think, I want. If you're a problem avoidance person, you tend to think in what I don't want. So if I'm a lawyer and I'm meeting with my client who's been injured, and he's a problem avoidance person, and I say to him, what do you want to get out of this case? You may not get a response because he doesn't know what he wants. If you ask him, because they'll probably answer you, I don't know. You say, well, what is it you don't want? Well, I don't want to be made the fool. I don't want to settle for too less money. I want to be treated fairly. I want to be respected, not I want $10 million. He's avoiding a number as long as the number will help him reach what he sees are his goals to not be what I don't want. So if the lawyer says, do you want to have to go through trial? Do you want to avoid going through 3 more years of trial? Would you like to avoid these? These are some things you could deal with if in the negotiation. Are you willing to accept almost what your case is worth if we can help get this thing over with? Leave a little on the table knowing that you control the destiny. A lot of people buy into that. In my world, 90+% of the people buy into that. So that's the difference between goal-oriented and problem avoidance. I want versus what I don't want to have happen. The end result could be very similar, but it's the way we approach it. The other is what we call internal and external reasoning patterns. If you are an external reasoning pattern, the way you're going to deal with it is you're going to say, when you're coming to the point, well, what do you think? You're externalizing it. What does my spouse think? What does someone else think? Internal is, I think. Okay? So the example I can give, there are 2 of them, one of which I know all of you have dealt with. if you've ever been married or had a significant other. The first, in terms of internal versus external reasoning that I would share with you is, now that I had a mental let me share with a common one. That one I remember. So here's a common example of where I blend people who will change their mind, whether they're goal-oriented or problem avoidance. I've been here all day working hard. My wife has been out on Monday playing mahjong, comes home tired. We decide we're going to go out to dinner. We agree we're going to go out to dinner. So I say, honey, where would you like to go? And what's going to be the response? Invariably, I don't care. You pick the place. Now, I'm a goal-oriented person. I offered her the chance. Wow, I get to pick the place this time? Sure. Well, I know you don't really like sushi, but you can get something a little different. Can we go to the sushi house and get some sushi? Or can we go to the fish house and get some fish? Oh, I don't really. Not really. Pick something else. Well, what about this? No, we had that 2 nights ago. Honey, I've offered to let you pick the place. Pick the place. I'll go anywhere. 40 minutes later, we could have cooked the dinner at home before we finally figured out what place to go to. If that sounds familiar to you, that is people who sometimes will switch to make peace. I put quotes around the word peace in being goal-oriented or problem avoidance. If my wife responded, where would you like to go, and she was truly goal-oriented, she would say, I want a big salad from fill in the blank of the restaurant. And being the nice, dutiful husband, avoiding any problems, I'd say, okay. And she'd get her salad, and I'd maybe get something else, even if it wasn't my restaurant of choice. We as human beings tend to do that, hardwire ourselves in that format. We tend to internalize or externalize, even in our conversations and in our being. And these are what we call meta programs within the NLP process. But they are because of who we are. I come in the more goal-oriented than problem avoidance, yet I do a lot of problem avoidance. I don't like to make big waves, but I tend to want to reach a goal at the same time. And if I'm a good mediator in my work or whatever, I'm going to want to understand where that other person on the other side is coming from, whether it be the lawyer or the party. And the same thing about hoping to build their trust that if they're an externalizer, they're going to look at me when we're getting close and say, what do you think is fair? And then I get to give a little discourse on the range of fairness that maybe they can buy into. That is part of who we are. My NLP, in tiny little increments, grew from nothingness when I was first born into a pretty good path that heads in a pretty common direction. But has it changed over time? Of course. My path, as I shared earlier, when we were talking about Hineni, Miriam's sermon on Rosh Hashanah evening, took some big changes when I was a teenager. My father died. Took another big change when I got married and got serious about school. Thank God I got married, or I would have never gone to law school. Made another change when I became a judge. Made other changes when I came to TBT and started Torah study. All these elements of path changes were influenced by all the things I had when I was a kid, growing up in my Jewish home with my grandparents, understanding what they're looking for, embodiment. My brother rejected it. His path went a whole different way. Identical twins going 2 different paths with one exception. The most Jewish path of all in progressive Judaism, justice. He is tzedek, tzedek, tirdof. He lives it. He'll just kill me if I tell him he lives it. But he lives that life of pursuing justice for those that are downtrodden and need help. That has been his life's mission. but we have our paths. We've approached them from different angles. We've approached them where I needed more help. I needed study of Torah. I needed spirituality to help add to the path that was passed on from parents and grandparents. He found a different path, but got the very similar end. I won't call it end game, we're not there yet, but he keeps moving his path his way, and I move my path my way. And we remain close, we debate, we talk, we share, we laugh. And I carried the warrant for his arrest back in 1969 because he didn't go to Vietnam and I did. And I was the AFES instructor. So, paths, neuro-linguistic program means all of us have the right and the duty, in my mind, to share, because when we share paths, our different paths, our brains and our bodies will grow, and we might say, that's interesting. Even if you're 80 years old, it's interesting. And this year's sermons, as I reflected earlier, have all been to share, in my mind, what those messages are to you, to me, to us, collectively. To become community through conversation, because community conversation allows us in some little fashion to grow. So we talked earlier, for those who came on later, we talked about Hineni. How did I get here? What has been my path to finding me here, whether it be in Temple Beth Tikvah today and as a human being? We talked a little bit about how we grew up. We talked a little bit about work. We talked a little bit about struggles. And then we merged that path with Daniel's sermon, Rabbi Daniel's sermon on Rosh Hashanah, about what are the discords and the harmonies in our hearts. We looked at Psalm 150 and the concept of the shrill of the shofar, the anxiousness in our hearts, and the smoothness of the harp. And a couple of us shared some stories, and I shared a story of a very difficult time, of a great shrill in my heart when I was a teenager, and how a stranger, a man I had met a few months earlier to work for, brought me the calmness and the peace that in many ways follows me to this day of my life. And then we talked about last night's sermon, about our hungers. We talked about our duty as Jews, which I will repeat in a moment for a different reason, to take care of the poor. And Rabbi Miriam talked about Mazon as a Jewish agency for poor, or Pathways for Hope here in Fullerton that all of us are big supporters of. I am a supporter of Pathways of Hope. I will go out and buy the food, even though I give from my pocketbook as well. Because I know if I take the time to go in a store and buy food, I will feel it more meaningful than just writing out the check. So I'm going to do both. I am committed to that. And then we talked about intellectual hunger and how people in this congregation have been able to explore and grow in their Jewish identity because they came to an adult education class, or they took a beginning Hebrew class, or they wanted to find out a little bit about Jewish history, or they just wanted to talk with someone because they were new. And that we could find community from the idea of just being with people to share, and how we can grow as individuals in that manner. The last sermon was this morning, and I shared with those who were here. I was in such a rush because Miriam had asked me on Saturday, in addition to doing the bond appeal, in addition to leading the discussion, why don't you do the Devar Torah for Mincha? And stupid me, the volunteer me who can't say no, said yes. And my wife looked at me and thought I'd gone over the edge. And I got to be honest, with everything else that was going on, I went over the edge. My sermon's still not complete. It's going to come from the heart in part later this afternoon. The thoughts are there. So most of the words have been written in some way. Some of it's going to come from the heart, just like my conversation this afternoon. This morning, we had Daniel's sermon. Daniel shared through story of Yitro, the searching shepherd Yitro, who seemed to find through allegory or whatever storytelling the wonderful uniqueness of our Jewish people before we received the law at Sinai. Yitro comes, he gives Moses great instruction about how to adjudicate, how to judge fairly if one reads Yitro, one of my favorite portions. And then Moses even goes up in the mountain, gets the 10 Commandments, and Yitro takes Moses' wife, his daughter, Gershon, they go back home. Some stories don't write Yitro totally favorable. Others write him very favorable. Daniel and I see the wonderful paradox that Parsha, 10 Commandments, starts off with a wandering non-Jew coming to camp and creating order out of chaos and talking about the God that he sees as our God. That's what makes Yitro such a powerful Parsha. If you came to Torah study for 40 years, you would all understand that. You don't need 40 years. 5 years. Well, it takes 5 years to get through a round now, so maybe you need to come 20 years to get through it enough times to understand it. But he also talked about who we are. How are we wandering? And he shared the story of a professor or a person who made a speech at Harvard Law School about all these great graduates who could go out and search and do whatever their walking for wanted. And if they weren't happy, they could quit that job and go to somewhere else, and they could do this or this or this. And the world was their oyster. And he's saying, no, make a commitment. And Daniel talked about the art and the idea that life can be more full if we make commitments. Big and little ones. Big and little ones. But he also talked about why. Near the end, when he discussed a little bit about Rabbi Abraham Joshua Herschel, he ended up by saying, Kedoshim Tehiyu. That's from this afternoon's Torah portion. He said, he apologized for stealing some of my Torah portion. I say, no, bless you. You shall be holy. So maybe what I want to share is, what does it mean to be holy? Is it like you thought in the beginning that the rabbis were holy? They had beards, they wore black hats, they had a dark coat, their hands were behind them, and they blessed everyone. Was it Miriam who said from her book that God was a man with a white beard, and he hung around, and he was in her early little Bible book? We're not talking about God. God, we believe, is the embodiment of perfection. That's part of our belief. That God, as imperfect as God is, because God is angry, God has emotions. We have chanted Adonai, Adonai, El Rachum every service this Yom Kippur, and it talks about the God slow to anger, willing to forgive. But if you get him angry to a certain point, he does get a little, you know what? And we see that in Bible and in Torah study. Yet at the same time, always returning. The beauty of what Moses says, the beauty of our prophetic writings is teshuvah. We turn, we grow. We don't turn, we stay where we're at. We may be okay where we're at. As human beings, is that all we're meant to be on this earth? Okay. Or do we have Are we taught to take the first words of Leviticus chapter 19? You shall be holy, for I, Adonai, your God, am holy. Looking at that one sentence, I'd be scared to death. I can't be God. I'll never be God. This whole room will never be God. We might get closer to God if we did it as a whole room instead of one individual. But what is God telling us about being holy? So, before I share with you what Leviticus 19 says, because that's not going to be my devar for this afternoon completely, let's ask around. Let's see what you can share in your mind. Miriam's early view of holy God was the man in the beard from her book, if I'm correct. What does it mean when you hear the words, you shall be holy? Anyone willing just to share what comes to their mind? There are no wrong answers. Please. Anyone willing to share what they think? Just right off the cuff. When someone says you shall be holy, whether it scares you or that means something to you, share your thought on those 4 words. You shall be holy. Anyone? Everyone too afraid? Everyone too tired? Anyone out there in Zoom land want to get on and give me their thought about you shall be holy? Well, I got to laugh. Any comment? I don't know your name. I know your name, but I don't have it down, so I don't remember it. Shirley.
Okay.
You want to make a comment, Shirley? Or are you just laughing there on an open Zoom?
No, it's okay, Mitch. What I thought of was pure. And I think you're doing great. God bless you.
Well, I appreciate the compliment. My tired feet even appreciate it more, for sure. All right. All right, well, let's think about it for a moment. There are 2 concepts that I come to my mind when I hear the word, you shall be holy. One is the ancient, as a child, looking at my rabbi, looking at my Bubbi and Zaidi, and thinking holiness can only come from old age and white hair, and constant prayer and constant thinking. That was the way I thought about it as a kid. I saw it sort of the same way Miriam did, even if I didn't have that book. God was a little old man on the clouds who said, you live, you die, you're holy, you're not. Mitch, you better observe the rules. Whatever the rules were, because I wasn't knowledgeable enough to know what any of them were. As I got older, became a young man, had my first children, I don't think my concept of holiness changed dramatically. I could say, as I think about it, my attitude of holiness was always about go to the synagogue, get people involved, be a volunteer, just help out. That changed in many ways at the same time as it changed, let's say in the same environment that it changed for Miriam. In 1979, I came to TBT. That was not the change. The day I walked in was because I had issues with Temple Beth Emet for my kids, and I wanted them to get different education. But in my very first year here, my grandparents, as I shared with the earlier group, had sold their home. The home that they'd been in for 50 years, that I was raised in, not raised per se, but went to every Shabbos, every holiday, whenever. These doddering elderly people who I just couldn't help but love to death, no matter what their flaws were. They sold their home and moved. My mom shared with me that Zaidi was committed, along with another neighbor in the apartment building, to make sure that the Jewish senior home in Denver, which housed Russian and senior citizens with assistance from the community, would be able to hold its own high holiday and Shabbat services. No rabbi, nothing. They raised a few bucks, hired a doctor who was a rabbi, great young man. He was the only person in the building younger than me. And I promised my mom, because of certain things that occurred, that I would fly to Denver for Rosh Hashanah, leaving my poor wife to come to synagogue if she wanted to on her own that year with the kids. And I went to Denver, and I watched an observant Orthodox service, modern. Some of the men sat in the front by themselves, like my Zaidi. The women sat in the back. Many of them, the men and women, sat together. Many of them were Russian Jews who'd come in during the late 70s, early 80s, or maybe even, yeah, it had to be by the late in the 70s. Did not read Hebrew, but we had books that were in Russian and Hebrew, in addition to English and Hebrew. And they'd sometimes have them upside down. They did not know where it was at. And my job was to be the sole unique usher for all the people helping them to find the place, to be in the book, to singing, to help the women who didn't know where it was at, to be mostly in the back, but sometimes up toward the front, watching all these elderly people daven. And I was 36 years old. Had 2 kids. And I was there and I had an epiphany, watching old people pray. The rabbi allowed me to share during the morning service at the end how I felt about being there. I wrote it up on the airplane, showed it to Chaim. He said, Mitch, that's moving. Why don't you deliver a sermon on Shabbos Shuvah? And Chaim gave me a pulpit to share my feelings about old people on Shabbos Shuvah 1980. And I'll share during the sermon how the rest of that is history. From that moment, Chaim and I discussed, why don't we start studying Torah? All these parents are dropping their kids off outside. They're going off and having breakfast. What if we offered them bagels, sit down, schmooze a little, we'll learn a little? Chaim said, I got the kids, you can do it. So we started Torah study in 1980, as I shared earlier with Miriam, no, not Miriam, but with Elaine Asa, myself, Bob Cohn, and Lenny Mel of blessed memory. Torah study still has 3 of us. 42 years later, we've gone from kids to old people in our own class. That study put me on a path to doing Devar Torahs, to writing sermons, to finding a search for maybe the question, you shall be holy. It didn't change my patterns. I don't keep kosher. My patterns of day-to-day life have not changed dramatically. I did come to services way more often because when I was leading Shabbat morning Torah study, I was there every week. Now that I don't lead it, I'm not here every week. But my thirst, the hunger for knowledge that Miriam talked about last night, was triggered by Chaim's offer to give me a pulpit on Shabbos Shuvah 1980. It's been with me ever since, and it's probably the dumb reason I didn't say no to Miriam when she asked me to do a Devar Torah or sermon this afternoon.
I didn't ask you to do that.
Yes, you did. You and Gabby gained up on me. Okay, so here's what I'm going to give to those of you willing to endure me for the afternoon. again, I've had no one willing to share, and I would love someone to maybe make a comment about Daniel's idea of how do we make commitments in life. But I'm going to take it away from spiritual commitments because, again, if we're looking at the totality of who we are, we need to ask ourselves, what kind of commitments have we made in life? All right. The first commitment I ever made in my life that was meaningful was very young. At the ripe old age of 20, on the day after John F. Kennedy was assassinated, I proposed to the love of my life, who had just graduated high school, to be committed. It's worked. We're together married over 58 years. Married over 58 years. That was my first commitment in life. Ugh, no money, an undergraduate in college, 2 stupid kids getting married, and thank God for that, because her commitment to me made me who I am today. No question. I will tell the world, you would not see me the way I am if I hadn't gotten married to Janice and she said, hit the books and quit the partying. Because that ultimately got me into law school. I would have not qualified otherwise. Too lazy, too much of a party animal. Second commitment. Belonging to a temple. I committed because my first daughter was born and I came back from Vietnam that I would join a temple no matter what because I wanted my kids to know what it was to be Jewish. Janice had been raised in a very liberal family with very little commitment to Judaism. Just Jewish was about how best you could define them. When their grandmother was alive, they belonged to a temple. If she wasn't alive, they would have not done anything. They weren't raised that way. Her father was from German Jewish stock. Her mother was from her grandmother's thing. But the idea, they didn't go to school, they didn't get bar mitzvah, they had nothing. They were Jewish, just Jewish. They learned about the holidays from what they heard the grandparents do, and they sort of committed to it. But I committed when I came to California, away from all my Denver family, to say we need to join a synagogue. That's where we'll find friends. That's where our baby, who is not even 2 years old, will eventually go to, and that's where we'll make a life. Second commitment in my life was to find a Jewish community in this cockamamie, at that time, weird Orange County. Third commitment. Well, I was always committed once I became a lawyer to practicing law. My work has been a commitment. No one would ever say that I was not committed to my work. If I would say anything, overcommitted. Overcommitted. Overcommitted to being a lawyer who would do the stupidest commitment things of working on cases while he's in the hospital trying to pass a kidney stone. My friends would laugh when they visit me and they'd see boxes and I'm working in the hospital in pain. Well, everything dulled it out, so it was working okay, and I don't know for sure if I was reading anything right. But that was my nature. I didn't loaf around. I would try to catch up, even half the time on fifth level, unimportant stuff. It was my nature until something changed. Someone said, you ought to apply to be a judge. So I did. And once that came through, the commitment to the judiciary did 2 things. A, it freed me from the incessant commitment of workaholism. For about 3 months, I was like every other judge. I got to work at 9, left at 5. My wife had dinner. We enjoyed everything. And then someone said, Mitch, you did so good settling cases. Why don't you do a mediation every once in a while? And as a sitting judge, commitment made me the busiest judge in all bankruptcy courts in the United States. Because I wasn't only doing my casework, I was doing about 400 mediations during my time on the bench. many that would run till 2 o'clock in the morning. I couldn't let go of the perfection of commitment. I couldn't let go of that perfection of commitment. 2008, I said enough. Could I let go of commitments? I shared earlier that the earliest piece of my hineni, of who I am, was volunteerism. I quit being a legal guy. So I volunteered to be a teacher's aide in the grade school, which I shared with you. I volunteered to teach advanced mediation skills for someone who never read a book or taken a class on it and had to go through 3 months of rapid learning. I committed to becoming a hospice volunteer so I could use my one skill that I know I had, my voice, to talk with people who were dying. And then I went back to work after a year. So my work is a commitment. My volunteerism is a commitment. I don't begrudge it. It's who I am. I will never have anger for my commitments. They may not have always been the right and the best way to go, but as I lived my life through them, I embraced them with passion and compassion. Those were my commitments. Rabbi Daniel talked about commitments. He's hoping, I'm sure, that part of the commitments is to be holy. You know, I am not religiously holy. I am not. I can read Hebrew. I can daven. I don't observe. I don't do Shabbat the right way. I don't observe in my home. I don't force the issues. I'm very progressive on ritual. But I feel I'm holy on helping people. I have bought in through study of Torah more than anything that if I'm ever going to consider myself a holy person, I better follow as many of the rules in Leviticus 19 as I can. I guess that could have been my Devar Torah, Miriam. I forgot all about that. Well, it's just off the cuff, so it'll have to be later. Okay, anyone want to share where they have made commitments in life and how passionate they felt about it? Please tell me someone in here. Carol, I know you're passionate about your Catholic faith and your Catholic work. I know you're passionate about it. It's been a part of your life forever. And you are also passionate about absorbing our Jewishness and our Jewish tradition into your Catholic faith. I know that because I know you. That's a commitment. You're here every Yom Kippur, that you can be. True? Would you call that a commitment? Okay, good. At least I'm picking on somebody to say they had commitments. Anyone else want to share a commitment? Out there in Zoom land, we're open, you can talk. Well, I guess all the other people are on, but they don't have their picture on, and so they're just sort of there watching about what their commitments are. If Judy Cockin's on, I know she's committed to travel agency work. Okay, all right, hold on. Oh, where's the other microphone at? I don't know.
You know, it's funny when you talk about your commitments and working and working. My commitment was to retire early, and I did. And it took me 2 years to be ready, but I told my manager that I'm going to retire, and we plan how this will happen, and how to hire, or at least to have a person who will replace me, how I will train, and so it took 2 years. But this was commitment, and on the day of my 30th kind of anniversary of my work, I retired. So, and I never felt bad about this, so I never wanted to go back. It's like when they call me, I'm just happy to tell them that I'm still happy. So this was my commitment, and I think this is good. that I found this path.
I lost my other mic. Where's my mic, guys? Oh, they're all gone. They're working on something else. I lost my second mic, so I got to go back and forth. Okay. So she just shared that she made a recent commitment. How many years ago did you retire? 1.5 years ago. So you still went to Israel before you retired. You retired after COVID. All right. So the idea of, she made a wonderful commitment. I wish I was strong enough to do that. She's fully retired. My brother says, I'm fully retired. I don't work for money anymore. All the volunteer stuff he does doesn't tell me he's that retired, but he reads a lot of books, so maybe he is. I don't know what I'd do with myself. I kept telling my wife, if I fully retired, would you let me play golf 3 days a week? Would I really enjoy it that much? I'm going to slow down. We've always had a house that had people in it. For the last 20 years, up until January, my in-laws lived with us, and we took care of them. Now the house, except for the dog, is empty, and we're going to do much more traveling, so I'm going to cut back. I think I'd go crazy if I didn't have something to do. So my makeup is a little different than yours, but I envy you. I envy what you've been able to make a commitment to retirement on, and it's people like Miriam and I just can't seem to get there yet. Just not in our genetics. What about your commitment, Miriam? You want to share a little bit about your commitment? See, I'm forcing her to keep this thing going so I don't have to do all the talking.
I tried retirement. It didn't work. I've been at TBT 4 times over my career since I was 16. And this better? That's very loud. But I'm more committed. You know, people say, well, you became a rabbi. And Mitch, you wouldn't have to do anything with it, but you would love the studying of rabbinical school. And I talked to Mark Filowitz about doing it too, so maybe you could do it together. I'm committed to this place, this TBT and all that it stands for. And I've been here over the course of several rabbis. Rabbi Asa was Rabbi Asa was not the first one, although as an employee, if you call this being an employee, I was under Rabbi Asa, then Rabbi Soltz, then Rabbi Milhander, and then Rabbi Appleby, and then Rabbi Nico. 5 rabbis that I've worked with as a professional, and 3 others actually while I was at other synagogues. So I got a taste of what the rabbinate was like, but this is my home. I have no desire to be affiliated with any other synagogue. There's something about this place, and I don't know if it's the fact that my parents called this home that makes me so attached and committed to making it who I am and sharing my dreams with
I have no
this.
desire to be affiliated with any other synagogue. There's something about
You're
this
coming in
place.
on your background if you're not in. Oh, there you go. Thank you.
Right, that was me speaking. I was hearing myself.
Yeah, but she had you in the background.
On delay. But there is something about knowing that my parents taught me by role modeling their love of Judaism. They were not religious Jews. We didn't celebrate, we didn't keep kosher. My parents were both Holocaust survivors, and that became part of who I am. And Friday night was family night. My father was always home for dinner on Friday nights. He never worked on Fridays and Friday nights. So, and he was in retail. So even during the busiest time of the year, he was still home at 6 o'clock on Friday nights. We always had the best dinner of the week on Friday night. We didn't often go to temple when I was younger, until we joined this place. And then we would go to temple. And I remember the ride home in the car talking about the rabbi's sermon, unpacking that, or going to a coffee shop with other temple members after services because they wanted to close the place down here and we weren't finished socializing. So the people here, whether they were members back then or whether they joined later in my affiliation with TBT, all of you have become my extended family. And when I do something that hurts another person, to bring it to a Yom Kippur theme, when I do something that for which I should repent, it hurts me more than if I were to wrong somebody out on the street. I am truly so attached to all of us. I feel like we are in this together. We are all working towards the future of Judaism and what the Jewish community can and should be for our children, grandchildren, and future generations. So I guess I'm committed to Judaism, but this particular building or wherever TBT should find itself in the future, if we were to be in another location for whatever reason, which we sought to do at one point, I think that this is where I live my days. And when I did retire in 2019, it was a very hard place to be for me because I didn't have the day-to-day attachment to TBT. I didn't have a place to go. For you, when you're working the bench or a mediation, you have a reason to get out of the house in the morning. You have a reason to put on your clothes and go out into the world. And and that's the reason COVID was hard for me, was because I couldn't come here. And instead, I opened a Zoom account and I brought TBT to my house. And I sat at my dining room table on Fridays from 12 to 1 p.m. And Shirley and Elaine are still part of that group that meets every Friday without fail. We've only missed one Friday in the 2 plus almost 3 years. And when one of us is missing from that group, we wonder if everything is okay, because we're family. And we don't talk about anything profound, and at the same time it is profound because we care about each other, and it's all about those relationships. And I'm wearing today a talit that I made that has pictures of my grandparents who I never knew because of Hitler. It has my aunts and uncles on it. It has my parents. It has my children on it as well. I have to put the grandchildren on. But it's my family talit that I wear for very special occasions. And I'm wearing a necklace that was made by one of our members, Naomi Cohen. I used to go on Friday afternoons to Naomi's house down the hill on Nutwood, and I'd sit with her and visit her. And we'd light candles together. I still have a picture of her with her caretaker and lighting the candles with her. I don't know what there was about Naomi other than that she was one of the very early members of the temple who was like a grandparent to me. And she sang in the choir. My dad and I sang in the choir. And she had this very high soprano voice that eventually lost some of its quality, but nobody would tell her not to sing. And she sang when we did a Fiddler on the Roof presentation to the congregation. She played the part, and she was just one of those icons of the community. And she died just before the High Holy Days a few years past, probably close to 20 years now. But you know, when I go to the cemetery, I know a lot of people, just like Chaim would say, I know too many people here. But these are our family. And when they're gone, we mourn their passing, and yet we know that we carry their work on. That's the best way we can be holy, I think, to bring it back to your theme, of doing God's work, being God's partners in life, so that when we do experience death, others can learn from what we taught them and carry on that work. I kind of hope my kids do that. You only know when it happens, when they say something, when they do something, and you go, huh, that's something I would have said. And that, I like that feeling, to know that I have that potential of passing that on to the next generation, and hoping that the joy I find in doing what I do here is a little contagious.
I hear you. Well, thank you.
I wanted to say, when I saw Eric, when he was doing this year or last time firework, I'm like,
Up here.
I can see Miriam. Oh, I can see Miriam. When I see Eric coming and doing what he's doing and how he's doing and explaining, and I remember Miriam, when I saw you first time with just my sister brought us, and you were playing guitar with kids, and I'm like, okay, I want to be here. So, you know, this temple without you is not a temple. It's not TBT, so it goes together.
Is there anyone out in Zoom land who would like to share for a moment? Okay, Elaine Sokol, I see your hand up. Go ahead, you're on. You gotta unmute yourself.
There we go. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to respond a little bit. First of all, when Harvey and I first came to TBC, that was 45 years ago, 1977. And we had come from a big city. We were living just outside of Toronto. Beautiful Jewish community. Still has a beautiful Jewish community. And, but I was brought up in a classical Reform congregation. We were more conservative than the congregation, but I was brought up in a classical Reform congregation with an excellent rabbi, Rabbi Clout. And even though I knew him personally because he happened to play golf with my father, I never was that comfortable in the synagogue. Wonderful cantors, operatic type cantors, wonderful rabbi who spoke beautifully, etc., etc. But it was cold, and I didn't realize that until I came here to TBT. We came here to TBT, and it was just before the high holidays, and we joined. We had some friends here that introduced us to a few people, and we joined. And we met Miriam's parents, and I have to tell you, we used to bring our kids were 4 and 8 when we moved here. And we would come to services. When it came to Sukkahs, we thought that everybody went to Sukkah services. And we didn't realize that not everybody does that. And we brought our kids, we took them out of school, we brought them to temple. And Miriam's parents came up to us and made sure that our boys had an opportunity to hold the Torah during the service. And I just want to say that that was one of our first experiences, was that we thought, where else would that happen? Because we were coming from this cold classical synagogue where really everybody said hello, but that was it. not much communication, and that was our Jewish community, was a very close community, but you didn't do that in the synagogue. I also want to say to Miriam that her group, the group that I belong to, where we meet every Friday from 12 to 1, has been wonderful for me. I'm not always there. I'm not always there for the full amount. But even if I'm only there for 15 minutes, I come away from the group feeling better than when I joined it. Because Miriam's always certain to ask me how I'm doing, how so-and-so doing, and what did we do that week. So I thank Miriam for that. Miriam is another one of my hearts that we talked about. That if I'm feeling a little bit strung out that day, Miriam calms me down. She may not know it, but she calms me down. And the last thing I wanted to say is, Mitch, you've done something for me today. And that is, I don't know if you know, I'm a genealogist. I've been doing genealogy for maybe 20 years. And it's never over. So I'm always working on my phone, I'm always working on my iPad, I'm always in between doing other things, I'm doing my genealogy. But what I hope to do, my goal is to make scrapbooks for every segment of our family. And I have everything separated, but I've just not bought into the scrapbooks. And that's going to be my next commitment, that I am going to work on my scrapbooks almost immediately. And my family will thank you for it, because I have a room devoted to genealogy, paperwork, and so on and so forth. Not everything is digital. So it's time for me to clean up, and the only way I can clean up is actually to get my work done. And so thank you for giving me the incentive today to make another commitment in my life and have the goal to do that. And hopefully I will do that within the next few days. I will begin.
Good for you. Anyone else want to share? Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to say from way far away in Palm Desert that I miss you guys. This feels good, but I'm going to leave you now because I'm going to go to temple.
In the desert.
Afternoon services here, but this still feels like home. TBT is still home.
Well, we're glad you could pop in for a moment, Judy.
Yeah, and I heard all about your commitment. Now I have to get busy and try and commit to retirement.
Right.
But I probably won't.
No.
You know me better than that, Mitch.
And you know me better.
Yeah.
Where are you going? Where are you living now, Judy?
Rancho Mirage, down Palm Desert.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, we just bought, well, we've been here for 6 months, but we just bought a home here and sold our Fullerton home a couple of months ago.
The very best.
But she knows she can
Thank
come
you.
to high holiday services because she has our house she can stay at. We have a whole suite for
Yeah,
her.
well, maybe next year. Maybe next year. All right.
Okay, thank you for popping in, Judy. Nice to see you.
All right.
Say hi to Bernie for me. Okay. I know there's some kid. Isn't there a young children's thing going on now? 3 o'clock? Okay. So some people are here to see the young kids. I'm going to give you, I promised I'd leave you with a little bit of food for thought because it will not be the dominant theme of my Devar this afternoon. And that is a quick summary of what Leviticus 19 is all about. Remember, it started off by saying, "You shall be holy, for I, Adonai your God, am holy." And I asked you, what can help make you holy? Interestingly enough, the next 18 lines and lines later on really define it in detail. And interestingly enough, only 2 or 3 of them are really about ritual, okay? Sabbaths, we could call that ritual, but it's really also about, for us, the 2 that I know for sure ritual is you'll not turn to idols and you shall make proper sacrifices. The rest of what it is to be holy is behavior. It's your behavior, how you behave. So what are the things that you need to behave? You need to revere the history of your mothers and fathers. Okay, I have issues with my parents, but I revere them. I'll still keep that. When we get down to the ones past these, the Sabbath and the sacrifices, it says, when you reap of the harvest of the land, you shall not finish by reaping the corners of the field or gleaning. You shall leave something for the poor and the needy, because you were a poor and a stranger. That's Miriam's message last night. Food for the hungry and not just for yourself. The others are part of the Ten Commandments. You shall not steal, obviously. Shall not deceive. Shouldn't lie. Shouldn't swear falsely, because profaning the name of God, if you swear falsely, is an affront to God. These are all part of the Ten Commandments. You shall not exploit your neighbor. That's something we're thinking about. Exploitation. You shall not rob. Another Ten Commandments. You shall not keep a worker's wage with you overnight. Fascinating piece of labor law that basically says if you're the boss, you do not let your employees starve because you don't want to pay them except every 2 weeks. You make sure they have enough income flowing to get by on. Two phenomenal commandments about being holy. You shall not curse a person who is deaf or put a stumbling block before a person who is blind. I could do a whole hour sermon on these two sentences. A curse to a person who's deaf isn't merely literally cursing deaf people. Deaf means if you say something bad about someone who doesn't hear it, that person is deaf to your words. Watch your words. Using angry words, the gossip, all those things that talk behind a person's back about putting something down is a violation and takes away from your holiness. You shall not put a stumbling block before the blind. What that means very simply is be fair. Don't take advantage of superior knowledge. So when I go to a car dealer and they tell me that's their best deal, and I say, you know, you're bargaining and you're free to bargain. But I think you're putting a stumbling block before the blind because you know more than I know. Well, what do you mean? Well, you know what all the kickbacks are. You know what all the write-offs are. You know what will really be able to close the deal. Maybe I got to go to someone else who will remember that your biblical obligation is don't take advantage of superior knowledge. Now, that's a hard one in the business world, because in the business world, you sometimes don't get the best deals if you don't take advantage of superior knowledge. But if you are going to act holy, it says you shall be holy. You, the individual, and you, the community. You got to think about that. You shall not do injustice in judgment, my most favorite stuff. You shall not favor one who is weak, nor defer to one who is powerful. That's something for me that really stands out. You shall judge your kin with justice. That also speaks to you. You in judging your family and giving favoritism to those who are the more wealthy of the cousins or doing things or whatever. Be careful about that. It's not just for me, the judge. It's for you. You shall not stand idly by the blood of your neighbor. Wow. What does that mean? I think of it as the Good Samaritan law. It's not just to watch. If your neighbor is getting beaten up or abused, you must intervene. You can't say it's not my problem when you're watching a bad act in the city. It is your problem if you're going to be holy. But if you see someone in distress, you can't say, let someone else call the cops. Let's not stop the car. Let's not do anything. You need to do something about that. And of course, we read the famous line 18, you shall not hate your kin in your heart. Reprove your friend, thus you will not bear guilt because of it. You shall not seek vengeance or bear a grudge. How many people bear grudges against family members, against members of your people, but love your neighbor as yourself? Okay? The latter part of this is also very interesting. It says, rise before the one whose head is white with age. Did you bring your book? You can sing with us. Well, with everything. Let me finish, then I'll talk to you. I love line 32. Rise before the one whose head is white with age. Yay! I now fall on column 32. But I'm going to rise for anybody, because a head white with age doesn't mean you have to be old. Listening to your elders and respecting them and regard an elder with respect is really quite important, because we as elders learn. But sometimes people's head is white with age because they're very ill. They're not old in years, but they're old in body. Respect those. Respect and honor those who are struggling with their own mortality and the shortness of life. And when strangers dwell with you in your land, you shall not wrong them. They shall be like a citizen to you. You shall love them too, like you love yourself. That's line 34, which I think is more important than 18 in many ways. These are the critical elements that I believe we should be thinking about if we want to read, as Rabbi Daniel said, you shall be holy, for I, Adonai, am holy. Here's one thing I do know. None of us can do it alone. If the words I heard from Daniel and from what I read make sense, the only way these will happen in our lifetime, in our small little community, is through that magic word, community. We need to act as community here at TBT, whether it be at Pathways of Hope, whether it be through the Federation, whether it be through Israel Bonds, whether it be through Mazon. All of us can do acts of holiness starting tomorrow. We all, in some way, can say, this world is imperfected. I can't fix it alone. But if I don't extend my hand physically, my pocketbook monetarily, and my heart, then why do I believe we can have a holy society? If I were to have a message doing strictly a Devar Torah, my summary of that, you choose. You want to close the book asking yourself the question, I do what I do, I give what I give, I don't have to go another step. Or do I say, no, there's always just a little more we can do, a little more we can give, a little better way to help the temple, physically and monetarily, a better way to help the poor, a better way to make sure Israel survives. All these pleas for you, whether it be investments or money, are really ways that you can identify with saying, these little steps add to my role, my little spark role of being a little bit more holy. With that, I hear the kids outside, and I'm toast. So I'm going to take a break. Anyone have any comments from Zoom land before I close us off for the next 45 minutes or so?
I think the bottom line, well, it's more than the bottom line, but the bottom line that I'm hearing succinctly is that to be holy, one has to be a loving and caring person. And I think that's the definition of a Mitch as well.
Sure. Yeah. I think all of us have menschlichkeit in us. All we have to do is act on it. It's so easy to put it off, but it's also really easy once you start doing it to keep doing it. That's the fascinating part of it all. Okay, I'm done. I'm more ready to leave it to open mic, but I'm going to say Gemar Chatima Tova. I got to still finish my sermon. I can't do this.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
See y'all at 4 o'clock.
I just, when you nap, your body temperature drops. Yeah. Worth it. Very worth it. Yeah. Let's see what we got here. But does it, oh, so it doesn't go straight into Mincha? There's some people who come just for Yizkor, there's some people who eat after Yizkor. I don't even think I'm really listening. Oh, yeah, we can pass it all. I feel like I'm not really. Maybe we should do all four. That's right. We can have all chairs, don't worry. No, thank you so much. That means a lot. I don't really think I'm like playing. I don't think so. No, it's just with the singer. I'm trying to find it. I really don't. Yeah, I don't think. Maybe are you? Next to me. I'm not sitting alone. Okay. You'll go back.
I'm not napping again.
No, I know.
Okay. It's too much.
It's me. I told you. Now you know how I feel every time I try to do this. It's too much. It's so funny. See, I knew your energy was a bit upset. There was definitely like a vibe of upset, and
I'm not upset.
but it was
I don't understand.
like, that is too much.
Just didn't want to wake up.
I know. Okay, I'm not gonna. Thursday here. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna stay here because I'm not really
Oh, I'm playing.
You are.
You two sound great together.
Thank you.
so much.
Now, I understand you're a couple also,
Yeah.
right?
Who said that? Who told you?
Thank you. Thank you.
And so do you entertain like at parties or band or anything?
Yeah, it depends. I also play piano. Sometimes she'll sing, I'll play piano, percussion in piano. Yeah.
Yeah.
You sound great. Now, is this your regular business is music? Or is this
Around
Yes.
music. Yeah, mostly around music, yes.
So you like parties or?
No, so I play in different situations. I play with different bands in LA because we live in Glendale, so we come all the way. But I also play in wedding bands, and then parties like.
This is sort of a unique situation. It must
Not
take
so
a long
much.
time to learn all this.
Oh,
No,
for this? No, not so much.
I do cantorial solo work in general, and I've worked at synagogues for many, many years. So because that's where I grew up. So yeah, it's. No,
Good afternoon, everybody. We will be starting momentarily, and so I invite you to find a seat And if you did not pick up one of the memorial booklets, they are outside in the foyer on the table if you would like one.
Oh, yeah? Okay. So then, are you sure? Because there are some songs. Okay. See you later.
Shana Tova, Gemar Chatima Tova. Lishana Tova, Gemar Chatima Tova. Good afternoon. During this holiest day of the year, we would be remiss if we didn't remember those whose lives on earth have ended, whether they be close relatives or our brothers and sisters within the house of Israel. And so we turn to page 548 in our Machzor as we begin this Yizkor, this memorial service. At birth, a miracle. You light the spark in every human soul. Emerging into light, we breathe it in. The neshama, your sacred gift of life. And every day, every breath comes to us as a miracle. The light within us, unique and precious, is with us always while we live. When breath has ceased and life is gone,
the neshama returns to you. And the spark that lived within the ones we love, unique and precious, beautiful and good, is theirs no more. Their light is ours. Their radiance now burns in us, eternal flame of memory. So we light candles to keep our love alive, to bring their light into the world. A light unique and precious, ours to treasure while we live. A ner tamid, an eternal light that lights our days and gives us strength to journey through the nights. More precious was the light in your eyes than all the roses in the world. A short story from the Book of Remembrances for Embraces by Eduardo Galeano. A man from the town of Negua on the coast of Colombia was able to climb way up into the sky. On his return, he told of his trip. He explained how he had contemplated human life from way up high. He said that we are a sea of tiny flames. The world, he revealed, is a huge mass of people, a sea of tiny flames. Each person shines with his or her own light. No two flames are ever alike. There are large flames and little flames, flames of every color. Some people's flames are so serene, they don't even flicker in the wind, while others have such wild flames that they fill the air with their sparks. Some foolish flames neither burn nor shed light, but others blaze with life so fiercely that you just can't look at them without blinking, and whoever approaches them will light right up. A bright flame has been extinguished, but many more burn so much brighter for having been touched by such a truly magnificent flame. We are going to make this an interactive Yizkor, not one led by Gabrielle and me alone. We have 2 microphones. And while we are reading these prayers and these readings, we know that there are memories that are being evoked in your own soul. And so what we'd like to do is give you an opportunity to reflect and bring your loved ones into our sanctuary vicariously. Think about something that your loved one taught you, a blessing that you have absorbed into your soul from them. How you live your life, walk your steps, hold out your hand, because of how they did in their own lives. We'll take 5 minutes or so for sharing, and I'll ask Mark and Rabbi Daniel to share the microphones for those of you who would like to participate. Joan is going to start.
One of my fondest memories is my husband standing outside the temple along with Rabbi Asa and a few other members from our temple to protect our temple at the time of the holidays from any problems that might arise. And along came a big noise, couldn't understand where it came from, a whole bunch of bikers who were sympathetic, who also came to help protect us. And I can't help but think about that many times when I come to the temple. And I have a lot of fond memories about that.
Thank you for sharing.
So to follow on that, when we had the first Iraq War, we had a number of supporters from the local community, including Joey Bishop, some of you probably remember. We had the people that came from the Crystal Cathedral, and the same bikers showed up, and they were making their noise with their motor. It was Jews for Jesus kind of thing. So I was up on Beamer at the time. I was president, and Rabbi Asa turned over to me and says, "Mark, tell those guys to go out and shut up." I said, "No, Chaim, I don't think so."
Jill.
Okay, stories, right?
Of your loved ones, yes.
My Travis was probably about 6th grade, I'm thinking, maybe 5th. And he was in religious school. And Ryan was in religious school. And I was sitting in the parking lot reading, thinking, why go home for just a short time? And I see Ryan running around and running around. I'm thinking, what's going on? So I finally stopped him, and I think you came out, Miriam. My son was bored in class, fiddled with the fire hydrant above his head. It came crashing down and split open his skull. And they were trying to get him to the hospital. He said, it was rusted, it was old. No, it wasn't.
Gary Gruber.
I'd like to tell a story about my late father, from whom I received this marvelous sense of humor that I have. We were driving, my brother, myself, and my dad, and all of a sudden, an MG cut us off. And he turned to the boys and said, "Do you know what MG stands for?" And we said, "What?" Mechela Ganif.
Rabbi Daniel is standing with a microphone. Mitch.
Oh, so many. I want to focus on one where I saw great courage. My younger brother-in-law, Bobby, who was not spiritual, had cancer and he was near the end of his life. And it was really amazing, and with the great simplicity that I remember, how, with his courage and humor, he was able to say goodbye to not only all of us, but to his little 6-year-old daughter. It's an image that will remain with me forever.
Two little things. One, my parents and Mark Filowitz's parents, we all became friends, and they're both all from Poland and survivors and everything. So there was always the battle of the gefilte fish, and Mark's mother's won always, but my father's the whitefish one. So it was all good. But I was thinking that my parents wanted to become so Americanized. And so my mother thought one of the ways to become Americanized is she made tuna casserole and enchiladas. And I think that my father hated both, but it reminded me that part was really important to them. And I think that they did a good job with all three of us girls.
We'll take two more.
Are there any on Zoom?
We can unmute you.
Would anybody in our Zoom community like to share a memory of one of their loved ones?
I'm just interrupting. I didn't see my sister walk in, but Sherry Chapman is one of the three of us.
She's right here.
Yeah, I didn't see her walk in. I saw David. And she liked the tuna casserole and
You like the
enchiladas.
tuna casserole.
Aiden, is there anybody on Zoom?
We've got Layla here.
So, you may know I converted to Judaism when I was hugely pregnant with Abner. But what you may not know is Will's mother didn't care for me too much because I was a shiksa. But a year after we got married, he presented me with a video as a gift for our first anniversary. And it was beautiful, but I got stuck right at the beginning because as we got off the boat, where we got married on a boat, I stepped off and Sylvia hugged and kissed me. And I couldn't even watch the rest of the video. I was crying so hard, and I truly felt like that was the day that she accepted me. And then when I converted, she went with me before the Beit Din, and she went with me to the mikveh. So,
Wow. David.
Just an addendum to the gefilte fish contest. was Passover at, I think it was my house, and the contest was between Mark's mother's gefilte fish, which was salty, and Sherry and Roberta's mother's gefilte fish, which was sweet. And everyone was comparing who made the best homemade gefilte fish. And I liked them both. I liked the sweet one best, but my mother was there too. Of course, my mother, born in America, she made gefilte fish from the jar, and she said, "David, I think I like my gefilte fish from the jar best. What do you think?" I said, "Yes, Mom, I agree with you." So mother's always right.
There you go.
And my mother's was the sweet one, so you mixed the whole thing up.
Thank you all for sharing, and I know that you have the opportunity to share many more thoughts, blessings, and lessons in the days, years to come. I love these stories. They add to my life. They add to our life as a congregation, as a family. We should create a living memory, a booklet of memories, using our Yizkor booklet as a guide. We will continue with a beautiful rendition of We Remember Them, sung by Gabrielle.
In the rising of the sun, we remember. In the blowing of the wind, we remember. In the opening of buds, we remember. We remember. In the blueness of the sky, we remember. In the rustling of the leaves, we remember. As the year starts and it ends, we remember. We remember. When we're weary and need strength, we remember. When we're lost and sick at heart, we remember. When we've joys we yearn to share, we remember. remember. So long as we live, they too shall live. They are now a part of us. They are now a part of us. They are now a part of us. As we remember. We remember. We remember.
We continue on page 559. In my darkness, be a light to me. In my loneliness, help me to find a soul akin to my own. Give me strength to live with courage, and give me courage to draw blessing from life, even in the midst of suffering, to hold fast against the storm, and to smile at a loved one's glance. Do not grieve for me too much. I am a spirit, confident of my rights. Death is only an incident, and not the most important, which happens to us in this state of being. On the whole, especially since I met you, my darling one, I have been happy, and you have taught me how noble a woman's heart can be. If there is anywhere else, I shall be on the lookout for you. Meanwhile, look forward, feel free, rejoice in life, cherish the children, guard my memory. God bless you, by Winston Churchill.
I've heard it said that people come into our lives for a reason, bringing something we must learn, and we are led to those who help us most to grow if we let them, and we help them in return. Well, I don't know if I believe that's true, but I know I'm who I am today because I knew you. Like a comet pulled from orbit as it passes the sun, like a stream that meets a boulder halfway through the wood. Who can say if I've been changed for the better? But because I knew you, I have been changed for good.
I sat in the theater, 5th row from the front. This was my second time seeing the play Wicked, which tells the story of the two witches, Elphaba and Galinda, from the land of Oz. Towards the end of the show was the song that Gabrielle just shared. And as the song progressed, I saw a tear make its way down the face of one of the actresses, obviously touched by her own performance. Soon after, I started to feel a lump in my throat. It was an unexpected reaction, and not one that reflected the emotions of what was happening on stage. Rather, I was calling to mind a special friend who had died a few years earlier. I had gone through the days, the months, and the years since her passing, but every now and again, I still find myself caught off guard when her presence makes itself known to me. It could be seeing her name on a page. It could be taking out my china for Passover, including a dish she had given me. It could be a note in her handwriting that sits on my desk, tucked into my calendar. I never know when the knot in my stomach or the tightness in my throat will evoke the sadness that brings to mind the realization of her physical absence. When our loved ones die, our lives are changed forever. Time seems to stand still as we try to accommodate this new reality. I don't know precisely on which day things changed. The day that I moved from remembering her daily, automatically without fail, to remembering her occasionally. It was, in a sense, a second loss. The loss of memory. The loss of her being constantly in my thoughts. But life bids us to move forward, and Judaism offers wisdom in creating containers of time in which to carry our grief. Those first few days bring us to the moment of accompanying our loved ones to their final resting place, when we have merely put one foot in front of the other to get to that moment. We arrive at the cemetery, are surrounded by community, and are assisted in fulfilling the mitzvah of burial. COVID made this intensely difficult over the last 2 years, as mourners were restricted from being able to support their friends and family during funerals and Shiva. And despite the ability to utilize technology to enable others to attend virtually, the lack of physical communal presence left a painful void for so many experiencing the death of a loved one. The first week of mourning, the Shiva period, enables us to be receivers of support, remaining at home, not needing to provide for others. Mourners going through Shiva have an opportunity to let death start to sink in and find its place. We carry with us the torn ribbon or clothing representing the brokenness of our circumstance. And no matter how we try to mend the cloth at the end of the mourning period, it will never be the same as it was before. At the conclusion of Shloshim, the first 30 days of mourning, mourners may resume normal social and professional duties, though they may refrain from attending celebrations. It makes sense, providing a sort of sanctuary for those who just don't feel much like engaging in the joys of life. The intensity of losing a loved one may wane over the ensuing months, bringing us to the end of the first year, a year in which every holiday, every birthday, anniversary, or milestone brings to the surface again and again a reminder of our loss. But Judaism teaches us that we bring best honor to our loved ones when we live our lives as they would have wanted us to live. As difficult as it may be, we are called upon to rise from our grief and rejoin the world of the living. We do not stop thinking about our loved ones, and we do not forget them. On the contrary, we seek opportunities to remember. You may look at a photo on a wall, or you may pull out an article of clothing from the closet that belonged to your loved one. My house is filled with pictures of my family, from grandparents I never knew because of Hitler's atrocities, to my parents and in-laws. And yes, I have photos of animals who provided me with unconditional love and have long since crossed over the rainbow bridge. There are times when I will say something or act a certain way that reminds me of relatives and friends no longer alive. I laugh to myself thinking about how each of us is an exquisite goulash of our genetics and our environment. When a baby is born, we hear, he has the eyes of his father. Her nose is just like her mother. Then years pass, and when you find yourself using phrases that you have adopted by someone in your life, you may take a step back and say, they are still here. It may catch you off guard and make you want to change your mannerisms. I know that is with me when my father makes his appearance known. Or you may feel the comfort and warmth of having been enveloped by someone you admired enough to make their way your own. As we embrace this day of Yom Kippur, in which we sit shoulder to shoulder with others who, like ourselves, feel the pang of loss, may we use our time to transform these moments into blessings. While our loved ones may leave an empty chair at our tables, may we continue to learn from how they lived. May they leave a handprint on our hearts, and may we acknowledge that we are the person we are because of the place where our loved ones dwelled within us.
That we will never meet again in this lifetime. So let me say before we part, so much of me is made of what I learned from you. You'll be with me like a handprint on my heart. And now whatever way our stories end, I know you have rewritten mine by being my friend. Like a ship blown from its mooring by a wind off the sea, like a seed dropped by a skybird in a distant wood. Who can say if I've been changed for the better? I do believe I have been changed for the better, and because I knew you, because I knew you, I have been changed for good.
We take a moment now to remember in our own thoughts.
There are stars up above, so far away, we only see their light long, long after the star itself is gone. And so it is with people that we loved. Their memories keep shining ever brightly, though their time with us is gone. But the stars that light up the darkest night, these are the lights that guide us. As we live our days, these are the ways we remember.
We rise for a personal Yizkor from pages 570 to 578. And when you have finished, you may be seated. Feel free to continue on your own if you have not yet finished. We will continue on page 584. God of pity and love, return to this earth. Go not so far away, leaving us to grief. Return, Eternal One, return. Come back with the day. Come with the light, that we may see once more across this earth's unsettled floor the kindly path, the old and living way. Let us not give way to evil in the night. Let there be God again. Let there be light. Page 593.
מזמור לדוד, אדוני ראוי לו אחסן, בינות תשע ירביצני, על מי מנוחות ינהלני, נפשי ישוב נפשי ישובב, ינחני במעגלי צדק למען שמו. גם כי אלך בגיא צלמוות, לא ירא רע, כי אתה עמדי. שבטך ומשענתך, שבטך ומשענתך המה ינחמוני. תערוך לפני, לפני שולחן, תערוך לפני שולחן נגד צוררי. דשנת בשמן ראשי, דשנת בשמן ראשי, כוסי רוויה. אך טוב וחסד ירדפוני כל ימי חיי, ושבתי בבית אדוני, ושבתי בבית אדוני לאורך ימים.
We continue with the El Maleh, the memorial prayer, which can be found on page 598. And I invite you to rise if you are able.
El Maleh Rachamim, Shochin B'Meramim, Hametzei Menucha Nechona, תחת כנפי השכינה, עם קדושים וטהורים כזוהר הרקיע, מזהירים לנשמת יקירנו שהלכו לעולמים, בעל הרחמים יסתירים בסתר כנפיו לעולמים, ויצרע חיים את נשמתם, אדוני הוא נחלתם, וינוחו בשלום על משכבם, ונאמר Amen.
Merciful God, God Most High, let there be perfect rest for the souls of our loved ones who have gone into eternity. May they find shelter in your presence among the holy and pure, whose light shines like the radiance of heaven. Compassionate God, hold them close to you forever. May their souls be bound up in the bond of eternal life. May they find a home in you, and may they rest in peace, as together we say, Amen. Please join me in the middle of page 602. We miss them at celebrations when there's an empty seat at the table. We miss them when the community gathers and there's an empty place beside us. We miss them today and every day, with every year that passes, as our life goes on without them. Their faces, their voices, the feel of our arms around them, these are with us forever. For so it is written, love is strong as death. The love that we gave, the love we received, these endure amid the pain of loss. And we turn to page 608 for the mourner's Kaddish. 606, sorry. 606.
יתגדל ויתקדש שמי רבה, בעלמא דברה חירותי וימליך מלכותי, בחייכון וביומכון ובחיי דכל בית ישראל, בעגלה ובזמן קריב ואמרו אמן. יהי שמי רבה מברך לעולם ולעלמי עלמיה. יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא, ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי דקודשה בריחו, לעילה ולעילה מכל ברכתה ושירתה, תושבחתה ונחמתה, תאמירן בעלמא ואמרו אמן. יהי שלמה רבה מן שמיה, וחיים עלינו ועל כל ישראל, ואמרו אמן. עושה שלום במרומיו, הוא יעשה שלום, עלינו ועל כל ישראל, ועל כל יושבי תבל, ואמרו אמן.
You may be seated.
הנשמה לך והגוף פועלך, חוסה חוסה על המלאך, חוסה חוסה על המלאך.
May the one who sends peace send peace to all who mourn and comfort to all who are bereaved. We say amen.
Amen.
We will now take just a couple of minutes for those who would like to transition out of our Yizkor service and those who would like to come into our Mincha afternoon service. We will start in 3 minutes.
That's a long 3 minutes, isn't it? Some very nice, lengthy 3 minutes. We're going to... It's a Jewish 3 minutes. Thank you. Very, very apt. And now if you would all be so kind. Y'all want to eat, right? Y'all hungry? The sooner we begin. Please make your way back to your seats so that we will... I know, I am starving here too, so I reminded myself. Yeah, please make your way back to your seats as we begin our Mincha service. No need to shush. Don't shush, please. It's okay. I'll shush with my voice. You save your voice. Here we go. It'll be magic, watch. Ozi vezimrat yad vayehili lishua. Ozi vezimrat yad I'll keep singing this all day, that's fine.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome to the last two services of our Yom Kippur Day, Mincha, and Ne'ilah. As the Talmud says, Hakol holach achar hasof. Everything follows the conclusion. If we found ourselves struggling to find the right intentionality, to find the right inspiration this Yom Kippur, we have a little bit of time left and a little bit of time to dig deep and think about what we want to reflect on today and what we want our year to look like. We turn to page 324. Jacob had a dream. A ladder set on the ground with its top reaching up to the sky, and angels of God were ascending and descending the ladder. Our sages taught. The Holy One said, Jacob, you must climb as well. But Jacob was afraid, and he didn't climb up. We want to climb higher, but we're tired. There's so much to do, but we don't know how to rise. God of becoming, whose name means I will be what I will be, you are the unfinished one, ever unfolding, evolving with your creation. Made in your image, we are too fluid, ever becoming who we will be. Keep us alive to possibilities. Show us the path to grow in mind, heart, and spirit. Help us find the strength to ascend. We turn to page 356 for the Amidah, where we'll recite the first 3 blessings together, and then we encourage you to continue silently after page 406.
Adonai, Adonai, Sefatai Tifta, Sefatai Tifta, Ufi Agi, Ufi Agi, Tehilatecha, Adonai, Adonai, Sefatai Tifta, Sefatai Tifta, Ufi Agi, Ufi Agi, Tehilatecha. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu ve'Elohei avotenu ve'imotenu Elohei Avraham Elohei Yitzchak ve'Elohei Yaakov Elohei Sarah Elohei Rivka Elohei Leah ve'Elohei Rachel Ha'el HaGadol HaGibor ve'Hanora El Elyon Gomel Chasadim Tovim ve'Konei HaKol ve'Zocher Chasdei Avot ve'Imot u'mevii Geula livnei v'neihem leman Shemo be'ahavah. Zochreinu lechayim melech hafetz b'chayim. Zochreinu lechayim melech hafetz b'chayim. V'chodbeinu v'chodbeinu b'sefer ha'chayim. למענך, למענך, אלוהים חיים. זוכרנו לחיים, מלך חפץ בחיים. זוכרנו לחיים, מלך חפץ בחיים. וחותמנו, וחותמנו, בספר החיים. למענך, למענך, אלוהים חיים. מלך עוזר ומושיע ומגן, ברוך אתה אדוני. ברוך שמו. מגן אברהם בעזרת שרה. אתה גיבור לעולם אדוני, מחיי מתים אתה, רב להושיע, מוריד אתה, מחכה אתה להחיות מתים, ברוך אתה אדוני,
ברוך שמו,
מחיי המתים. נקדש את שמך בעולם, כשם שמקדישים אותו בשמי מרום, ככתוב על יד נביאך, וקרא זה ואמר, קדוש, 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 אדוני צבאות, מלוך לארץ כבודו. אדיר, אדירנו, אדוני, אדוננו, מה אדיר שמך בכל הארץ. ברוך כבוד אדוני, אחד הוא אלוהינו, הוא אבינו, הוא מלכנו, הוא מושיענו והוא ישמיענו, ברחמיו
We turn to page 406 for B'Sefer Chaim.
בספר חיים ברכה ושלום ופרנסה טובה ניזכר וניכתב לפניך אנחנו וכל עמך בית ישראל לחיים טובים לחיים טובים ולשלום בספר חיים ברכה ושלום ופרנסה טובה ניזכר וניכתב לפניך אנחנו וכל עמך בית ישראל לחיים טובים לחיים טובים ולשלום ברוך אתה אדוני עושה השלום
Amen. Aseh shalom bin Ramav, hu yasa shalom aleinu, ve'al ko Yisrael, ve'al ko yoshvei tevel, v'imru.
Amen.
Amen. May the maker of peace above all make peace for us, for all of Israel, and for all who dwell on earth. And let us say,
Amen.
Amen. We turn to page 324 and we rise for the removal of the Torah from the ark.
כי מציון תצא תורה, כי מציון תצא תורה, ודבר אדוני מירושלים, ברוך שנתן תורה תורה. Baruch Shenatan Torah Torah Le'amo Yisrael B'kedushato Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad Eloheinu Gadol Adonenu Kadosh Shemo Gadol Adonai iti Oneromema Shemo Yahdav.
We'd like to call upon Mitch to share a couple of words before the Torah reading.
And you may be seated.
Approximately 40 years ago, dear friends, for my 40th birthday, Fred Schechter, who I guess just left a little while ago. Oh, I moved toward the back. And Larry Janot, of blessed memory, made this little traveling pulpit for me because Chaim Asa, a few years earlier, had asked me to start doing Devar Torahs and gave me a pulpit. This is called Have Pulpit, Will Travel. We read in Leviticus 19 today some absolutely most wonderful lines where it commands us, "You shall be holy, for I, Adonai, am holy." And it gives us not only the 10 Commandments, but it gives us a litany of commandments of how to behave. Only a few of them are about ritual, such as not observing idols and knowing how to do sacrifices. The rest are all how to treat each other. This is known as the Holiness Code. Hillel said that if he were asked to recite the Bible on one foot, his statement would be, love your neighbor as yourself. That is the message of Torah. The rest is commentary. It would be very easy for me to give a devar on Leviticus 19. Some of it even deals with justice and judges, something I'm a little bit familiar with, I think. But this is the last sermon on Yom Kippur, for it is late in the afternoon, and the gates will soon be closing. So my theme is not going to be on a Devar Torah, which I discussed somewhat during the breakout session, but on conduct. I'm asking you to take a moment to use a little imagination and go on a little self-journey with me in a way to look through a couple of lenses at your life. I want you to imagine that you are now looking at a painting. That painting is your life's history. What does it show? What would we see? I know we'd see bright and dark colors. I know we'd remember events that brought us joy and events that brought us sadness and pain. And we'd even have pictures on how we worked through each and every one of them. As I looked at my painting a little bit, I sort of could look at three parts to it. The first part of the canvas is the most major part of my life. It reflected relationship with family and friends that absorb a large part of my everyday living. I could see the bright colors of loved ones. I could see the shadows of those whom I loved that passed away. The other part, a large part of my life, would have been my life's labors. Work takes up such a big part of the pattern and the painting of my life. That's common, probably for all of us. But there's a third part. The third part that I call the hard part is the part called community. Love the stranger, reaching out. Our lives have got to have blank spaces that need to be filled in for reaching out. How will we live our lives this year is a question. In many ways, I want to leave my painting for a moment because I'm afraid that I have not been filling in the blanks by reaching out. So I want to pull out my day planner or my diary and write down what I plan to do with my painting this year that will add not only to the love of family and friends, to work, but maybe the work will be a little less so as my hair gets grayer and grayer. But my body screams to slow down, and I know it is time to look carefully at the unfinished part, to the part that says, "You shall be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy." What does that mean? What does it mean to reach out to the community? What does it mean for me, for you, for all of us to want to touch community? Earlier this summer, I actually heard a sermon that had a story to it that resonated with me deeply. They told of going up into the mountains toward Lake Arrowhead, maybe some of you have seen this place, called the Field of Daffodils. A field full of daffodils. They looked at this marvelous, beautiful field of color. They went to the door of the place where the one little house sat, and there was a sign on the door to explain the daffodil field. It said, 50,000 bulbs, one at a time, by one woman, over 50 years. One bulb at a time to change the world. As I looked at my painting, I asked myself, I have daffodils in there. They're not her kind of daffodils because I'm not a good gardener at all, and probably anything I plant wouldn't make it to the next day. But my daffodils are a way I choose to live my life to reach out to others. Each of us has a way that we reach out and choose to reach others. My way, as all my friends know, is to talk. I talk, sometimes too much. I give thoughts, I share messages, and I think, what have I done in terms of my talking to touch people? If that's the way I plant daffodils, how have I done that? I like some of those daffodils I see in there. I come from a nature of volunteerism. So for me, daffodils have been a lifetime of helping here, reaching out there, being involved there, using my voice because that is my skill. It is not a shovel or a spade. And each of us have been influenced to maybe want to do that. For some family and friends, for people here at TBT, I will tell you that people have influenced me in doing daffodils, the daffodils of a voice. Surely my family, especially my grandparents, influenced me in the art of being involved in community and giving to charity and taking some responsibility for those around you. In 1980, my beloved Rabbi Asa opened this bima to me and encouraged me to do something I had not really done all my life, to start learning, to not only preach and sermonize, but to study. And Torah study was created by this wonderful community of congregants, 4 of us in the beginning, 3 who are still involved to this day. And so I began to think, who else has helped me plant daffodils? And this is where it gets tough. I have been blessed with 2 strangers who touched my life in a very unique way. On the last day of Passover, 1960, I learned in the most horrific of ways that my father had taken his own life. As Daniel talked about the sharp notes of the shofar, I was racked with watching all my family go through the grief of a suicide. I didn't know what to do. I was 17 years old. And then one day during Shiva, a knock came on the door and entered the first person I had been employed with, a man by the name of Ivan. He didn't know any of my family. He didn't really know me that much. I just started working for him that prior fall, part-time, and he was such a nice guy, always very friendly. I truly didn't expect him to show up. but he did. Ivan, a Christian man, came to my shiva for my family, brought handmade flowers, and gave me a book that I will cherish all my life called The Prophet by Kehil Gibran. Story number 2. It's the mid to late 70s. At that time, I'm a member of Temple Beth Emet. I have decided to become Ways and Means Vice President. So I'm in charge of the big fundraiser for the year. What do I know? I've only lived in Orange County for 7 years. I don't know that many connections. And in walks a little pisher, 11 years old, by the name of Michael Roston. Some of you may have known that name. He was the son of Nira and Dr. Max Roston. Nira went on to become a major part of the Orange County Jewish community and philanthropy. But little Michael at 11 walked in and said, I want to help. I said, what can you do? And he said, well, I'll go to places and get you free meals, and I know how to get tickets to Disneyland, and I will help bring you things. And when an elderly man came in while we were doing some setup and offered to teach Yiddish for a year to a family, provided they picked him up Erev Shabbat, made dinner for him, and he would teach Yiddish to his family for an hour before they went to synagogue. And oh, they had to pick him up and drive him home. And I thought, that will never work. When the auction was held and was shaking hands as I laid out the conditions of the bid to teach Yiddish, hands started popping up, and before long, we decided to close the bidding, and this elderly gentleman taught Yiddish every Wednesday and every Friday to 2 different families. The single largest donations were made to this elderly man who wanted to teach Yiddish. And it was this little Mike Roston who convinced me to not be afraid to teach. I left Temple Beth Emet a year and a half later to come here. A year after that, I received a knock on the door from Nira Roston. Mike Roston had died of cancer at 15. I didn't know he was born with brain cancer until Nira explained it to me, and that his life was measured and he knew it. Why did Nira come to my door to tell me? She came to my door in honor of her son to sell World Book encyclopedias. A wealthy lady who didn't have to do that because that was Mike's last wish. Michael Roston set out when he knew the cancer came back because he was told for every 10 World Book encyclopedias sold, 1 would be donated to a school in need. He found 10 schools in Santa Ana, and he made his mom swear she would sell, and he would sell at least 100 sets of World Book encyclopedias. When I learned of Mike's death, I was so angry. I felt it was so unjustified. I went through a great difficulty on what does God do. I questioned everything. It took me a long time to understand, to accept. And now I think about the impact of his life on me. Look at all those daffodils. Mike Roston had a field of daffodils. It doesn't take 50 years to become a kadosh, a holy person. It takes your hands, your pocket, your mind, your commitment to say, this year, before these books are closed, I better open up my daily diary. Maybe I need to go fill that bag with food and get it to Pathways of Hope. Maybe I just need to cut a check. Maybe I need to send something to Mazon. Maybe I need to support Israel. Maybe I need to come to my temple more often to create community, because when we talk to one another, we often create daffodils. I hope and share with you things that I feel as the gates close today, that you will think hard like I have thought hard. I need to make sure I plant more daffodils. Gemar Chatima Tova.
Torah readings can be found. The Torah readings can be found starting on page 338. Torah readings can be found starting on page 338. Sorry, the Torah readings can be found on page 338. Yamdu, Oliah Harishon, Ben Baruch v'Tzora, Ariel ben Zion v'Shoshana, Leah bat Moshe v'Leah, Jacob ben Ariel, Zion v'Leah, Danny Klotzker, Barry Klotzker, Lauren Klotzker, Ian Klotzker, and reading will be Will Fritz.
Baruch Hu et Adonai Ambarach.
Baruch Adonai Ambarach le'olam va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Ambarach le'olam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim, v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Amen. V'daber Adonai el Moshe lemor. דבר אל כל עדת בני ישראל ואמרת עליהם קדושים תהיו כי קדוש אני אדוני אלוהיכם איש אמו ואביו תיראו ואת שבתותי תשמרו אני אדוני אלוהיכם אל תפנו אל הלילים ואלוהי מסכה לא תעשו לכם אני אדוני אלוהיכם וכי תזבחו זבח שלמים לאדוני לרצונכם תזבחוהו ביום זבחיכם יאכל ממחרת והנותר עד יום השלישי באש ישרף ואם האוכל יאכל ביום השלישי פיגוחו לא ירצה ואוכליו עוונו יישא כי את קודש אדוני הילל ונכרתה הנפש ההיא מימיך.
Baruch
Atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher natan lanu Torah emet, v'hayei olam nata b'tochenu, Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Yamdu Aliyah HaSheni, Ephraim ben Shlomo, Feifel ben Gedalia, Shoshana Bat Agriel, Gary Gruber, Phil and Susan Marks, and reading the Torah will be Rabbi Daniel Levine.
Smoke them if you got them.
It's been a while. Sorry.
I got short.
Baruch Hu Adonai HaBarach, Baruch Adonai HaBarach Le'olam Va'ed, Baruch Adonai HaBarach Le'olam Va'ed, Baruch Adonai HaBarach Le'olam Va'ed, Baruch Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher bahar banu mikol ha'amim, v'natan lanu et Torato, Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah. Amen.
Amen. וקצרכם את קצרתכם, לא תכלה פי הצדך לקטור, ולך את קצרך לא תלקחת, וכרמך לא תעלה, ופרט כרמך לא תלקח לעני ולגר, תעזוב אותם, אני אדוני אלוהיכם. לא תגנבו ולא תחשו, ולא תשקרו איש בעמיתו, ולא תשבו בשמי לשקר, וכילת את שם אלוהיך, אני אדוני. לא תעשק את רעך ולא תגזול, לא תעין פעולת שכיר איתך עד בוקר, לא תקלע חרש ולפני עיוור לא תיתן מכשול, ויראתם אלוהיך אני אדוני.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher natan lanu Torah emet, v'chayei olam nata b'tochenu, Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah. Amen.
Yamdu Aliyah HaShlishi, the Mordechai Shavel ben Shlomo Marian V'Hana, Aiden Oslick. Reading will be Cantor Shannon Bain. Aiden has been our technical whiz, keeping us in YouTube, Zoom, and everywhere else, even within the sanctuary. We're grateful for his presence.
Baruch Hu et Adonai Hamvorach.
Baruch Adonai Hamvorach Le'olam Va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Hamvorach Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher bachar banu mikol hamim, v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Amen. Lo ta'asu avel b'mishpat, lo tisaf nedal, velo tadar pnei gadol, b'tzedek tishpot amitecha, lo telech rachil be'amecha, lo ta'amod al dam re'echa, ani Adonai. Lo tisna et achicha bilvavecha, hocheach tochiach et amitecha, velo tisa alav chet, lo tikom velo titor את בני עמך, ואהבת לרעך כמוך, אני אדוני.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher natan lanu Torat emet, v'chayei olam natan b'tochenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
The reading for the Maftir is on page 339. Ya'amdu, Mordechai ben Yehudi v'chaya Kaila, Gita bat Oshe v'Gisha Sarah, Mark Filowitz and Joan Filowitz, and reading Jill Perkins. Just a Torah which you tell us. Baruch hu et Adonai hamvorach.
Baruch Adonai Amvarach Le'olam Va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Amvarach Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kedosh asher baruch habanu mikol ha'amim, v'natan Torah et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Mipnei seva. Takum v'hadarta panei zamein v'yareita me'elohecha ani Adonai v'chi yagur itach ger v'artachem lo tonu oto ki ezrach michem yiyeh lachem hager itchem ve'ahavta lo kamocha ki gerim heyitem be'eretz Mitzrayim ani Adonai Elohechem lo ta'asu avel b'mishpat b'midah b'mishkol uvam shurach moaznei tzedek avnei tzedek efat tzedek v'hi tzedek yeh lechem ani Adonai Elohechem asher hotzeiti etchem me'eretz Mitzrayim ushmartem et kol chukotai ve'et kol mishpatai ve'asitem otam ani Adonai.
Yashikor. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher notan lanu Torat emet, v'chayei olam nota b'tochenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen.
And now we'd like to invite up Eric Van Rolt for Hagba and Elise Kirshen for Galila.
וזאת התורה אשר שם משה לפני בני ישראל על פי אדוני ביד משה. תורה 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 ציווה לנו משה. תורה 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 ציווה לנו משה. תורה 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 ציווה לנו משה. תורה 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 ציווה לנו משה.
You may be seated. So before we recite the book of Jonah, found on page 344, the traditional Haftorah reading for Yom Kippur afternoon, I just wanted to flag one or two questions to hopefully inspire our listening during the reading this morning. So we're, of course, introduced to this guy, Jonah. We don't know anything about him, right? The rabbis try to paint all these background pictures. I'll leave that to your creativity. But the only detail we're given of this guy is that Jonah ben Amittai, the word emet in Hebrew means truth. So we're introduced to Jonah, and names in the Hebrew Bible, names in our tradition, have a lot of power in terms of looking into the personality of somebody. So we're introduced with Jonah, the man of truth, who was come to by God, and God tells him, go to the city of Nineveh and tell the people to repent. And Jonah, of course, doesn't want to do that. He runs away. And we don't initially actually know why. It doesn't come until the 4th chapter in the book of Jonah we find out that Jonah is, if we can call him, in the anti-teshuva camp. Right? Jonah, as a man of truth, doesn't understand how a God that cares about justice and truth could allow people that did something wrong, that deserve to be punished, to all of a sudden be left off the hook. And of course, Jonah goes through all these trials and tribulations, which we're going to read about in a moment. But there's one meta-irony that I want to flag that comes throughout the book, is that Jonah himself is given many chances to repent. And still by the end of the book, Jonah doesn't realize this. He runs away, he disobeys God, he keeps on trying to throw himself into dangerous situations, and it seems like every single time God is waiting there with loving and open arms, ready to bail him out. And so one of the intentions that I want to set, at least for myself when I'm listening to the book of Jonah, is we often understand teshuvah on a personal level, right? We understand why we deserve teshuvah. The question is, like Jonah, can we see past the evils of others? As we go about this year, can we understand why it's not just us who are deserving of forgiveness and repentance, but it's all those around us, perhaps those who have wronged us, those who we don't even know but think differently than us. And how can we understand that they too are equally as open to teshuvah as ourselves?
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar b'nvi'im tovim v'ratza v'divreihem hane'emarim be'emet. Baruch atah Adonai habocher b'torah Uv'Moshe Avdo, Uv'Yisrael Amo, Uv'Nvi'eh ha'emet v'tzedek. And the word of Adonai came to Jonah, son of Amittai. Get up, go to the great city of Nineveh and proclaim against it, for their evil deeds have risen up before me. But Jonah got up to flee to Tarshish, away from the presence of Adonai, and he went down to Jaffa and found there a ship heading for Tarshish, and he paid its fare and went down into it to head with them to Tarshish, away from the presence of Adonai. But Adonai hurled a great wind upon the sea, a storm at sea so great that the ship was in danger of being shattered to pieces. And the sailors were frightened, cried out, each to his own God, and flung the ship's cargo into the sea to lighten their load. But Jonah had gone down into the hold, the lower deck of the vessel, and he lay down and fell into a deep sleep. And the captain approached him and said to him, "What are you doing, sound asleep? Get up, call to your God. Perhaps the God will be kind to us, and we will not perish." And they said, each man to his companion, "Let us cast lots, that we might know on whose account this evil event has come to us." So they cast lots, and the lot fell on Jonah. And they said to him, "Tell us, you who have brought this evil upon us, what is your trade, and where have you come from? What is your country, and who are your people?" And he said to them, "I am a Hebrew. I revere Adonai, God of heaven, who made sea and dry land." The men felt great fear, and they asked him, "What have you done?" Because the man knew he was fleeing from Adonai, for so he had told them. And they asked him, "What should we do to you to bring calm to the sea around us?" For the sea was growing more and more stormy. So he said to them, "Lift me up and hurl me into the sea, and the sea will calm down for you. For I know that this great storm came upon you because of me." And the crew rowed hard to return to the dry land, but they could not do it, for the sea was raging more and more fiercely around them. And they called out to Adonai, saying, "Please, Adonai, please do not let us perish because of the life of this man, and do not hold us guilty of shedding innocent blood. For you, Adonai, that which you desired, you have brought about." And they lifted Jonah and hurled him into the sea. Then the sea stopped raging. The men revered Adonai. Great was their reverence. So they offered to Adonai a sacrifice and made vows. Chapter 2. And Adonai provided a great fish to swallow Jonah, and Jonah was in the belly of the fish 3 days and 3 nights. Jonah prayed to Adonai his God from the belly of the fish, and he said, "I called to Adonai in my distress, and God answered me. I cried out from the belly of the netherworld, and you heard my voice. Into the depths you cast me, into the heart of the sea, and the floods engulfed me. All your billowing, breaking waves swept over me. And I thought to myself, I was banished from before your eyes. Will I ever again gaze upon your holy temple? The waters closed in over me, the deep engulfed me, rushes wrapped around my head. I descended to the low point of the mountains. The gates of the earth closed upon me forever. Yet you, Adonai, my God, raised up my life from the pit. When my life fainted away, I called Adonai to mind, and my prayer came to you, to your holy temple. They who cling to empty folly forsake their own welfare. But I, with a shout of thanksgiving, I will sacrifice to you what I have vowed I will fulfill. Rescue comes from Adonai. Adonai commanded the fish, and it spewed Jonah out upon dry land. Chapter 3. And the word of Adonai came to Jonah a second time. Get up, go to the great city of Nineveh, and call out to it the proclamation that I tell you. So Jonah got up and went to Nineveh according to the word of Adonai. Now Nineveh was a great city of God, 3 days' journey across. And Jonah started out and made his way into the city, the distance of a 1-day walk. And he called out and said, 40 more days, and Nineveh shall be overturned. The people of Nineveh trusted in God, and they proclaimed a fast, and they put on sackcloth from the richest to the poorest. And the word reached the king of Nineveh, and he got up from his throne, took off his robe, put on sackcloth, and sat in ashes. And he cried out and said in Nineveh, by decree of the king and his nobles, no person or beast, a flock or herd, shall taste anything. They shall not graze, and they shall not drink water. They shall be covered with sackcloth, person and beast, and shall call loudly to God. Let all turn back from their evil ways and from the violence which is in their hands. Who knows? God may turn and relent, turn back from the heat of anger, so that we do not perish. God saw what they did, how they were turning back from their evil ways, and God relented from the evil planned for them and did not carry it out. Chapter 4. But to Jonah this was a great evil, and it made him angry. So he prayed to Adonai, saying, please, Adonai, is this not what I said when I was still in my own country? This is why I fled to Tarshish to begin with, for I knew that you are a gracious and compassionate God, endlessly patient and abounding in steadfast love, ready to repent of evil. And now, Adonai, please take my life from me, for it is better for me to die than to live. And Adonai said, is it good for you to be angry? Then Jonah left the city, found a place east of the city, made himself a shelter there, and sat under it in the shade until he might see what would become of the city. And Adonai Elohim provided a gourd and made it rise up over Jonah to give shade for his head and rescue him from his evil situation. And Jonah rejoiced with great joy because of the gourd. But at dawn the next day, God provided a worm that attacked the gourd, and it withered. And as the sun rose, God provided an oppressive wind from the east, and the sun beat down on Jonah's head, making him faint. He begged for death, saying, it is better for me to die than to live. Then God said to Jonah, are you good and angry about the gourd? And he said, I am good and angry to the point of death. Then Adonai said, you pitied the gourd, which you neither worked for nor grew, which appeared overnight and perished overnight. Should I then not have compassion for the great city of Nineveh, a place of more than 120,000 human beings, unable to tell their right hand from their left, and many beasts? Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, tzur kol haolamim, tzadik bechol hadorot, ha'el ha'ne'eman, ha'omer ve'oseh, ha'medaber u'mekayem, shekol devarav emet v'tzedek, al ha'torah ve'al ha'avodah ve'al ha'nevi'im ve'al yom ha'kippurim hazeh, shenatata lanu Adonai Eloheinu limchila v'lislicha u'lechapara lechavod u'letifaret al hakol Adonai Eloheinu anachnu modim lach u'mevarchim otach yitbarach shimcha b'fi kol chai tamid le'olam va'ed u'dvarcha emet ve'kayam la'ad. Baruch atah Adonai melech mochel v'soleach la'avonotenu ve'la'avonot amo beit Yisrael u'ma'avir ashmotenu b'chol shana ve'shana melech al kol ha'aretz mekadesh Yisrael v'yom ha'kippurim.
Amen. Yishar koach.
Thank you.
We continue and conclude our Mincha service on page 353.
עץ חיים היא למחזיקים בה ותומך מאושר דרכיה דרכנו וכל
It is traditional for us to remain standing for all of Ne'ilah, the concluding service. If that is your tradition, you may do so. And again, if at any time you feel the urge to be seated, please feel free to do that as well. We will be on page 612.
Roll into dawn, roll into light, night becomes day, day turns to night. Roll into dark, roll into light, night becomes day, day turns to night. Borei yom v'layla, golel or mipnei choshech, golel or mipnei choshech, v'choshech mipnei or.
The temple gates were locked. Why should this prayer of the synagogue be timed to the closing of the temple gates? It makes more sense to say that the prayer refers to the gates of our hearts, which are about to close up because we have reached the end of our ability to keep them open. In this final hour, as we realize the inner gates will have to close, we begin to turn from supplication toward making peace. We start on the road of accepting the new year, whatever our fate in it will be. Page 613.
Again, the day rolls into darkness. The sky spills its pinks and purples, draining to blackness. Deep inside, there is a closing, a small gate swinging shut in the mind. Those few last thoughts rush through, and a life is sealed. Outside the temple, a lone bird sounds its call, waits for a response. We are on page 614. Anselano mechila בשעת הנעילה אל נורא עלילה אל נורא עלילה אנצלנו מחילה בשעת הנעילה בתי מספר קרואים וחיים נוסעים ומסלדים בחילה בשעת הוד וגלילה בשעת הנעילה. אין נורא עלילה, אין נורא עלילה, עשה לנו מחילה בשעת הנעילה. וחדש את ימיהם כגלם ותחילה בשעת הנעילה. אין נורא עלילה, אין נורא עלילה, עשה לנו מחילה בשעת הנעילה.
רונה שינה רצון והשב שער הצאן לאוליבה ואוהלה בשעת הנעילה.
אין נורא עלילה, אין נורא עלילה, עשה לנו מחילה בשעת הנעילה. תזכור לשנים רבות הבנים והבנות בדיצה ובצהלה בשעת הנעילה. אין נורא עלילה, אין נורא עלילה, עשה לנו מחילה בשעת הנעילה. אין נורא עלילה, אין נורא עלילה, עשה לנו מחילה בשעת הנעילה.
Chassid Kaddish, page 620.
יתגדל ויתקדש שמי רבה,
אמן.
ועמד יברך חירותי וימליך מלכותי בחייכון וביומכון ובחיי דכל בית ישראל, בגלה ובזמן קריב ואמרו אמן. יהי שמי רבה מבורך לעולם עולם והוויה יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי דקודשה בריחו לעילה ולעילה מכל ברכתה ושירתה תושבחתה ונחמתה לאמירה ואהבה ואמרו
We continue with the last Amidah of this Yom Kippur day, page 622.
Adonai Sfatai Tiftach, Adonai Sfatai Tiftach, Ufi Yagid Tehilatecha, Ufi Yagid Tehilatecha. אלוהי אבותינו ואימותינו, אלוהי אברהם, אלוהי יצחק, ואלוהי יעקב, אלוהי שרה, אלוהי רבקה, אלוהי לאה, ואלוהי רחל, האל הגדול, הגיבור והנורא, אל עליון, גומל חסדים טובים וקונה הכל, וזוכר חסדי אבות ואימהות, ומביא גאולה לבני בניהם, למען שמו מגן אברהם בעזרת שרה. אתה גיבור לעולם אדוני, מחיי מתים אתה, רב להושיע, מוריד אתה, מחכה חיים בחסד, מחיי מתים ברחמים רבים, סומך נופלים ורופא חולים, ומתיר אסורים, ומקיים אמונתו hametim, Baruch atah Adonai, Mechaye hametim.
We continue on page 628. Shema na salach na hayom. Avor kifane hayom v'lecha nora v'ayom kadosh. Uvachen ulecha ta'ale kedusha ki ata Eloheinu melech mochel v'soleach. Pitchu lanu sharei tzedek navo bam nodeya.
Open the gates of righteousness for us. Open the gates that we may enter and praise the Eternal. Open the gates for us, for all Israel, and for people everywhere. The gates of acceptance and atonement, beauty and creativity. The gates of dignity, empathy, and faith. The gates of generosity and hope, insight and joy. The gates of knowledge and love, meaning and nobility. The gates of openness, patience, and the quest for peace. The gates of renewal, song, and tranquility. The gates of understanding and virtue. The gates of wisdom and wonder, exaltation, youth, and old age. The gates of Zion, reborn and rebuilt in our time. Open the gates, open them wide. Show us the way to enter.
V'chatmenu b'sefer hachayim lebracha u'lekedusha. Ki ata kadosh v'shimcha kadosh v'sha'arecha b'kedusha nichnas. Ki ata notenya leposhaim v'yaminacha pashut lekabel shavim. We're on page 634.
Atah kadosh v'shimcha kadosh u'kedoshim b'chol yom yahalelucha sela. You are holy. Your name is holy. Seekers of holiness praise you day by day. Selah. Baruch atah Adonai, HaMelech HaKadosh.
Amen.
אתה וחתנו מכל העמים, אהבת אותנו ורצית בנו, ורוממתנו מכל לשונות, וקידשתנו במצוותיך, וקרבתנו מלכנו לעבודתך, ושמך הגדול והקדוש עלינו קראת, ותיתן לנו אדוני אלוהינו בעבד יום הכיפורים הזה, למחילה ולסליחה ולכפרה ולמחול בו את כל עוונותינו, מקרא קודש זכר לציית מצרים.
Zachrenu Adonai Eloheinu bo letova.
Amen.
Uvagdenu bo livracha.
Amen.
Voshienu bo lechayim.
Amen.
Ubedivar Yeshua v'rachamim chus v'chanenu v'rachem aleinu v'hoshienu ki elecha enenu ki al melech chanun v'rachum ata. Eloheinu v'lohev otenu v'imotenu, our God and God of all generations, on this great Sabbath of forgiveness, forgive our moral failings. On this great Sabbath of goodness, teach us to be satisfied with your goodness. On this great Shabbat of atonement, purify our hearts to serve you in truth. Blessed are you, Adonai. Year after year, you set us on the path from guilt to holiness. Our God and God of all generations, let us feel your nearness. Let us know your love. Baruch atah Adonai, hamachazir shechinato l'tzion.
Amen.
Amen.
God of goodness, mercy, and hope, we are grateful for your gifts of love and compassion. Seal us today for a life of integrity lived in covenant with you. God of peace, grant us peace, your most precious gift. You have given us freedom to choose between good and evil, life and death. May we choose life and good, so that our children may inherit from us the blessing of peace. May we and the whole family of Israel be remembered and sealed in the book of life. Blessed is forgiveness, and blessed are goodness, mercy, and love. Blessed is the nearness of divine presence, and blessed is the hope for peace. Baruch atah Adonai, oseh hashalom.
Amen.
You are the blessed one, the eternal one, source of peace.
You may be seated.
There is one final Devar Torah, and it is mine. Well, everyone, we have made it to Ne'ilah, the final service in our Yom Kippur gauntlet. The gates of the heavens are mere moments from closing, our fates ready to be sealed in the book of life. Throughout our High Holy Day services, we engage in a section of prayer called Slichot, or prayers for forgiveness. Slichot has been a part of our liturgy for centuries, which I find very comforting. Clearly, I am not the first and far from the only person to ever make a mistake. While our natural inclination may be to ignore and bury what we perceive to be our imperfections, Slichot requires us to acknowledge where we have missed the mark. At the center of our Slichot prayers is the 13 attributes. Adonai, Adonai, a God compassionate and gracious, slow to anger, abounding in kindness and faithfulness, extending kindness to the 1,000th generation, forgiving iniquity, transgression, and sin, and granting pardon. Rabbi Daniel mentioned in a recent Devar Torah how the 13 attributes are based on human qualities that stem from emotions. Maimonides explained that the infinite being and source of all creation is not human, and therefore does not experience emotions. It is in our nature to attribute human motivations to acts of God. This is true not only of positive qualities like mercy, pity, and generosity, but also for such things as anger, jealousy, and vengeance. So why do we repeatedly recite the 13 attributes? In musical compositions, when an element is repeated, it is generally for emphasis, to internalize the feeling or concept the composer is trying to convey to the listener. In the third blessing of the Amidah, the Kedusha, we recite Kadosh, 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 holy, 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 physically pushing our bodies higher and higher in the hopes of reaching that holiness. After acknowledging our missteps, we repeat the attributes of mercy, not only as a plea for forgiveness, but in order to internalize these qualities in ourselves. As the Talmud states, just as God is gracious and merciful, so shall you be gracious and merciful. There are many ways to act mercifully towards others and to ourselves. I find the latter to be far more difficult than the former. Me? Be compassionate and forgiving to myself? Forget it, I'm the worst. I talk too much, I can't sit still, I'm too messy, I'm too loud, I'm too much, and yet at the same time, not enough. Well, I would never, ever speak to someone else like this. I have had to condition myself to be more self-compassionate by imagining someone else with my traits. I love when someone gets excited about a topic and wants to info dump all of their knowledge onto me. It doesn't bother me if someone is fidgeting. It means they are self-regulating and doing what they need to in order to take care of themselves. The next time you hear your internal critic, try imagining as if you were talking to someone else. It is truly, truly eye-opening. Why these 13 attributes? Why would embodying these aspects promise us Gemar Chatima Tova, a good final sealing in the book of life? Perhaps it is because these attributes can help us to appreciate rather than condemn the humanity in ourselves and in others. When we choose to be kind, forgiving, compassionate, and gracious, we are also choosing to not carry an unbearable weight. We will always make mistakes. There will always be missed marks. So why not meet them with compassion, grace, and abundant loving kindness? Gemar Chatima Tova.
Yasher Koach. Our service continues on page 640 with the Slichot, Songs of Forgiveness.
Petach lanu shar be'et ne'ilah shar kifanayom hayom yifnei hashemesh yavo ve'yivnei navo Shchet ve'avon Achemna kapena Kevoshchet
Page 642. God Most High, your promise is forever. Even when prayer is a struggle and you seem far away, the doors open wide for the repentant. Like the stoutness of oak trees, so is our stubbornness. Like thorns and thistles, so is our malice. And yet you say, return, rebellious children, seek my face with tears and supplication. God Most High, your promise is forever. Impoverished, we knock on your door, seeking kindness, lamenting our lot. Remember us. Recall us for a full life. May your ancient love come to us quickly. And you say, come to me with thanksgiving and songs. God Most High, your promise is forever. We turn to page 648.
Salach lanu avenu ki chatanu, machal lanu makenu ki pashanu, ki ata Adonai tov salach v'rav chesed l'cho karecha.
Adonai, Adonai, erachom v'chanun, erech apayim v'rav chesed v'emet, notze chesed la'alafim, nose avon b'fesha, v'chata'a v'nakeh.
Adonai, Adonai, erachum v'chanun, erech apayim v'rav chesed v'emet, notzer chesed la'alafim, nose avon v'fesha, v'chata'a v'nakeh. Adonai, Adonai, erachom v'chanun, erech apayim v'rav chesed v'emet, notzer chesed la'alafim, nose avon v'fesha, v'chata'a v'nakeh.
Eloheinu v'Elohei Avotenu v'Imotenu, salach lanu, machal lanu, kaper lanu. We are on page 650.
Ki anu amecha ve'ata Eloheinu ואתה אבינו, אנו עבדיך ואתה אדוננו, אנו קהלך ואתה חלקנו, אנו נחלתך ואתה גורלנו, אנו צאנך ואתה רוענו, אנו חרבך ואתה נוטרנו, אנו פעולתך ואתה יוצרנו, אנו ראייתך ואתה דודנו, אנו סגולתך ואתה קרובנו, אנו עמך ואתה מלכנו, אנו באמירך ואתה ממירנו.
We are insolent, but you are compassionate and gracious. We are stubborn and stiff-necked, but you are slow to anger. We persist in doing wrong, but you are the essence of mercy. Our days are a shadow passing by, but you are existence itself, your years never ending.
Eloheinu ve'Elohei avotenu v'imotenu tavo lefanecha tefilatenu ve'al titalam mitchinatenu she'en anachnu azifanim ukeshe'oref lomar lefanecha Adonai Eloheinu v'Elohei avotenu tzadikim anachnu v'lo chatanu
We continue with the Ashamnu, page 653.
Ay 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 ay
Barnu dofi
He'evinu Vehirshanu Zadnu Chamasnu Tofanu sheker Ay 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 Pashanu,
Pashanu,
Saranu,
Sararnu,
Kishinu Ore,
Kishinu Ore,
ay 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 Rashanu,
Rashanu,
Shichatnu,
Shichatnu,
Ti'avnu,
Ti'avnu,
Ta'inu,
Ta'inu,
Titanu,
Titanu,
ay 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 ay
Page 654.
You hold out your hand to those who do wrong. Your right hand opens wide to receive those who return. You teach us the true purpose of confession, to turn our hands into instruments of good, to cause no harm or oppression. Receive us as you promised in the fullness of our heartfelt teshuvah. We continue on 656. V'titein lanu Adonai Eloheinu b'hava et Yom Kippurim hazeh ketzu mechila v'slicha al kol avonotenu למען נחדל מעשות ידינו ונשוב עליך לעשות חוקי רצונך בלבב שלם ואתה ברחמך הרבים רחם עלינו כי לא תחבוץ בהשחתת עולם שנאמר דרשו אדוני בהמצאו קראו בהיות קרוב ונאמר יעזוב רשע דרכו ואיש אבן מחשבותיו וישוב אל אדוני וירחמהו ואלוהינו כי הרבה לסלוח. We are on page 659. We have aspired to reach higher. We have befriended those in need. We have created works of beauty. We have delighted in holy books. We have embraced our dear ones and held them close. We have fought for justice. We have given of ourselves. We have honored your mitzvot. We have immersed ourselves in prayer. We have joined hands to build community. We have kept our word with integrity. We have loved faithfully and well. We have moved towards the light. We have nourished and supported. We have opened ourselves to people. We have pursued the good. We have quieted our anger. We have remembered those who came before. We have sought meaning in Torah. We have trusted and been trustworthy. We have uttered words of beauty. We have vigorously struggled to do right. We have wept over our shortcomings. We have exchanged blame for compassion. We have yearned to make life better. We have zestfully rejoiced. We turn to page 662 for Avinu Malkeinu.
Avinu Malkeinu, Avinu Malkeinu, Avinu Malkeinu, Avinu Malkeinu, Chaneinu v'Haneinu, ki ein banu masi, aseh imanu, tzedaka v'chesed, aseh Azeh imanu Avinu Malkeinu, Avinu Malkeinu.
Page 670. We stand as one before the gates of a new year, renewed by this day of atonement, made stronger by all who are with us and by those whose presence we feel within. As the long day fades into dusk, we join our voices in words of hope and dedication.
פיתחו לי שערי צדק, אבובה מודיה. פיתחו לי שערי צדק, אבובה מודיה. אבובה מודיה, אבובה מודיה. זה השאלה אדוני, צדיקים יבואו בו. זה השאלה אדוני, צדיקים יבואו בו. צדיקים יבואו בו, צדיקים יבואו בו. איי 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 איי
As we're about to enter the last moment of our Yom Kippur service, on page 672, we pause for a moment and we take one final deep breath of Yom Kippur, thinking about all that we want to take from this holiest day of the year to us each and every day. We continue on page 672.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Baruch Shem Kevod Malachuto Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch Shem Kevod Malachuto Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch Shem Kevod Malachuto Le'olam Va'ed. And we say together 7 times, Adonai hu ha'Elohim, 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 Adonai hu ha'Elohim. Tekiah, Shevarim, Teruah, Tekiah Gedolah. time to transition out of Yom Kippur with Havdalah. The Havdalah blessings can be found on page 674.
I'd
Thank
like three
you.
of our children to come forward to hold the symbols of the Havdalah set.
Except for the wine. Can't hold the wine.
Eli's a bar mitzvah.
I don't want to start any controversy. It's the beginning of a new year. Can we please have an adult?
All right, Steve.
We have an adult. Thank you, sir. We know.
What are the chances?
Who would like to hold the spices?
Out of respect.
Ay, ay, ya, na, 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 ay, 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 ya, na, 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 ay, ya, na, na, ay, ay, ya, na, na, ya, na, na, ay, ay, ya, na, 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 ay, ay, ya, na, 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 ay, ya, na, na, ay, ya, na, na, ya, na, na, Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, borei peri hagafen, borei peri hagafen. Ay, ay, ya, la, 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 ya, la, ya, la, 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 ya, la, la, la. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, borei minei besamim, borei minei besamim. Ay, 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 la, 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 ay, la, ya, la, 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 ya, la, 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 ya, la, la, ya, la, la. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, borei meorei haesh, borei meorei haesh. Ay, 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 la, 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 ya, la, ya, la, 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 ya, la, 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 ya, la, la, ya, la, la. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, hamavdil ben kodesh lechol, ben or lechoshet, ben Yisrael לעמים, ben yom hashvi'i לששת ימי המעשה. Baruch atah Adonai, hamavdil ben kodesh lechol. Ay, ay, ya, la, 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 ya, la, ya, la, 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 ya, la, la, ya, la, la, ya, la, la, ya, la, la. Ay, ay, ya, la, 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 ya, la, ya, la, 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 ya, la, 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 ya, la, la, ya, la, la.
Shana Tova.
And we remain standing for the Hatikvah which, is it in our Machzor?
No.
No, okay.
Something.
Okay.
Kol od balevav penima nefesh Yehudi homiya ulvatehem Mizrach kadima ayin Zion Sophia.
Landed minor.
For the Kol Nidre.
No, not that. Oh. Stick around for the joke. Shana Tova. Thank you, everybody on Zoom, on Facebook, on YouTube, our entire congregation, wherever you are. Thank you so much for being with us these high holy days. Thank you for trusting us to guide you in this very, very important time of prayer. Shana Tova to you all. Thank you so much.
Thanks to our sisterhood for arranging apples for everybody.
Oh, we have apples for everybody. Thank you, sisterhood.